Wait for Hasanabi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, folks. It's Thursday, April 17, 2025. And I hope everyone is having a wonderful time, no matter where you are in the world. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker for all the parasocialists out there, between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you nothing but the truth. So help me God. All right. Before everybody starts blasting me with a U.S. citizen being detained by ICE, or the pickaxe guy, the famous pickaxe guy being a not ICE agent, I know everything. I know everything. If you think that I don't know the things that you are telling me that you want to inform me on, I know them. I will talk about them. Okay? There's also, I know, a shooting that took place in Florida State, 6 injuries. I know that too. Okay? Everybody calm down. We're doing personal news first before we get to the actual news, okay? Oh my God, people do not care. I'm in the process of explaining, please stop spamming this, and you're still spamming it. It's still happening. Why is this still happening? Okay. In any case, personal news-wise, last night I ended the broadcast. I don't even know what I was doing, pretty much. Oh yeah, that's right. I did the Fear M podcast. That's why I ended the broadcast at 7. After a half day, 8 hours. What is this? This guy is really not locking in. This guy has given up. It's quiet quitting time. I shot the Fear M podcast. Austin couldn't make it, unfortunately, but I think it was one of the best Fear M podcasts that we've done so far. It was very good. It was very, very good. It's very funny, and I think you guys are going to really appreciate it. How far into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 are you? I already finished it. I finished it a couple weeks ago. I finished it a week ago. Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, shot the podcast, talked to Thomas T-Pain about Coachella and streaming potentially, and like how we could possibly do it, stuff like that. Talked to Kneecap about that too. Still trying to map out the logistics. Trying to figure out how to do the logistics of such a thing. We're working on it. And yeah, that's it. That's what I did last night. Went to bed, woke up early. I am being interviewed by, can I say the name of the? Okay, Society, a French publication, and they are doing like they're doing a piece on, you know, a profile on me. So I did that this morning. Went to the park as I normally do. Kai is going to get another photo shoot out of this. I know you guys appreciate that. I know you guys love that. Anyway, but yeah, I'm doing a profile, and it's mostly just a profile on Kai, really. But that's what I did this morning. Didn't you watch the content copy yesterday? Is there going to be some kind of follow-up today or something? A little bit of a follow-up on the content copy app. But I'm become a hater if you don't perform hood with Kneecap. I mean, I would love to. You're on a government name basis with Thomas Paine? Yes. But in any case, where was I? What was I doing? What was I saying? 3 million on the content cop under 24 hours. That's fantastic. I think it was very good. Very tasteful content cop at the end. Very gracious, to be honest. I know. I think it was like, I am of the mindset that it was too nice, but it's Ian. You know what I mean? He's gonna do what he's gonna do. He is his own independent man. He has his own perspective. He has his own opinion on issues. I don't think he was ever going to win back a lot of these like reactionary weirdos who have succumbed to even more right-wing positions. That just like despise him no matter what. And he did his thing. He was charitable. He was real. He was honest. We'll talk about it. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm working on the logistics of the Coachella excursion that will take place tomorrow. Not going to be a regular. It's not going to be a regular stream. It's going to be a Coachella stream. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got for personal news. That's I can't really think of anything else. But like I said, there's a journalist in the room, so I'm trying to behave. I'm trying to. Hassan, I love your taste in clothes, man. How did you learn, or it was normal? I was a fat kid who really liked fashion, but couldn't fit into any of the clothes that I liked, and also was broke and didn't have money to purchase any of the clothes that I liked. And then I got money to purchase the clothes that I liked. Money plays a big role in it, I think. Please wear a Gucci shirt to it. Oh yeah, I might do that. Meet Lisa at Coachella. Yeah, totally. Yeah, she was just volunteering that. She was just waiting around. She's like, oh, how can I meet a tiny headed socialist man at Coachella? That's what she was. She was waiting for that. Are you gonna watch Lady Gaga? Is she on the night that I'm there? Because if she is, then yeah. If she's not, then no. I will not be seeing Lady Gaga. What else? What else was I going to say? That's it. That's pretty much it. I just listened to you on Theo's podcast. It was hilarious how he had to stop you because the fans are too dumb. No, I mean, I think Theo was very gracious. I really liked it. I really liked that conversation. Also, speaking of conversations with podcasters who are apolitical or, right wing, my Steiny podcast is supposed to be coming out soon as well. So that's cool. I'm about to get drip from the source, trying to opening up the same market for everyone to directly buy the Gucci's and Louis Vuitton. That's so funny. Not a lot of those, those are dupes, right? Not that it matters. Oftentimes it's made by the same quality material, but like they are still dupes. And what I mean by that is the artisan, like the craft work that goes into some of those pieces are not going to be reflected in the dupes in general. But I mean, hey, there's no problem with dupes. I fucking think dupes are dope. So dupe it up. I'm Turkish. We do dupes all the dang time. That's my shit. You going on a 280-hour free visa shopping in China? Sure. Yeah. Buddhists say that any criticism should be truthful, helpful, and kind. I think the content comp met all three. Hope this helps. One must ask oneself, would Monkey D. Luffy buy genuine Gucci? I don't know, but I am not like Monkey D. Luffy. Let's be real. I wish I was, but I'm not. First of all, I can't eat as much as he can. I would get fat and stay fat. He has the capacity to just go and then suck out all of the food that he inhaled. Turks are dupes of Ottomans. It's true. We will talk about the FSU shooting as well, but you know my policy. I don't usually immediately dive into breaking stories like that until there's at least until the cops actually release a statement or something. So we'll do that. But let's blast off. Let's get started. I wonder what the 48-hour news cycle around the FSU shooting will look like. Yeah. All right, let's blast off. Let's do it. Let's get it popping. Queen Kaya is amazing. She had a fantastic time this morning, as she always does. She had a busy morning. She got to see her boyfriend at the park, which she normally only gets to see at the gym. And also, she had a busy morning where she was getting photos taken of her. She was working really hard this morning. How's your finger? Shitty. Look. Gross. Yeah. Gross. Yes, Kai has a boyfriend and a girlfriend. All right. Let's get it popping. Leaves. Right wingers leave annoyed at woke iDubbbz. Aftermath of Conta Cobb leaves right wingers annoyed at woke iDubbbz. VOD is going to review birthright citizenship. Yeah, they're not going to give in to that. That would be crazy. What else? Okay. Let's blast off. IRS tax status in question. Trade wars continue. ICE agent with pickaxe might be right-wing militia member. ICE detains U.S. citizen. Bro, have you seen the news about Van Hollen refused entry at CCOT? Yeah. Which is really crazy because like YouTubers have been allowed entry into CCOT. And a day before Van Hollen, a Republican congressperson actually posted about how they were allowed into CCOT. They took photos inside of CCOT. So it's like, it's literally a flex. No, not might be, it's proven, but like he's not an ICE agent is the one that I don't know if it's correct or not. Like, I don't know if they're deputizing right-wing militia members. I don't know if they're actually technically cops. Do you see what I'm saying? Why do I have so many pessimists in my chat? Whoa, didn't see this coming at all. Why do I have so many pessimists in my chat? Okay. Aftermath of Conta Cobb believes right-wingers annoyed at woke iDubbbz. Harvard RS tax status in question. Trade wars continue. ICE agent with pickaxe is right-wing militia member. ICE detains U.S. citizens and more. Coachella with kneecap tomorrow. Get in now. Will you talk Canada? Shit is getting bad. If I have time, sure. DEI dubs? That's funny. I like that. Hold on. Where is the thing that there was a really good blast off meme that I think Grok made. New fan cam review. Okay, calm down. We're not doing fan cams right now. Will we go to TwitchCon Europe this year? Probably not. Did you see Bernard did it again? For the second time in the span of a week, Bernie Sanders once again interrupted a campaign rally. Several activists from the United Liberation Front for Palestine called out Senator in Bakersfield, California for his record of Israel amidst the U.S.-backed genocide. Bernie again returned his campaign talking points while he refused to engage with the criticism he was facing by the protesters. Dude, I want people to criticize Bernie Sanders's Israel statements in a directional fashion by demanding that he do more, but also explain what the expectations are. There needs to be a little bit more messaging discipline on this, because like asking him to call it a genocide is fair. I think that is a fair demand, right? Like, or asking why he doesn't call it a genocide is a fair question, right? But if you're going to be like, oh, your legislative track record is like ass or whatever, why are you constantly voting it? Why won't you call for legislative action against weapons transfers to Israel? Like, then you're wrong. Like, he is doing that. You know what I mean? So get it right. It's important to get it right. Yes. Asking him to acknowledge reality, on the other hand, is not wrong. It is right. It's the correct thing the correct thing to ask. I don't think it's a simple distraction, which is precisely the reason why I tried to enter the conversation when I talked to him. When I talked to him personally, when I talked to Bernie Sanders personally, the question that I had for him was like, what do we do about the First Amendment violations from the direction of like protecting Israel? Like what the administration is doing at the behest of Israel is undermining First Amendment, which is something I know you care about, right? Like that is a directional way to get Bernie to talk extensively about this issue. I got Bernie's first endorsement. I know I have that in the docket. We of course didn't have enough time to cover that, to talk about that, but and it's interesting because like it's not like Bernie Sanders finds himself at odds with people who do recognize what Israel's doing as a genocide. He is, after all, passing the torch over to AOC, who has recognized the genocide, called it out as it is in Congress. Okay. And same with, you look nervous, lol. It's cool, you got this. Dude, imagine being this level of fucking parasocial where you think I'm nervous. Why the fuck would I be nervous, dumbass? I do this every goddamn day. Are you stupid? Anyway, here's the blast off meme, by the way. Let the people know. Let the people know. This isn't needed, homie. Chill. Don't tell me what's needed. I don't get why people attack one dude fighting for them, though. Like, isn't that just a snake eating his tail? No, Bernie Sanders is a leader in the leftist movement in this country. A very important figure that knows better, and a very important figure, especially when it comes to talking about Israel, specifically because he is the most prominent and the most popular Jewish American politician. Okay, he has so much influential power to change discourse in this country, and he has done that in the past. That's why I'm saying that like my expectation of him has always been that he was incredibly underwhelming and incredibly disappointing in the aftermath of October 7 with the lack of communication at first, or even how he communicated about it when he did. You know? Man, there are no Jill Stein voters. Yeah, where's Jill Stein? I mean, I asked this question yesterday. Where is Jill Stein? Bernie's out there. Where's Jill Stein? Is she out there? Is she out there? Where you at, Jill? Maybe she'll hear me, and then she'll come out. Just kidding. She's like the groundhog. She only comes out every 4 years. She's hibernating for all the work that she's gonna put into running for office every 4 fucking years, you know? Classic. Remember this. I'm going to keep hammering this point because a lot of you yelled at me. A lot of you fucking yelled at me. Okay? There's a lot of you that understandably are frustrated with the two-party duopoly that we have. And a lot of you yelled at me. This is not an I told you so moment. Okay? Make no mistake. I don't care. I was right, and that's fine. I always find myself to be correct on these assessments regardless. I don't even fault you for daring to believe that there's an alternative out there. I don't fault you for the protest that you wanted to have, that you wanted to put forward. But I want you to remember this for one reason and one reason only. 4 years from now, it's gonna happen again. Don't get fucking duped. That's it. That's the only reason why I'm saying this. Because I don't want you to get freaking duped 4 years down the line again and forget that she's not here. Why is she not here? Don't you think that she should be here? It's not like the issues went away. Yeah, that is, of course, only if there is another election. What is this? That's a lie. She was just out at a conference. That's a lie. Oh, my God. The Jill Stein heads are in here. My bad. She's doing a 4-year Goku energy surge. Yeah. I simply cannot comprehend the inner machinations of Jill Stein's mind. I can't. How come I never hear a thing about her all year? I follow news every day. Well, I mean, look, the argument there is that she is... The argument there would be like the media doesn't cover her unless she is seen as like a spoiler candidate every 4 years or whatever. What? The Bernie copium is really disappointing. I expected a real change in opinion. What? I'm done having this conversation. It is the least productive conversation of all time. I have fucking poured countless hours into this idiotic take over and over again. If you think that I'm like, you know, unconditionally in support of everything Bernie says and does, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. It's fine, man. Hey, you and the Vanguard is going to magically exist. Go to a fucking Bernie rally and start organizing at a Bernie rally. Stop chirping. Those people that participate in those rallies are literally closer to you in their opinions on Israel than they are to Bernie, but they still go out there and they still show up. It is on you to talk to those people and to guide them in a direction where we can all make meaningful change. Stop fucking chirping in here. You're fucking annoying. Okay? It makes you feel like you're doing something. You're not doing anything. You're just being fucking annoying. God damn. This never ends. Holy shit. All right. President Trump participates in bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Italy. Yes, chirping is not praxis. You are not doing praxis. You're just being fucking annoying. Anyway, hold on. What is this? Is this the fascist lady? Yes. Just seen your nudes. Talk about horse talk. Make me say nah. You did not see my nudes. I don't have any nudes. That's insane. I have guests here. You fucking psycho. All right. Let's get it started. President Trump participates in bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Italy. Let's take a look.
Tallahassee. Active shooting. I guess it's an active shooter.
What the fuck is this?
Fully briefed as to where we are right now. It's a shame. It's a horrible thing. Horrible that things like this take place. And we'll have more to say about it later. In the meantime, it's an honor to have the Prime Minister of Italy with us, Prime Minister Meloni, who's doing a fantastic job. I would say that she has taken Europe by storm and highly respected. Everybody loves her and respects her, and I can't say that about many people. And she's become a friend, and we really have a great relationship between Italy and ourselves. And we talked about trade. We talked about many, many things during our luncheon, and she'll be saying a few words, but she's a very special person, and it's nice to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your our friendship that comes from very far. You know, today is April 17, and April 17 marks the anniversary of the agreement that allowed Cristoforo Colombo to make his trip. And I say to remember how ancient are our ties, but also to remind that we both share another.
Damn, we got penis Mussolini and vagina Mussolini in one shot. You mean mango Mussolini? Yeah, that's true. The difference, of course, I mean, she is a Mussolini supporter. She was and still is. Trump, on the other hand, I don't know. I don't think he even had like the Mussolini development of initially starting off as like somewhat of a socialist or a prominent figure of like any sort of workers back movement. Donald Trump just straightforwardly came in and was across the board a real estate developer.
Other fight, which is the fight against the woke and ADI.
Who was your grandfather? No, that's not Giorgia Meloni. You're thinking of the granddaughter of Mussolini, who I think was in Meloni's party initially. I don't know if she still is. No, the granddaughter of Mussolini still is in Italian politics. But this is a different person. What's funny about at least like Trump also is that while he is very much the same kind of fascist that Adolf Hitler or Mussolini was, unlike Mussolini, he is not making the trains run on time either. He is incompetent through and through. There has been no signature achievement that you can even attribute to him, even if it's like an achievement that is supposed to advance his fascist goals. Every part of this process is completely fucking ridiculous and filled to the brim with incompetent charlatans that want to do harm, but oftentimes get in their own way due to said incompetence.
Ideology that would like to erase our history.
You should interview Jean-Luc Mélenchon. He speaks English and is coming to the USA next week. Yeah, I would love to do that. I don't know where to even fucking reach him, but yeah, that'd be great.
And as I know that we share lots of things on tackling illegal migration, on fighting against synthetic drugs.
Mussolini also didn't make the trains run on time. He just made people afraid to report them late. I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's no grand project here is my point. It's just barbarism, but also incredibly incompetent levels of barbarism, which ironically stops their overarching agenda of implementing a full-throated fascist administrative takeover because of that incompetence. Like an example of this is basically jumping the gun and being like, Mahmoud Khalil has to be deported, right? Initially, they were going to go after student visa holders only and you know, clear that part up and make sure that there were at least like all of the legislative or judiciary hurdles that could have been presented in front of them. They were going to tackle that and then move on to green card holders and then move on to citizens. They just had to jump the gun ahead of time, and now they're being set back by the courts. So now they're accelerating the process of having potentially a constitutional crisis. Same thing goes for the incompetence demonstrated in the Abrego Garcia situation, right? The false deportation there. Like, they don't even have the basic competence necessary. So in a way, it presents opportunity to undermine their goals, their fascist goals in general.
You know, Italy has been one of the nations that made a plan against fentanyl, for example. But we have been talking about many bilateral topics and things that we can do together, about defense, about economic, about economy, about space, about energy. Italy will have to increase its LNG import. I speak about the civilization.
We want it to stop. We want the death and the killing to stop. And if we can save those lives, that would be a very good thing. And so we'll see what we can do. And I think we're getting close, but we'll let you know very soon. And you've been very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions?
How much longer does Vladimir Putin have to respond to your ceasefire proposal before you put secondary tariffs or sanctions on Russia?
We'll see what that will be. We're going to be hearing from them this week, very shortly actually, and we'll see. But we want it to stop. We want the death and the killing to stop.
Mr. President, on Jerome Powell, you said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough. He says he won't leave even if you ask him to.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it, and if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Question.
Are you trying to remove him, Mr. President?
Yeah, question? Well, you're going to have to speak to the lawyers. We have great lawyers. I can tell you this, we're doing a fantastic job of getting criminals out of this country who Biden allowed into the country. Hundreds of thousands of criminals, murderers and drug dealers. And I was elected because of the fact, I would say maybe that was the number one factor, a lot of reasons, the economy, a lot of things. But one of the primary reasons I was elected is because I said, I'm going to get the criminals that he allowed to come into our country so stupidly through open borders. I'm going to get them out. And I got a lot of votes, record-setting numbers of votes, as you know. We won everything. The popular vote, all 7 swing states, we won everything. And that's what the public wanted. That's what I'm doing. But you'll have to speak to the lawyers because it's up to them. Say it.
If you take out Powell, the market plunge will make Black Monday look minor. The Fed's separation from the government is one of the more core pillars that keeps the dollars the global reserve. If that goes away, we are in totally uncharted territory. I mean, he's done a lot of unprecedented things, including undermining the persuasive authority of the Supreme Court of the United States. So, and as we've talked about already, he does have a proclivity to molest the money. He loves molestation. But specifically, he will even go so far as to molest the money over and over again, as he has done so in these past couple of weeks. So when everything is uncharted territory, I guess this is just more of said uncharted territory. It's precedented. Andrew Jackson. No, it's not the same circumstances. This is a direct court order from the Supreme Court to the federal government. The Andrew Jackson situation basically was Andrew Jackson not enforcing the Supreme Court's demands against state authority. So in some ways, it is a different and unique new boundary that has been broken, okay? This is a circumstance where the federal government is directly at odds. The action that is being demanded from the Supreme Court as a persuasive authority here is to take action, to take direct action against what they've done so far. It's not like, oh, you have to enforce federal government powers over a state doing violence, for example. You see what I mean? Why is it always the anime heads that can remember all this lore? I don't know what you mean. Anime heads remembering lore? Are you talking about American history? Like constitutional history? You referred to it as though it's anime lore? That's crazy. How can they misinterpret the ruling so bad? They're not. They are deliberately obtuse. They are acting as though they're misinterpreting the directive that they've gotten from the Supreme Court in an effort to not follow through on the directive of the Supreme Court.
France and UK of a peace mission in Ukraine with soldiers, and do you think that they probably do?
Well, I think Italy will have to make that determination, but peace missions are always good with me. I'm okay with peace missions. Yeah, please.
I think Trump ignoring the Supreme Court has a bright side. The president will allow future leftist president to ignore the Supreme Court to pass good policy now. I love the copium here, dude. You think there's going to be a leftist president, let alone another president after Donald Trump, if he undermines the entirety, not just the Supreme Court, but like undermines the entire structure of the separation of powers and the power that the judiciary holds across the board? Yeah. Yeah, just like when just like when the Democrats clearly cast aside the Senate parliamentarian, you know, because the Republicans had done so in the past under Dick Cheney, for example. Oh, wait, they didn't do that. Fuck. I totally forgot. They did not do that. And at the time, I yelled at the Democrats and I said, hey, remember when Dick Cheney and George W. Bush was like, fuck the Senate parliamentarian. We can, I think it was FEMA funds that they wanted to reallocate. Okay. And the Senate parliamentarian was like, you can't do that. And then they were like, okay, well, you're fired. We're going to now reappoint a Senate parliamentarian that will, as a matter of fact, follow along our agenda. And that was almost a decade before Biden. So why did the Democrats not do that? Oh, that's right, because they have no motion, they have no interest, more importantly than that. So, and the irony, of course, is that like we're talking about not only a future leftist president, but just like any elections whatsoever coming down the line. You know, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to, it might not happen. I do think that we are in the end game here.
We discussed it very briefly. No, we're doing very well with negotiations, I think, with all countries. And Scott could tell you a little bit, but we are doing very well. We have a lot of countries that want to make a deal. Frankly, they want to make deals more than I do. Go ahead, Scott. Would you say something, Chris?
Yeah, we've got a process in place. We're working.
You're also pessimistic. Remember the same argument being said in 2016. Cry all you want. We're going to just have him for this term. Maybe if the Dems run another botch campaign, then maybe he's going to be a shitty president. And that's it. Not the end of the USA law. First of all, the end of the USA has nothing to do with Donald Trump. He's just accelerating that process. The end of the USA is happening not because of Donald Trump, but because of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, both parties upholding the interests of capital owners as opposed to the interests of the citizens, the workers in general. So that is happening no matter what. Okay. Every single president prior to Donald Trump has contributed to this process. Donald Trump is simply accelerating the process and doing it in broad daylight in the most incompetent way possible. So that's silly. Also, what the fuck do you mean? Donald Trump lost the election and then did an unsuccessful insurrection, but then won the election after doing that insurrection and literally pardoned all the people that did the insurrection. Like, I'm not lived up to constantly talk about January 6th and say this is like the 9/11 of our time. I don't think that's the case, but like, let's be real, dude. This is not normal. What are you saying? This is, in some ways, the expected outcome of years and years of American civil liberties decaying in the aftermath of 9/11. This is the expected outcome of numerous Democratic leaderships not reversing the decisions that Republican leaderships engage in, Republican administrations engage in terms of accelerating the surveillance apparatus, the mechanisms of surveillance of the state, in terms of eroding civil liberties, going from black bagging, random Muslim people in Dearborn and putting them under constant surveillance, to blackbacking random people that we think are brown and scary, or blackbacking random people that we think present a real threat because they're exercising their First Amendment rights. With Trump facing multiple indictments, why isn't impeaching being discussed as it was during his presidency? I think everyone is just kind of given up on that process. That's what it is. Democrats cleaned the gun, loaded the gun, and are mad at Trump for using the gun. Exactly. Exactly. That is true. I mean, when you think about it, even like all of the institutional allowance given to the pro-Israel lobby and all of these organizations that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy organizations or organizations tasked with like combating anti-Semitism, these organizations have a lot of institutional legitimacy. The Democrats did not even choose to fucking tackle it. Why do you like to watch terrorist propaganda on stream? I mean, what are you supposed to do, chatter? I mean, look at the terrorist. He's right here, you know? We're a nation of terrorists led by the arch terrorists. I have to cover the news, and, you know, the news is terror. There's no choice. What do you want me to do? Not just be like, hey, guys, today we're not going to cover any terrorism whatsoever. We're not talking about Donald Trump. We're not talking about Israel. We're not talking about anybody, okay? If I close my eyes to the terrorist regime, the fascist terrorist regime of Donald Trump and its deportation policies, maybe it will go away. Oh, see, camera pans over, more terrorists.
I believe they've been called with the EU already, and then we have South Korea coming in next week, and I believe India is also talking. That's moving very quickly.
Go ahead. Well, we have a minerals deal, which I guess is going to be signed on Thursday, Scott, next Thursday, soon. And I assume they're going to live up to the deal, so we'll see. But we have a deal on that. No, I have no comment on that. I have no idea. That's his statement, not mine. And they say the attack is what?
The Steiny episode is out.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to see that. That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran. And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I hope they're wanting to talk. It's going to be very good for them if they do. And I'd like to see Iran thrive in the future, do fantastically well. I know the Iranian people, they're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic, very successful people. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's, pretty simple. It's really simple. We're not looking to take their industry. We're not looking to take their land. All we're saying is you can't have it.
That's just Ukraine. We're doing that to Ukraine. We do that to our allies. We do that to our proxies. Iran, as it stands, not a proxy. We would like to make it, but it's not. We tried with the Shah. We tried to do it with the Shah. People didn't like it. They did a revolution, Islamic revolution. You hear that, folks? They didn't like it. We made it there. We made them our proxy. They clipped too many. They pulled too many fingernails. That's what the Shah did. The Shah's guys, they were torturous. They were doing too much torture. I told them Shah's a good guy, but radical Islam won.
A nuclear weapon. The deal that was made with Obama, that deal would have expired already. It was a terrible deal. It would have expired.
Shut the fuck up, you racist piece of shit. There's nothing left anymore to put sanctions on. Try your best. I like to think that he's saying that to me. I know you're directing that at Trump, but
and that gave them a clear path to a nuclear weapon. I wouldn't have accepted. That's why I terminated the deal. Number one, it was way too short.
Dude, it was the opposite, by the way. Signature accomplishment of Barack Obama's foreign policy, and Israel straight up came in and was like, no, undermine this right now. And Trump was like, yes, of course, sir. I would love to do that. Thank you for the $100 million, Sheldon Adelson. Of course, I will throw away the the signature foreign policy accomplishment of the Obama administration.
You know, when countries are involved, you don't make short-term deals. These are countries with long lives. And I terminated that, and it was a great termination because it didn't allow us to do anything once it terminated. You know what the deal was. It was a terrible deal. Really, one of many terrible deals made by the U.S. But no, I'd like to see Iran thrive, and they can do that, I think, very easily, or they can do it the other way. The other way is not going to be good for them. It's going to be really bad for them.
Now, the Iran situation is interesting because, according to New York Times reporting, Trump waved off Israeli strike after divisions emerged in his administration. Israel developed plans for attacking Iranian nuclear facilities that would have required U.S. assistance, but some admin officials had doubts. Now, I don't know if this is a process from the New York Times, which is the State Department's favorite newspaper, that seeks to normalize and maybe even sane wash the Trump administration, but I have no reason to assume that this is fake news, okay? But seemingly Israel had planned to strike Iranian nuclear sites. I definitely believe that, okay? As soon as next month, but was waved out by President Trump in recent weeks in favor of negotiating a deal with Tehran to limit its nuclear program. The very fact that you are hearing about this implies that the administration wanted this to be reported on, okay? I'm just going to mention that real quick. So that should guide you on trying to make an assessment on what the admin is trying to do here, okay? You would not hear about this if the admin didn't want it to be reported. So, but I thought Israel was a foreign nation that is totally separate from America. I thought we had no way of stopping them. Weird. Anyway, in favor of negotiating a deal with Tehran to limit its nuclear program, according to administration officials and others briefed on discussions. Mr. Trump made his decision after months of internal debate over whether to pursue diplomacy or support Israel in seeking to set back Iran's ability to build a bomb at a time when Iran has been weakened militarily and economically. The debate highlighted fault lines between historically hawkish American cabinet officials and other aides more skeptical that a military assault on Iran could destroy the country's nuclear ambitions and avoid a larger war. It resulted in a rough consensus for now against military action, with Iran signaling a willingness to negotiate. The irony, of course, is that Iran would just directly light every oil refinery in its reach, and there's plenty of them, most of them in the region are within its reach, on fire. That's what they've said. If you come after the Iranian energy program, the Iranian government has made it clear. We will go after every single oil refinery in the region. We will destroy the global economy. This is something that nobody wants. This is the real, alongside the Trump administration's ambitions towards nuking global markets in general and global trade in general, would destroy the entire planet. Okay? Israeli officials have recently developed plans to attack Iranian nuclear sites in May. They were prepared to carry them out, and at times were optimistic that the United States would sign off. Just fucking insane, okay? You might as well go with the Samson option at this point. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally just the Samson option on steroids. That's what this is. This is just a way to go, hey, you know what, dude? Let's go. Let's just ruin this whole thing for the greater Israel project, I guess. The goal of the proposals, according to the officials briefed on them, was to set back Tehran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon by a year or more. Almost all the plans would have required U.S. help, not just to defend Israel from Iranian retaliation, but also to ensure that an Israeli attack was successful, making the United States a central part of the attack itself. What is the Samson option? The Samson option is a Israeli military doctrine of deterrence. Here's the Wikipedia page for it. Is Israel's deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. Commentators have also employed the term to refer to situations where non-nuclear, non-Israeli actors have threatened conventional weapons retaliation. The name is a reference to biblical Israelite judge Samson, who pushed apart the pillars of Philistine temple, bringing down the roof and killing himself and thousands of Philistines who had captured him. Normal stuff, you know? Normal stuff from the Nazi country. When the Leahy military group were discussing ways to assassinate General Evelyn Barker, the British Army commander in Mandatory Palestine, a young woman volunteered to do the assassination as a suicide bombing. She said, "Let my soul die with the Philistines," as a reference to the Samson story in the Hebrew Bible. Other members of the group rejected her offer. Of course, there is nuclear ambiguity that must be mentioned here. Israel has, from what I recall, never admitted to having nukes, even though, remember when a State Department official actually leaked America's surveillance on Israel when they were monitoring Israeli retaliation efforts against Iran, and they openly, you know, the American government officially recognizes that, of course, Israel has nukes. Everybody knows Israel has nukes, and Israel operates like they have nukes. They have nukes. It's just, it's not official technically that they have nukes, but they do. Everybody knows that they have nukes. The Samson option in of itself is, you know, a part of that process to say that, like, if we feel threatened, we will nuke the planet. That's what it is. No, everyone knows Israel has multiple nukes, okay? Israel has already deployed one nuke, the content nuke. I wish. First of all, I wish their nukes were duds like the content nuke, okay? I wish. That would be awesome, okay? That would be fantastic. Unfortunately, that is not the case. I think they have very real nukes, not the fake kind. Anyway, for now, Trump has chosen diplomacy over military action. In his first term, he tore up the Iran nuclear deal negotiated by the Obama administration, but in his second term, eager to avoid being sucked into another war in the Middle East. Yeah, he's really eager. He's so eager not to be sucked into another war in the Middle East that he is fantasizing about deploying ground forces into Yemen directly to have American military die in the region so that they can defend Israel's bloody conquest. What a fucking crock of shit. God damn it, the New York Times, once again, brilliant paper of record. Thank you to the Gray Lady. I must say, thank you to the Gray Lady. You are fantastic for this. You are phenomenal. Let's keep sane washing Donald Trump and entertaining the notion that this guy is actually a peaceful dove. He has opened negotiations with Tehran, giving it a deadline of just a few months to negotiate a deal over his nuclear program. This is what I fucking expect from Fox News. This is like Fox News is supposed to say this. Like, he has escalated the bombing campaign in Yemen, okay? He took Operation Prosperity Guardian and basically did the entirety of that Operation Prosperity Guardian, which was a failure, in a matter of 20 days, as opposed to over the course of like multiple months, okay? He dumped that level of payload over the span of a couple days. Ridiculous. Is the ceasefire in Gaza part of the Iran talks? Sorry if it's a dumb question. Potentially. I doubt it though. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think that Iran is ambitious an actor that is like truly interested in the emancipation of Palestinians, as opposed to wanting to use the existing and understandable militancy against Israel as a way to undermine its foreign adversary in the region. I think that as a state, they have primary goals here and secondary goals here, and I don't think that it's like they are as invested in Palestinian emancipation as one would think or one would suggest. So, speaking to reporters, on Thursday, Mr. Trump took issue with the idea that he waved off Israel but acknowledged that negotiating with Iranians was his preferred course of action. He added that he was not in a rush to support military action against Iran, but reiterated that he did not want Tehran to have a nuclear weapon. I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death, Mr. Trump said. That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran, and I think Iran is wanting to talk. So this is Donald Trump entertaining the peace through strength messaging that he always engages in, which is that he is saying, like, we'll sick our rabid attack dog on you, so please talk to us instead. We can be more reasonable actors. That's basically what he's saying. But judging by what he has done so far, obviously Iran is a different kind of conflict as opposed to like Yemen, the poorest country on the planet. So the restraint coming from the Trump administration in this regard is the same type of restraint that the Biden administration had. It is not born out of like ideological differences, but rather born out of the understandable immediate consequences of global instability and potentially global war, global collapse. Okay? The Turkish people will starve, but they will not accept statelessness. And if the nuclear bomb in the Incirlik base is to be removed from Cuba so that the Soviet Union we took from does not threaten Turkey, Turkey will switch to a nuclear agreement with its biggest brother, Pakistan Islamic State, and Turkey already has the capacity while the Iranians are... Dude, what are you smoking on? All the Iranians are saying developer Aselsan is in a position to do it directly. You think the Turkish government would ever be in agreement with Iran? Are you kidding me? They are literally... Hello? What? Turkey is as you correctly defined, Turkey is a NATO country, second largest standing military in NATO. Turkey has American nukes inside of American military bases inside of Turkey. Incirlik is one of them. You are out of your fucking mind if you think that Turkey, you are smoking on so much crack cocaine if you think, one, Turkey is against Israel, okay, and doesn't have like regional goals that sometimes might be at odds with Israel that America will sort out for them, for the record. But Turkey in and of itself is not anti-Israel at all. You are out of your fucking mind if you think so. Turkey is very much pro-Israel. Turkey could cut off the entirety of Israel's energy if they wanted to, literally today. No Turks ally Israel destroy Iranian nuclear program, yes. Look at Syria. What are you talking about? Anyway. Damn, I thought Turkey was base for a sec. Yeah, no, they're not. They're not base. It's just optics. Turkey would rather conquer the Middle East for itself, just like they are with northern Iraq. Dude, no, there is no Turkey conquering anything without America's go-ahead. Okay, Turkey, in a way that is not dissimilar to Israel, is a part of America's grand design in the region. That's it. Anyway. In a statement delivered in Hebrew after the meeting, Mr. Netanyahu said an agreement with Iran would work only if it allowed the signers to go in, blow up the facility, dismantle all the equipment under American supervision with American execution. That's fantastic. I like that Netanyahu is treating Iran, the nation of Iran, as though it is the fucking Gaza Strip at this point. Fantastic. Yeah, totally. This seems normal. This seems like a normal way to talk about a foreign adversary that definitely has a lot of retaliatory capabilities in their arsenal.
Well, Jensen's an amazing guy. He's become a friend of mine, and I don't know, he's a person that's very proud of our country. He loves our country. I'm not worried about Jensen at all.
Will you take steps to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States with
Well, I'm not involved in it. I'm going to respond that
You're the
by
president, big dog. What do you mean you're not fucking involved in it? What an insane thing to say.
saying you'll have to speak to the lawyers, the DOJ. I've heard many things about him, and we'll have to find out what the truth is. But I will say this, you know, we were inundated by millions of people, many millions of people during the Biden administration. They say 21 million. And a big percentage of those are criminals, serious criminals. I'm not saying just criminal because they came into the border illegally. I'm saying they're criminals at the highest level, murderers. Many of those people murdered more than one person, and they're on the loose. And I was elected to get rid of those criminals, to get them out of our country, or to put them away, but to get them out of our country. And I don't see how judges can take that authority away from the president. We've done an amazing job, Tom Haldeman, Christy Noem. We have done an amazing job. Nobody can believe the job we've done. Far greater than what I said. I mean, I got elected on that, but we've done much better. We have right now 99% border. It's a 99%. Nobody thought that would even be, but nobody's coming through our border practically. 2 weeks ago, we had 9 people come through, all for medical reasons. We allowed them. We brought them through because one had a heart attack, one had something else, all for medical reasons. We have a great border. We had a great border 4 years ago, but we have a border now that's even tighter, and we did that in a matter of weeks. And, no.
Yeah. 20 million serial murderer and rapists were entering the border under the Biden administration is an insane statement, obviously, on its face. And it's one that you can immediately recognize as false. That would mean that like 1 out of every, I don't know, 15 people is a bloodthirsty monster, okay, that entered the national boundaries in the last fucking 6 years. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's so psychotic. I mean, it's just pure racism. I don't know why I'm trying to explain the logic behind it. It's just pure, unfettered, unrestricted white supremacist thought. That's it. That's all this is.
We have to. We need to get murderers and drug dealers and people that were in jail for horrible. You know, they released jails, Georgia, from all over the world, and released them, not just South America, all over the world, the Congo and Africa. Many people come from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but they came from the Congo.
You don't know what the Congo is? Nice.
And all over the world they came in, opened their jails, Venezuela. Practically all of their prisoners released into our country. We took them because we had an incompetent administration called the Biden administration. And to think what they've done to our country. And I was elected to straighten that out, and I'm doing that. But we have activist judges that don't want murderers to be sent out of our country. They don't want killers and drug dealers and drug lords and people from mental institutions. They want them to stay in our country, I guess. I don't know, maybe that's the liberal way, or as they call it nowadays, the progressive way. But I don't think it's the way that our country believes, and that's why I won in a landslide. Okay.
You did say that you were confident these deals will be done, but you also said that you're in no rush. Americans are seeing prices rise. They're seeing it on their bills. How long can they expect that pain to last?
So they've already seen it get much better, because if you were truthful, which you're not, I know you very well, you have gasoline that hit $1.98 yesterday in a couple of states. You have gasoline's way down. The price of oil has dropped substantially. The price of groceries are substantially down. The price of eggs, when I came in, they hit me with eggs. I just got there. I was here for 1 week, and they started screaming at me, eggs have gone through the roof. I said, I just got here. I was there for 7 days, and I hear that eggs have gone through the roof before I got there. And they were screaming at me, the press, the fake news, like you're fake. And the fake news is screaming at me, like, about eggs. I said, I've only been here, this is my 7th day.
I just
and they
got
were right.
here.
They went up 87%.
Why do you expect me to
you
fix
won't have
the
eggs for
eggs?
Easter, which is coming up. Happy Easter, everybody. You won't have eggs for Easter. and we did an unbelievable job. And now eggs are all over the place, and the price went down 92%. And our Commissioner of Agriculture, Brooke, has done a fantastic job. Did really done a fantastic job. So prices haven't gone up. The only thing that's gone up actually is interest rates, because we have a Federal Reserve Chairman that is playing politics. Somebody that I've never been very fond of, actually. But he's playing politics. Interest rates should be down now. They should be coming down. In Europe, as you know, they reduced them, I guess 7 times. It looks like they're going to reduce them again and again and again. But our guy wants to play cute. But interest rates are pretty much even. Maybe they went up just a slight bit, but that's the only thing. But that's because of the Federal Reserve, because they're not very smart people. Go ahead. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead, please. Look, in the first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Stock market went up 88 points. I think he's terrible, but I can't complain because we had the most successful administration economically in the history of our country.
I like that. A big part of the reason why there's so much market volatility is because of how unstable Trump is, right? He's shown that time and time again with his actions. So the idea that he would take the unprecedented step of firing Jerome Powell only to put an administration lackey in that position, while he has shown time and time again that like his administration's lackeys are simply doing whatever he wants them to do, which causes that same instability. Like the idea that this would somehow stabilize the market and instill confidence is hilarious. It is fucking hilarious. He's like, I want to keep molesting the money. I love molestation. The money will be molested over and over again. I will do anything I want.
Country. I think we're going to do even better this time because you will see that the numbers that we're taking in are astronomical. We're taking in tremendous amounts of money with the tariffs. We were treated very unfairly on trade, and countries are having a hard time getting used to the fact that they can't do that to us anymore because we have a real president. We have a president that understands what it's all about. We had presidents that in some cases were smart, but they didn't understand business, or they didn't like business, or, you know, it wasn't like a priority. And then you had like the last administration, the only thing they were good at was cheating in elections. That's about all they could do. They couldn't do anything. They were useless. They were incompetent. Worst administration in the history of our country. Worse than Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter died a happy man. You know why? Because he wasn't the worst president. Joe Biden was. So I think you're going to see some fantastic numbers when this all happens. It's happening now. I mean, everybody wants to make a deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, we'll make the deal for them. Because that's what's going to happen. We'll just say, this is what it is. But we want to listen to everybody. And I think I can say for Scott and the other people that are working on it that we're listening, and we're going to be very fair to people. But, you know, we're the one that really sets the deal. And that's what we'll be doing. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, please. Please.
Our Prime Minister.
Oh, you have a great Prime Minister. You're so lucky. Yes.
In italiano.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Okay.
I'm not sure that would be.
Presidente Meloni, volevo sapere cosa pensava del fatto che il Presidente Trump ha considerato responsabile Zelensky della guerra in Ucraina e poi se avete parlato di spese militari e parecchi del massimo a cui ha detto che vuole arrivare l'Italia.
Abbiamo parlato dei massimi a cui può arrivare l'Italia, abbiamo parlato del fatto che l'Italia sta mantenendo i suoi impegni perché arriverà al prossimo.
Okay, what is happening? What I don't even.
Lei sa come la insieme essere
Beautiful. What the hell did you say?
That sounded beautiful.
No, I mean, it sounded great.
It was about.
It was beautifully presented, but maybe I could hear what she said. Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Was about asking
Guys,
Hold it, hold it.
Have some respect, please.
Thank you. No, wait.
JD, God, he's such a bitch. He is such a bitch. Guys, have some respect, please. I hate his like mealy-mouthed, liberal-ass fucking attitude as he tries to maintain this like fascist ideology. As he tries to like participate in the fascist takeover of the administrative state. He does it in the most like woke, gay, liberal way possible. Have you said thank you? God, he is so annoying. He is such a libtard through and through on the optics. Like it's not. This is part of the reason why I think he will never have broad recognition as like a powerful figure that will continue the Trump agenda. Like he has definitely more capability, like better capabilities as an orator than like Ron DeSantis, but he is just as fucking annoying almost as Ron DeSantis.
Wait. I want to hear what you said. Go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
Prime Minister Meloni was asked what she thinks about the fact that President Trump holds Zelensky responsible for the war in Ukraine, and Prime Minister Meloni answered, "Well, actually, we have no, and also if you talked about the military spending, how and the raising of the military spending, and the first thing Prime Minister Meloni said is that no, actually, we didn't talk about the raise in military spending. Of course, Italy will keep its commitments with 2%, and then we will see, because we are absolutely aware of the fact that it is very important
Well, I will do
defense
that.
is very
Wait. I will do that.
important.
They've been asking if we raise, if we decide on another percentage about the defense spendings, and I said yes, NATO, and I said that Italy is reaching the 2% as it was already decided. We didn't speak about a specific other percentage, and
Smashed to smithereens, laying on the ground in a million pieces, getting hit by rockets, bombs, and bullets. And so I'm not happy with him, and I'm not happy with anybody involved. I think it's a war. I know it's a war. It didn't happen
This
for 4
tiny
years.
podcast is
No,
I
of course
know.
he did. You graduated. Have you
Never even
considered
thought.
graduation?
And I spoke to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but there's no way he would have ever gone in if I were president. Now I'm trying to get him to stop because, as you know, Russia's a lot bigger. It's a bigger military force. And if you're smart, you don't go involved and get involved in wars that you can blame the man that was sitting in this seat. Biden, he didn't know what the hell was going on, but I can guarantee you that, and everybody agrees to it, if I were president, that war would have never taken place. I'm not blaming him, but what I am saying is that I wouldn't say he's done the greatest job, okay? I'm not a big fan. I really am. I'm not a big fan. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He let out an audible sigh. He's like a fucking Italian again.
Europeans are parasites. Yeah. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't said. I don't know what.
Didn't say it.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Actually. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. No, wait. Next. Go.
Prime Minister Meloni just said we want to make Europe great.
He absolutely has said that. What a pussy. He's like, oh, I never said it. Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know. Don't believe it.
And want to do together with
Sure.
West, yeah.
Did you, I guess that's what she said. How are you going to do that? And are you looking to do it counter China? We try to gather influence against the United States. What the hell is
I hope that Europe is going to be great again. Europe has gone through a lot of problems, and a lot of it's having to do with immigration. And I'm not a big fan of Europe and what they've done with immigration at all. And I think they got to get smart, because Europe is being very badly hurt by what they've done with immigration. Now, I'll say this, that the Prime Minister has taken a very tough stand on immigration. And I commented to her before, I said, I wish more people would be like you having to do with that subject, but they're not. Europe is very important to me. Europe is very important to the world. I want Europe to do very well. I think they have to get a lot smarter on immigration.
But we are beginning doing it. You've all seen now the policies of the European Union in the last, let's say, 2.5 years have been changing. Okay, at the beginning we were talking only about how we were redistributing illegal migrants coming to Italy. Now we are talking mainly about how to stop illegal migration, work with the countries of origin and transit, and to return people. The European Commission just did the new rules about repatriations and things like that. So things are changing, thanks also to the example that Italy brought in lowering the rates of illegal migration. So we are working now together. So I'm optimistic on that.
Good. I hope so.
Why does your mic sound like it's thundering outside? What are you talking about? It's not me, dude. It's their microphone in the White House. That's not coming from my mic. It's coming from their mic.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Also, it's literally, you know the answer, dude. DEI or die. They fired all the gay sound engineers, okay? Clearly that is what's going on here. What remained of the competence of the administrative state was held together by woke, okay? Make no mistake. These guys came in and they were like, no more trans people, no more gay people, no more black people, no more brown people. And lo and behold, look what happened, okay? The markets are in shambles. Planes are falling out of the fucking skies, okay? There's no competent sound engineering happening in this goddamn room. All because of woke. They took woke away, and here we are.
Go ahead.
President Trump, if he wants Google,
The Google what?
Google company,
What about it?
Google business.
Oh, well, we didn't discuss about Starlink. We've been discussing about defense space. We will work together also in the Mars missions. Huh? So there are big things to do together, but we didn't discuss it.
No, tariffs are making us rich. We were losing a lot of money under Biden, trillions of dollars, trillions on trade. And now that whole tide has turned. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in a lot of money. Don't forget, we're taking in.
We have not done that. That's not a thing that has happened so far. I mean, one might even argue that that's not how tariffs work in general, because it ends up being, I mean, it is an entry fee, which you pay as a consumer, because that price increases the price of goods that you're purchasing. So when he says, like, we're taking in a lot of money, he means, like, from you in the form of a universal sales tax. But of course, they haven't done that. They haven't done that at all yet. So he's lying about how tariffs work, or maybe he's oblivious to how tariffs work, probably a little bit of both. But he's also lying about the fact that tariffs have brought in a great deal of revenue so far. CBP says the latest tariffs have generated $500 million, well below Trump's estimate. U.S. Customs and Border Protection told CNBC the department has collected more than $500 million under Trump's latest tariffs. Trump has repeatedly said the United States is taking in $2 billion per day from the tariffs. CBC says the average 250 million a day was collected even during the glitch that impacted the freight already on the water. This is what I was talking about when I said there was a glitch. Also, I do want to mention something here, but it's important to recognize this. Since April 5th, CBP has collected over 500 million under the new reciprocal tariffs, contributing to more than 21 billion in total tariff revenue from 15 presidential trade actions implemented since January 20th, 2025. This is not revenue collected from foreign nations. This is revenue collected from companies that are paying an entry fee, American corporations that are paying an entry fee to import goods into the country. Okay, so this is currently coming out of the pockets of U.S. importers and will most likely end up coming out of your pockets because they're going to want to maintain their profit margins. And therefore, in an effort to maintain their profit margins, they're going to carry over that cost to you, the American consumer. That's it. So when they talk about $500 million worth of tariffs revenue, they mean $500 million worth of extra taxes. $500 million of increase in taxes. Oh, actually, probably even more, as a matter of fact, because other companies that aren't even impacted by the tariffs will adjust their rates to the market. You're fear-mongering? What? 44-month subscriber. The only thing you should be fearing is the top of the hour ad break that sometimes comes 13 minutes after the top of the hour, except you should fear no more because you obviously will be subscribed. No tariffs here. It's still $6 a month or free in the form of a Twitch Prime. As long as you have a Twitch Prime account or Amazon Prime account that you connect to your Twitch Prime account, you can get one free Prime subscription a month. Double got 'em, not running the ad break, but you can still subscribe. Is the best way to show your support for the broadcast. Ad breaks are not back. I am joking. I will not be running the ad, but you can still subscribe to support the broadcast. Totally voluntary. I just rose from my nap at this. Yeah, sometimes it's fun. It's fun to. You're exaggerating tariffs being bad, bro. Debated, get debated. Yeah, you got me. Anyway, even during the brief glitch, CBP average 250 million day revenue stream remained uninterrupted. Trump has repeatedly said the United States is taking in $2 billion per day from tariffs, including revenues directly resulting in so-called reciprocal tariffs. The most recent data released Monday by the Treasury Department shows the department's daily statement of total deposits listed under customs and certain excise taxes at $305 million. All tariffs are collected by U.S. Customs at the point of entry. This is all of the tariffs combined, not the latest tariffs that Donald Trump is touting as bringing in $2 billion of revenue a day.
25% on cars, 25% on steel, 25% on aluminum, 10% baseline. We put penalties on China for sending us fentanyl. We put penalties on Mexico and Canada, 25% for allowing fentanyl and allowing the borders to be weak. Now we're taking in billions and billions of dollars while I sit here and talk to you. And we didn't take in anything before other than the tariffs that I put on previous to Biden, which were the tariffs I put on China, where we took in, up until this point, probably $700 billion. They were Trump tariffs. He tried to weaken them. He did everything he could. You know, he got paid money by China, right? The family got paid money. He did. And so I don't know, maybe that was the reason or maybe it wasn't, but he tried to weaken them, but he couldn't because there was so much money that his budgets, you know, they couldn't stand not doing it. But I took in the, up till this point, my tariffs on China. Nobody ever took in 10 cents from China. No other president took in 10 cents. I took in more than $700 billion from China. So we're doing very well. I mean, our country's doing very well. They had a bad report today from one of the healthcare companies that had an impact on the stock market. But this isn't about that. This is really, we're building a base. We're building a country like no other. And again, I had the strongest economy in the history of our country by far, history of any country probably, but the history of our country in 4 years. And I think this has a chance to be much better.
Can you clarify on the mineral deal? Will that be signed here at the White House with Ukraine on Thursday? Will residents mostly be coming here for that?
I don't know exactly. I'm going to leave that to Scott. What do you think? Where would it be signed and when?
Yeah, we're still working on the details. We're shooting for around April 26th.
Is there any more detail that you could tell us about what's in that deal and how it came together?
It's substantially what we agreed on previously, but the president was here. We had a memorandum of understanding. We went straight to the big deal, and I think it's an 80-page agreement, and that's what we'll be signing.
President Trump, on rate cuts, can you clarify on rate cuts? Do you intend to seek Powell's firing if he doesn't change the stance on rate cuts, or is that on the table, or is that?
Well, I think he should do the rate cuts because I think if Europe has done it, it puts us at a disadvantage to Europe. I mean, he plays right into their hands. So I think he should do the rate cuts. We don't have really inflation now. I just said the major things are going down. Oil is great. Oil is way ahead of schedule, and that's because of our policies. But oil is down into the $60, $65 range now per barrel. And I told you, in certain states we have less than $2 for gasoline. And food is down. Groceries, as we call it, are down. Other than interest rates, everything's down. Interest rates are pretty flat. It's not that they're up, but we should be better than flat. We should, if he would lower the interest rate, I think it would have a good impact on that too. But the costs are down. We have very little inflation. I would say we have essentially no inflation. Hard to have inflation when oil goes down, and oil goes down. When Biden came in, oil went through the roof. That's what caused our problem. That and his very dumb spending. But when the oil prices go down, and they have gone down a lot, we've gotten it down really good. We've opened it up and we've gotten them down. And that means that people driving cars are going to be paying $2 and $2.50 instead of $4.50. And, you know, even at the end, and they tried just for the purpose of the election to get it down, but they had really lost that sucker. It was not good. But if they had won, oil right now would be at $7 or $8 because of their policy. And we're going to be at about $2. Could be even a little bit less than that. And you're starting to see it. So I don't.
One of the most fascinating things that Donald Trump says, in an endless sea of fascinating things that he says, is groceries. Whenever Donald Trump talks about groceries, he sounds like a fucking alien. He'll be like, the concept of grocery, a word, a term that people use. And I don't know if it's because, like, he's just so rich that he's never actually fucking went out to shop for his own groceries. So, like, he just thinks it's a thing that people do. He's never encountered it. But it's such a funny thing that he says that I feel like more people don't get weirded out by. Or the concept of groceries, as they call it, as I call it, beautiful word, grocery. Many people are talking about grocery. I don't know what it is. Old-fashioned word. No one uses it any longer. He's never done grocery shopping, so he thinks it's like a technical term. He's been in politics for years. There's no way he doesn't know what groceries are. Some weird reason, hyperfixation. No, of course he knows what groceries are. I just feel like maybe it's the way he talks. You know how I have like sentence modifiers to extend my train of thought when I'm bobbing and weaving in the same way that this fucking asshole is? And in a lot of instances, me cursing, or there's just like certain phrases that I always slap in between statements, right? And I feel like for Donald Trump, he does like he does that thing when he's like talking about groceries, as they call it. Like, that's just him trying to maintain his train of thought, and he's just enhancing the sentence that way, just slapping on a couple words, and it comes across like he is truly alien to the phenomena of groceries.
I don't know how you can have inflation when oil has come down quite a bit, and I would say the Fed really owes it to the American people to get interest rates down. That's the only thing he's good for, and he would have an effect on that if he lowered them. And I think at some point he will. He's going to have a lot of political.
I'm genuinely confused why Trump is fucking everything up so bad. Is it just money? No, he just sucks. He's stupid. He's incompetent. He does not care about what happens to the average American. That much is clear. That's it. Those are the reasons. And also, he's hell-bent on destruction. He has petty grievances that he will address no matter what the cost is. And seemingly, no one is interested in stopping him. No one in his administration this time around is interested in maintaining a loyalty to the state or to the regulatory bodies. Like last time, it was a leaky faucet in there, you know? There were people who would constantly come out and be like, nah, we're not doing this, or leak information to the press. Now, his entire goal, which perfectly aligns with Project 2025, mind you, is to make sure that every aspect of the administrative apparatus is loyal subjects of the God King, the Holy Emperor. So this allows him to behave in the insane ways that he wants to behave. This gives him a lot more opportunity than last time to, in the words of Felix Biederman, molest the money.
Pressure, you know, they are political also. And I think there's a lot of political pressure for him to lower interest rates. Yeah?
Yeah, this is a big point of contention here. He wants Jerome Powell to lower interest rates. He's like, you gotta lower him. You gotta lower him. We need more free money. That's what he's doing. He's like, I'll fuck up the economy. If you don't give me free money, I'll fuck it up. I'll fire you. I need more free money. Money, money, money. Breaking news, Trump takes multiple reporter questions while hosting. And Giorgia Meloni in the cabinet room. Why do we care about the Italy prime minister? What do you mean? It has nothing to do with Giorgia Meloni. It's just Donald Trump does conferences every day. And it's our favorite part of the day where he'll have a global leader sit there as he answers ridiculous fucking questions in the most ridiculous way possible.
A lot of people. I was going to say you might say on the other side.
Oh no. Oh, weird, gross, ew, yuck. As I've said before, okay, there are deflationary mechanisms that the state can engage in, okay? On the one hand, you have monetary policy. On the other hand, you have fiscal policy. But fiscal policy has to be conducted by the legislative body. Fiscal deflationary policy requires higher taxes. And I don't mean higher sales taxes, which has an inflationary aspect, especially if done by way of tariffs. I mean higher taxes take out money out of the market, specifically from the super wealthy. This would have a deflationary impact. But considering that we have no way of ever engaging in legislative action from the legislative body that is actually going to increase taxes specifically on the wealthy, it's just never going to happen. The only tool you have at your disposal is the monetary policy. That's precisely the reason why the interest rates have not come down. The only mechanism that is independent that can try and control the economy, try and control inflation. Trump, on the other hand, has a different attitude about all of this. He wants the fake money to keep pouring in. He wants it to be free. He wants people to feel like they have more money in their pockets. He wants he wants Jerome Powell to lower interest rates.
Okay, thank you very much, and we're going to be seeing you in a few minutes, right after lunch, for a press conference in the Oval Office. And I assume you'll all be there. It's the same group. If you had a question or so for the Prime Minister, please, you could ask. Anybody have a question? Okay, good. Then we'll just end it right now.
Prime Minister, you have said that the president's tariffs are wrong. Do you still believe that the United States is a reliable?
They always try to
It
help.
could only be her.
They
Should
always
the European Union still believe that the United States is a reliable trade partner?
Well, I'm here exactly to work for make the West stronger. For I believe in the West unity, and I think simply we have to talk
She
and
believes
find
in the
ourselves.
president. She believes in the president.
Also, and find ourselves in the best middle way to grow together. That's why I'm here. So, if I wouldn't think it's a reliable partner, I wouldn't be here.
We have a very good relationship together, and as countries, we have a very good relationship.
To follow up, Mr. President, what if there is not a trade deal with the EU by the time of the end of your 90-day pause on reciprocal?
Oh, there'll be a trade deal, 100%. Oh, well, you think there won't be? Of course there'll be a trade deal. Very much. They want to make one very, very much, and we're going to make a trade deal. I fully expect it, but it'll be a fair deal.
Are they on your priority list?
Everybody's on my priority list.
Mr. President, you plan to meet with the President.
Say it.
You plan to meet with
Wait, one at a time, please.
Wait.
No. First, no. You, and then we'll.
Do you plan to meet with the president of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen? Do you plan to have other meetings with EU leaders as well?
Many. We had a meeting yesterday with Japan. As you know, we've had numerous talks, very, very, at the highest level, frankly, with other countries. Yeah, we're doing very well, and we're moving along on trade very well. The United States was ripped off and taken advantage of by every country in the world, practically. I mean, I have to say practically, but just about everyone. That's not going to happen anymore, but we're going to make fair deals.
Mr. President Trump, given talks with Japan and Italy this week, do you expect to announce an initial trade deal with any of these countries by
At a certain point, yeah, we're in no rush. We're in no rush. You have to understand we're getting right now 25% on cars, 25% on steel, 25% on aluminum. We're getting a 10% baseline. We took that down just because it was, the appropriate thing to do until we decide what the number will be. And we're, taking in a lot of money, which we've never done before, frankly. With Biden, we were losing a fortune on trade. But we're moving along very nicely, and we're going to end up with a baseline of a substantial number, which we never got anything. The United States never got anything until I came along, and then I put very substantial tariffs on China, if you remember. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars, but then we had a rigged election, and it was just one of those little things, and it got away from us because Biden allowed every country in the world to rip off the United States, and I'm here to save our country.
Mr. President, on China, Mr. President, you said you have
Yeah,
China.
please.
You have said in the past that you aren't worried about allies growing closer to China as a result of your tariffs. And this week we saw Chinese President Xi Jinping visit with 3 of our allies. Should you be worried that
No.
they're growing closer?
No.
Mr. President, will you pick up the
Nobody can compete with us. Nobody.
You said that you have a good relationship with President Xi. Why not pick up the phone and call him and make a deal?
Oh, we're going to make a deal. We'll have a deal. I think we have
Mr. President?
I think we're going to make a very good deal with China.
Do you plan to reach out to him and call him?
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Mr. President Trump, Mr. President, you told me avoiding Marine One a couple months ago. I like her very much regarding Prime Minister Georgia Meloni. Will she be the one to mediate your relationship with Europe, do you think?
Well, I do like her very much. I think she's a great prime minister. I think she's doing a fantastic job in Italy. We're very proud of her. I knew her right from the beginning. I knew her as a very early prime minister, and I knew she had great talent. She's one of the real leaders of the world, and I'm very proud to be with her.
Prime Minister, how could she
I can't do better than that, right?
Yes, that's fantastic. Okay, we can close the press conference.
We should end the press conference. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Prime Minister, how quickly can you raise your defense spending?
Oh, well, Italy is the son of the nation.
Once again, DEI or die.
2%, as was requested.
It'll go up. Yeah.
Yes,
It'll go up.
and then Europe, and then Europe, as you know,
It's never enough.
Europe, as
It's
you know,
never.
Europe, as you know, is committed to do more, is working on tools to allow and help the member states in increasing the defense spending, and we are convinced that
What is
everyone
this?
has to do more.
Prime Minister, are you ready? Are the retaliatory tariffs that were passed before and then suspended still on the table?
No,
You
sorry,
can't make
please
it-
repeat it.
The retaliatory tariffs that the European Commission passed and then suspended, are they still on the table if you cannot make a deal with President Trump?
I'm sure we can make a deal, and I'm here to help on that. I cannot deal in the name of the European Union. My goal.
All right, we're going to begin this morning with a blunt new warning from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who says President Trump's trade war will hurt the U.S. economy with higher inflation and slower growth. As Powell spoke yesterday, markets dropped with all three major stock indexes losing ground. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning. So let's talk about what prompted the Fed chair to speak out.
Well, Vlad, typically when the economy slows down, as he's predicting...
I'm shocked that this will happen. Who could have foreseen this except for every single person that understands what tariffs look like? He's live again. This man is unstoppable, dude. He's signing another executive order. Oh, God, Lutnick is here. Oh, boy. Can't wait to hear what...
Massive areas of water. And
Can't wait to hear what this looks like, what this is about.
They sneak in, they poach.
He loves his little props.
But they fish in their own zones, so we're systematically disadvantaging our fishermen by not allowing them to fish in parts of our exclusive economic zone, while other countries have their own exclusive economic zones, and they're fishing the heck out of those.
So they're totally benefiting.
Now that you're allowing the U.S. fishing fleet to fish, they also serve as observers. And when they see poachers, they report them to the authorities. And so they are a big help to the U.S. Coast Guard. And so it's great for our U.S. food security.
I mean, we should have a trade surplus in fish, and we have a big trade deficit.
Crazy.
Because of all this. It's just crazy. Nothing.
Okay.
Familiar.
This is an easy one.
Very easy.
Hi, Mom. This is an easy one. This is crazy, huh?
Well, 80% of the seafood in the U.S. is imported.
Can you imagine that? We import seafood, and we have the greatest coast and fishing in the world.
Okay, so in Maine, they do something similar. I think it's like 500 miles or something, some crazy thing. And Canada goes and they fish there, other people fish there, Europe fishes there. The Maine lobster. You can't get Maine lobsters because Maine's forced to go for days out to some other area that's not as good. We have to free that up too.
We'll have that on your desk next week, I promise.
The Maine lobster, right? Yeah. It's incredible.
You did it last time and they undid it.
Canada fishes there, and we're not allowed to, yeah. I did it last time in Maine, and they undid it. That's why we have to stay president for a long time.
See, he's signaling it. He has to stay president for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, this is irrelevant, I think, unless he starts answering questions. Hasan might go. This conversation is super chill. Steiny has no idea that what a documented citizen is because he's talking about something completely different. Trump being bi/zesty is spot on. Damn, dude. Comments are fucking overwhelmingly positive on the Steiny app so far. Let's go. We are going to get to U.S. citizens also being detained by ICE, obviously. But let's get back to the Fed chair warning President Trump's tariffs could drive up prices. Did you already watch some of the Steiny app? No, not yet. I will later.
Unemployment goes up, but prices come down. That's something the Fed knows how to tackle by lowering interest rates. But now the Fed chair says Trump's huge new tariffs could lead to a different economic condition this country hasn't seen in decades.
Why'd you say
there isn't a modern experience of how to think about this?
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's tone was measured as he warned that President Trump's trade moves could take a rare toll.
The tariffs are larger than forecasters had expected, certainly larger than we expected, even in our upside case.
Powell said the tariffs are likely to drive prices up, while at the same time causing growth to slow and unemployment to rise, a combination of factors known as stagflation.
It's starting to look a little like the old days.
The last time the U.S. saw true stagflation was in the 1970s, when the global price of oil suddenly spiked.
Do these figures mean we're heading for the recession a lot of economists have been predicting, or will this be merely a slowdown?
As Powell spoke in Chicago, U.S. stock markets started to sink. The S&P fell more than 2%, the NASDAQ fell 3%. Even as Trump insisted online that America is back thanks to his tariffs.
This is recklessness at another level.
California's governor announced Wednesday his state is suing Trump. Gavin Newsom claims industries there, from tech to agriculture, stand to lose billions from Trump's trade war with China, Canada, and Mexico. In response to the lawsuit, the White House said the trade deficit is a national emergency and vowed to tackle it using every tool, including tariffs and negotiations.
The impact's already on the lack of investment. Any business.
You know what's really funny? Gavin Newsom had a totally scummy take about Abrego Garcia's unlawful, unjustifiable, illegal detention and deportation to El Salvador. He said it's a distraction. And yeah, for a guy like him, it is a fucking distraction, because he's losing his goddamn mind because this tariff war is cooking the California economy. But it's such a disgusting thing to say, especially when you're supposed to be the vanguard defending migrants in this fucking country, as the governor of the largest recipient of migrants, both undocumented and documented. You're a border state. Your policies have been significantly better than the rest of the country in terms of migrants. And you're over here being like, oh, it's just a distraction that the Trump administration is. It's just a distraction that the Trump administration to talk about the Trump administration undermining the Supreme Court's persuasive capabilities. Okay. Creating a constitutional crisis. It's just a distraction. Ridiculous. It's not a distraction. It, in my opinion, is literally worse overall than Trump imploding the global trade. Okay? Trump imploding global markets, Trump dropping a nuclear bomb on global trade as we know it is bad, but is reversible. Trump, on the other hand, dropping a nuclear bomb on due process and First Amendment rights and deportations to El Salvador and basically turning that into the normal process is not reversible. As of now, Content Cop 3.2 million views in one day. Content Nuke 3.3 million views all time. Yeah, that means that it has more than 3.2 million views in one day, because YouTube doesn't show the actual views. I saw that though, yeah. If it says 3.2, that means it's probably 3.4 at this point, because YouTube doesn't show the actual view count instantly, especially when a video's out in the first 24 hours. It takes a while for it to catch up. React to it, please. I did. Kind of sounds like Trump pumping up your view numbers. Wait, what? My view numbers? It's not my video. What chances do you think the Green Party will have breaking through Canada's election this month? I don't know. Lola Hassan needing view pumping? Yeah. Did that change on YouTube? I know it was a thing, but I thought it was only for like the first 4 hours. Yeah, not only did I watch it, come on, bro, it's basically your video, lol. I don't know why you're saying that, because if it was my video, I would have hyper focused, laser focused on just the politics of it all, for the record. As I have covered Ethan Klein's insane extended crash out over the course of the past couple of months, and every single time I did, I hyper focused either on quickly talking about whatever kind of slanderous statement he was making about me, and then moving on to issues that actually matter, which is issues that pertain to the politics of it all. That's what I care about. That's what I do. This was D's framing, and likely why people are coming in here saying that. His viewers are saying you paid to commission the video. Yeah, definitely. It's good that this to me implies that the haters have reached a new level of copium if they're simply engaging in QAnon style conspiracies again to suspect that I paid iDubbbz to make this video. The video was about friendship and a bunch of people are just inserting themselves in the conversation. Yeah, for many it's more. It's more than that. For a lot of iDubbbz's former fans, this video is just another moment where iDubbbz is turning into DEI Dubs. You know, he's woke now. He's just completely captured. There's an order of priority for right-wing reactionaries online. It's just about who they resent more, right? I'm the #1 enemy. Ethan used to be the #1 enemy for a lot of them. I have become the #1 enemy for many of them, which is why they will lend support to Ethan strategically while still saying he sucks. Okay? And this, for many of iDubbbz's former fans, fallen fans, was a horrible moment because they don't really like Ethan either, but they certainly hate me and, you know, Brogan and Denims and all these other like usual villains of the Keemstar Orbiter drama slop tubers. So it is a collection of some of the worst parts of the internet coming together to be like, this sucks actually. But I think a lot of normies, but I think for a lot of normies, they probably look at this and they're like, oh, XQC watched it and was on Ethan Klein's side. Yeah, that's not even remotely shocking. That's the least shocking thing I've ever heard. Again, XQC's order of priority is fuck Hasan. That's at the tip. That's at the top. So if someone is doing fuck Hasan, he's not gonna like. He'll maybe be a little bit critical, but he'll jump on the fuck Hasan ship. I'm begging you to get back to meaningful news, please. Dude, this is hilarious. Brother, I took a fucking 3-minute sidestep after 2 hours and 3 minutes of nonstop news coverage, and you literally can't even stand for a fucking, not even a 3-minute, like a 30-second sidestep. It's like, dude, get back to the news right now. Calm down. The sheer cope and the cult's kind of fun to watch. Apparently hitting 3 million views in a day is doing poorly. I think the concept of like content comp and call out videos like this are a remnant of an old internet. That's just the unfortunate reality. I think most people just know how shitty their favorite content creators are and they don't give a shit. And the reality of the matter is, like, even with someone like myself, right? There is an endless sea of misinformation that people have pumped out there that has created this idea that I'm like a fucking arch villain, right? Just a bad person who doesn't care about the issues he speaks on, grifter, yada, yada, yada. And of course, people that want to make up their own minds can come here and, you know, look into it on their own. But for many people, even like truly evil content creators, like that do awful shit, truly awful shit, their audiences don't really care. Like there's nothing that will shake away people's support. Maybe you can like maybe you can chip away at some of those in the margins, but that's it. I used to be an Asman fan before he fell off the cliff. Yeah, I mean, that happens. There's still people that, again, there's still people that are independent thinkers, people that choose to make up their own minds instead of being fucking manipulated by some of the dumbest people that you've ever encountered, that lay out a convincing argument by rehashing shit that they saw on subreddits, right? Just basically repeating Reddit comments and then slapping that together and being like, well, this is my well-sourced YouTube essay. California, should Newsom run for president? 59% no. I love that. I'm definitely firmly in the 59% camp there. They are perma-stalk calling you terrorist, so that makes people curious. Yeah. Do you think the video will make Ethan rethink some things? I would be shocked. Genuinely shocked. If you listen to the Steiny app, he brings up Ethan, I think, towards the end. And he's like, can there ever be reconciliation? And I basically said, like, he would have to apologize for all of the things that he's done. He'd have to, like, look within. And he literally laughed at that. He was like, that's not going to happen. So... Anyway. The entire reason I'm here is because someone hated on you one time, and instead of watching the 5 out of context clips in the Discord, I came here and sat for a stream. Almost a year later, I'm basically here every fucking day. The ironic thing is people who posted those clips probably would agree with a lot of what you would have to say if they actually would just watch you for an hour. I know. Yeah, 100%. That's why I try to uncompromisingly keep doing what I'm doing, with the hopes that, with the belief, maybe it's naivete, but the belief that like people will, maybe by accident, by choice, maybe will come in here and make up their own minds, even if the well has been poisoned long before they ever encounter my content, without a filter that says this is the worst evil villain of all time. You said, bro, people hate watch you all the time. No, I know that. I'm saying that there's only so much hate watching you can do before you realize, like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what am I doing? This person I don't think is the evil villain that I think he is. You know? I think there are plenty of people in here that also came in with that motivation and then had their minds changed too.
Person, small or large, uncertainty is the #1 enemy. Just give us certainty.
President Trump met with a Japanese trade delegation yesterday. He said they made big progress in their talks. But after Powell's sobering warning, President Trump is firing back. This morning, he posted that Powell should have lowered interest rates a long time ago and that his termination cannot come fast enough. Nate?
Nancy, thank you.
I wanted Trump. You wanted Trump? Yep. There was no way in hell I wanted her out there. But now I don't know. What would have been better? What were you expecting? I was expecting the lower cost of a lot of just your everyday living things and hoping that he would make things better for everybody in America, because that's what we need. Groceries are already outrageous, and then we put the tariffs on across the seas or whatever, like China, all that. It just makes everything more expensive for everybody.
Jamie Basinger is the only person we met in eastern South Dakota who openly questioned her own political views. Most people we talked to said it was risky to talk about politics here, even as the effects of Trump's tariffs loomed over the agricultural economy in an area that voted for him by about 70%. Generally, opinions were divided between trust Trump's plan and how can you still like this guy.
Wait, so Becky, let me ask one thing. Are you in a politically mixed marriage?
Yeah, did you see the Joe Biden sign? Would you like to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
Becky Hofer was not afraid to talk. She's a Democrat.
No. Chatters are saying you predicted this segment. No, not yet. Not yet. Okay, wait for it. I don't know if it'll happen.
And her husband is a conservative.
Like, I predicted this stuff as well, but there's one thing that I said. There's one thing that I said that I need to see with my own two eyes. I said yes, that the former vice journalist is going to go to Trump country. They're going to talk about how fucking sad they are. But there's one aspect of this that hasn't been fulfilled yet. Okay.
Non-voter.
What is
She's
this?
a freight broker. Basically, if a company needs to ship bricks, she'll find you a flatbed truck. If you need to ship meat, she'll get you a refrigerated truck.
Ooh, you need the truck tomorrow? Can you guys, like, fork a pallet jack into the back of the trailer for him to pallet jack him to the front?
This gives her a window into real-time shifts in the economy.
Everybody's nervous. People are making different decisions for different reasons, but, you know, some of it's hesitation, some of it's actual price changes. Everybody just wants some stability right now.
And those shifts can be complex. She says China's retaliatory tariffs on American pork and beef could lead to higher prices on fruit.
Right now it's produce season in California. We need to get out to California. What goes out to California? Meat. We haul pork. We haul beef. Where does it go? It goes to Asia. If it doesn't go, the price of produce is going to go up even that much more because they're going to have to pay more for the trucks.
You know, as we've talked about, you're in a really conservative area, very pro-Trump area. Like, do you feel frustrated in trying to talk to your neighbors about what's going on?
Yeah, you know, it's the biggest thing that frustrates me is that I just feel like nobody cares right now until it affects them. And I don't understand how they don't see that. They're not dumb. These people aren't dumb. And they're not unkind people and selfish people and thoughtless people, so I don't understand why they're okay with it.
Hofer introduced us to her neighbor Rod Olerud, who is feeding cattle and who, for now, is okay with it.
I just think we need to let the president do what he's doing, and we need to just see what's going to happen here and give him a little latitude so that, you know, if it doesn't work, then we're going to have to try something different.
Okay. So you're willing to let the president try some stuff to see?
Yes, to see if this works. Let's give the president a chance, and we'll just have to go from there. Looks like a little boy.
Tommy Baruth thinks we already give it a chance. He's a retired soybean farmer who saw what happened in 2018 when Trump put tariffs on China.
The export market just went right down the tubes because these countries could buy them from other places cheaper. Brazil and other countries were the ones that benefited from that.
I read that it stayed that way, that now China buys a lot more from Brazil.
Exactly. And a lot of times those markets don't come back.
Doug Bjerke runs a lawn mowing business. He says Trump's plan will work out in the long term, even if some crop prices.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize. Why? Pure faith. Pure faith placed upon. Pure faith placed upon a man who has done nothing to deserve said faith. We are simply wish casting. Okay? It's just cultish thinking. It's fucking hilarious. Like, oh, it's gonna work out. Why is it gonna work out? I don't know. It'll just work out. I have placed faith on the man, the myth, the legend, my goat, the God King Savior, Donald Trump. I wish I could have someone love me like this. Okay, Jesus Christ.
It's his fault.
Yeah, the price might come down, but when them people start starving, they're going to come back to the table.
You mean in the other countries?
Yeah, we're a gracious nation feeding the world, and we shouldn't have to without getting something for it.
What?
Rick Ekman says in the 3 days after the tariffs, cattle futures dropped below the point of break even for his farm.
We had him do this before.
Yeah, he really likes you.
No.
Did you vote for Trump?
No. No, I did not.
Why not?
You want me to be truthful? I think to get to where he's at today, he's stepped on people, and he's got no morals, I don't think. I don't like the man. I don't like him.
Hassan is part of the male loneliness epidemic. True.
Do support.
I don't know. I guess I don't see anything good about him.
Does it affect the way you think about America?
It scares me.
Terry Nebelsick, a lifelong Republican and retired school superintendent, was very careful in how he talked about the political climate. He's concerned that Trump's push to dissolve the Department of Education will cut public school funds for needy kids, potentially at a time of economic turmoil.
If poverty...
They're whispering because they're in an area of South Dakota that voted for Trump by roughly 70%. So any kind of dissent against dear leader must be done in a hush-hush manner, okay? You never know. You never know where the prying eyes are. You never know who might overhear this conversation. They're like, oh yeah, I didn't vote for him. I'm so sorry. No, it is okay that he is completely destabilizing the global economy and ruining my livelihood. It is fine. Things will work out, I think.
It's happening to adults. Children are hurting. And where adults sometimes just have to work through it and make sure there's food on the table. During that time, we have children and adolescents who are forming who they're going to be. And I do think that the public school is a collecting point for people to be able to reach those kids and make sure that they're fed and have medical attention and have their basic needs met.
Again and again, our conversations in this Midwestern nice town came back to character and values.
When Sheila and I raised our children, we taught them to be honest, you know, not try to cheat anybody, to respect. Trump doesn't do any of those things.
Do you find a lot of farmers around here agree with you, or are they fans of Trump?
This is a very Republican state. I think it's too soon for them to say they're wrong.
Ellie, I love the conversations that you are able to bring to us and bring to light. Given everything that we just saw, do the Trump supporters that you spoke to, do they regret their vote?
I get that question so much, particularly from people in bluer states, and again they say no. Right. They really put a lot of faith in him. One man described him as courageous, and they said people have told me they're willing to take a serious financial hit to their own personal finances in order to let him do his thing, because they really have faith in him that he's the only one willing to do what needs to be done.
To turn it around. I find that fascinating that they are willing to say, I'm willing to take the hit.
Yeah.
You know, take that pain, but how long? That's that big question now. It's great to see you. Thank you.
So, talking about the tariffs, obviously over the last several weeks, we've seen Donald Trump, the president, losing support among voters writ large over the tariffs. His numbers on the economy are going south. He's hemorrhaging support among independents on the economy. But what about Trump voters?
Yeah, get ready for Holy Toledo.
Voters, how do they feel about all this? One man can answer that question. He just happens to be the one man standing beside me right now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. Let's talk about Trump voters and how they feel. Do they regret their vote?
I mean, this is the big question, right? I hear all these stories.
It's funny how liberals constantly sold this lie that their country is noble and selfless, and now it's that exact false marketing that is destroying liberalism because Republicans are too stupid, so they fall for it, and too selfish, so they hate. You sound like a Chinese netizen. with how poetic you got there. It's the highest order of praise I can offer any chatter one day.
Stories, all these articles, all the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2024. What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month.
Dude, oh hell yeah. What a fucking cult. Dude, oh, amazing. Amazing, 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 amazing. What? Doomer TV? All people here already know this is happening. Give us what we need. How you learn from other edutainment creators. Reach us and not try and convince the Nazis. Guess chamber, take lies, be swole. Be who you wish, Bernie, and other people like you are, bruh. Bro, are you okay? What the fuck are you saying?
What percentage would change their vote to a different candidate? We're talking just 2%, just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. We're talking overall under 5% might or would have changed their vote.
How do you not look at this and get doomer pilled? I mean, dude, it's cult. It's cult shit. It's a cult, baby. These people, I think, one, due to their anger and resentment towards institutions, and Donald Trump certainly is punishing those institutions, and two, due to a lack of alternative from their assessment, someone like Bernie, or the Democratic Party adopting Bernie's messaging and being like a left populist movement in general, literally look at the situation and go, yeah, I got no other options. Who the fuck else am I going to vote for? The woke and gays? And because of that, I think Donald Trump could literally line them up and shoot them one by one, and the remainder would still say, nah, there's some purpose for this. There's some purpose for this. There's a higher purpose here. That's it. This shouldn't make you black-pilled, however. It should not. One, because sometimes these polls are not exactly accurate, and two, people have the capacity to change their minds. You can try to ease that process of mind changing by ensuring that people do not feel resentful or embarrassed or silly. I know we like to have fun looking at, you know, the soybean farmer that's like in tears saying, I voted for you, Mr. President. Please, I'm begging you not to do these terrorists. What are you doing? You're killing my family. Okay. And there is a reason for that. I mean, sometimes we're gonna, you know, enjoy the ride a little bit because we're getting fucked over in this process too. Might as well enjoy the show for the brief moments. But ultimately, when you're addressing people in the real world, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be fucking annoying, smarmy, elitist. You should do everything in your power to be open-minded and understanding, demonstrate empathy, and recognize that everyone has the capacity to change. But more importantly than these guys who don't fucking, who are voting for Donald Trump and haven't changed their minds yet, there are plenty of people who are inactive that you can organize. There are plenty of people who did not vote that you can get on board. So it's not just the Trump voters that you can change the minds of, even though plenty of them can have their minds changed. The reason why they haven't had their minds changed is not just because of their cult-like thinking, but because there is no alternative that they see as an earnest counterbalance to all of the madness and mania of the Trump regime.
Vote Donald Trump voters back in 2024, and then you ask, okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters, and it turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, if folks got to be able to redo their vote that they had back in 2024, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be. I doubt it would be, or it would still be extremely close. The bottom line is, for all this talk of Trump voters regretting their vote, in the numbers, it really just doesn't show up, John.
So the stickiness with Trump voters and President Trump in this presidency, how does it compare to his first presidency?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I was interested in sort of a historical analogy here, sort of, does this look similar or different from back in 2017, looking at 2016? Well,
the reason why felt bad about my voters in 2017 was a higher percentage. Well, despite the fact that demonstrably he did less bad shit in that short period of time, for the record, is because a lot of new people were voting for him, assuming that he was an outsider, that was more moderate than the way that the media had presented him. Okay? That's a big part of the reason. It wasn't because of the impact of his policies, but more so that he was new. Like, people voted for him. You're laughing when I say moderate, but yes, I think you forget how people perceive Hillary Rodham Clinton, okay, for a lot of good reason and also even insane ones. You literally are talking about a group of voters that range from saying she is a pedophilic vampire to people that directly see her as the human manifestation of like all of the out of touch elitist technocratic approaches that have ruined the economy for a lot of people in the Rust Belt. And for others, the person who did Benghazi, which is such a big deal, the Benghazi and the butter emails. Both of those things are true. No, she's not a vampire. Pedophilic, yes. Vampire, no. Anyway, that's besides the point. Vampires are not real. That's what I meant. So, my point is, Trump was seen as an outsider who was uncorruptible, an uncorruptible force that tells you how it is. That's how people saw it in 2016. And then very quickly, the media immediately started tackling this issue, saying, this is not us. This is not who we are as America. 2024, this is who we are as America. It's even more shocking that after 4 years of Trump and January 6th, Americans were like, nah, I'm still going to go with this guy who's going to fucking take a chainsaw to the administrative state. Because fuck the government, fuck the institutions, fuck the Democratic Party. I want to nuke it all. That's part of the reason why this time around there's less people that are like, yeah, I don't know about my vote.
Well, in February of 2017, 4% of Trump voters say they'd shift their vote. That's actually slightly more than the 3% this time around. So, you know, you look back, you say, okay, there's these Trump voters who really regret their vote. Historically speaking, they really don't regret their vote. And if anything, the number this time around is actually smaller than it was the first time around. And it's certainly...
I still don't get it. Sorry. It's because people know who Trump is. This is not a surprise at this point for people. That's why it's an even smaller percentage. It's also obviously not shocking that people refuse to reckon with their mistakes, and they would rather delude themselves. They would rather delude themselves into thinking, no, I still made the right choice. Things will work out. You know?
Smaller than the number we saw coming out of 2020, of course, after the events of January 6th. So the bottom line is this. If there's some idea out there that Trump voters are going around, man, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump, the numbers say that is a fanciful universe. It really, for the most part, does not exist.
What about the Republican brand in general? Any evidence that people are, you know, leaving that brand faster than they're leaving the Democrats?
Yeah, exactly. You know, yesterday we spoke about Trump's approval rating, right? But it's very important to note, nothing cannot be nothing That is, when you put two folks together or two folks against each other, the results might look different than just looking at one of them. And on this particular measure, which I think is so important, because what we saw in 2024 was Republicans getting a rare lead on party identification. It was a 1-point lead according to Gallup. Look at where it was in an average of Gallup polls so far this year, plus 2 points for Republicans. If anything, the Republican brand has actually perhaps gotten a smidgen stronger, though these are within the margin of error. Very different from 2017, when Democrats held a 5-point advantage. And I'll finally note, this looks very much like the generic ballot trend, which in 2025 looks an awful bit like November of 2024, when Republicans, of course, won and held the House.
Long way to say that the Democratic Party's incompetence and overall horrifying approval ratings is creating a situation where Trump continues to destroy the economy, Trump continues to destroy due process, rip apart the fucking Constitution, and yet people still go, best we got. When you say trans issue, I bet, that right there is the greatest demonstration of what I'm talking about. Okay? The very fact that we still spend any time talking about trans people, which are such a tiny sliver percentage of the population, when all of the things that I just mentioned in terms of global markets on fire, American dollar dominance possibly on its way out, okay? Not immediately, but, you know, accelerating the process. American empire dying. The mass layoffs at the federal level, the undermining of the regulatory agencies, undermining of the Constitution, undermining of due process, black bagging random people in the middle of the fucking street, and then openly admitting that you made a mistake and then refusing to listen to a unanimous Supreme Court decision to return this person. Like, all of that is insane. And yet people still want to talk about trans people. Do you understand? Do you understand how fucking insane that is? The fact that people can't recognize this as a distraction is so sad. And the only reason why people can't recognize this as a distraction is because there is no definable trait of the Democratic Party. The counterbalance against rising fascism in this country is nothing. It's just a bunch of platitudes at best. It's defined perfectly by Cory Booker's 24-hour filibuster. That was not even filibustering against a fucking bill. You understand? That's how the Democratic Party is defining itself as in this unique moment. Not with Senator Van Hollen's actions, not with Bernie Sanders and AOC doing the fighting oligarchy tour, even though that in and of itself is also not enough either. So for a lot of these people, it's just, there's nothing. There's no definable characteristic of the party that is supposed to be not the Republican Party. So what are people supposed to expect here? Like, I know that this is a lot of animosity, a lot of dumb people, a lot of reactionary tendencies as well, but like, if that is already existing, you have to combat it. You have to work. You have to actively undermine these reactionary tendencies. You have to build a base of support. You have to be a counterbalance. It takes years to change the trajectory. It takes years to change people's attitudes about these sorts of things. And the Democrats have done nothing. They've done nothing. And now, uneducated VOD frog, what made you say Bernie should push support for Hamas in Congress in a recent stream? Genuine question. I understand that they are resistant groups against Israel's occupation, but they haven't also been authoritarian and aggressive towards the Gaza population. Is that just propaganda, or are you saying that since Israel's the occupier bombing children and the focus should be on them instead of Hamas? Well, that's the second thing that you already arrived at, yes. Yes, you asked the question, and I think you asked a question because you were genuinely interested in hearing my perspective, and then you figured it out immediately. I didn't say Bernie Sanders should push support for Hamas. I said that Bernie Sanders, if he wanted to, could stop a bill like this from getting unanimous consent, but it would be at it would be a political cost that he would have to bear here, but he could use that as an opportunity to change the discourse surrounding who the real villains are in the story. And the real villains of the story is not Hamas. No matter how hard fucking American media, every organization, every institution, the entire political class universally says it is Hamas. It is Hamas. Hamas are terrorists. It is Israel. They hold all the cards. They hold all the power. The problem ultimately is that Bernie Sanders doesn't think Israel is the villain in the story, or at least Israel is a villain, but not the major villain in the story. And that's wrong. Israel is the major villain in the story, is the primary villain. And the primary responsibility lies on Israel.
Escalating legal and constitutional battle over the Trump administration's deportations. A federal judge is threatening to start a contempt investigation for willful disregard of his order to halt deportation flights under a law meant for wartime. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. This is a dramatic escalation in the fight between the Trump administration and the courts. A federal judge arguing the administration defied his court order and then boasted about it in a scathing rebuke, saying willful disobedience of judicial orders without consequences would, quote, make a solemn mockery of the Constitution itself. This morning, a federal judge is threatening to open a high-stakes contempt investigation into the Trump administration for deporting more than 200 Venezuelan migrants to a notorious prison in El Salvador, despite the judge's order that they be returned to the U.S. immediately. Questioning why the administration allowed these flights last month to go ahead, Judge James Boasberg declaring the administration displayed a willful disregard for his order, determining there was probable cause to find them in contempt. The judge saying he will begin contempt proceedings if the administration does not give each deportee the chance to challenge their detention. Boasberg even proposing appointing an independent lawyer to prosecute the government for contempt. The president has boasted of the deportations, claiming without evidence that the men are all violent gang members. But the administration is facing growing backlash over the status of this man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, an undocumented migrant from El Salvador. He was living with his American wife and children.
What's a contempt proceeding? One of the powers that a judge is basically a god inside of the courtroom. So one of the powers that any judge has is to hold people in contempt. So if there is a lawful order that the court presents and a citizen or non-citizen, like anybody, refuses to abide by that lawful order, they have the capacity to basically fucking arrest you and jail you. And then outside of the courtroom, they're a peasant. Okay, wouldn't go that far, but yeah. Yeah. If you are found in contempt of a court order, you can literally be jailed for an extended period of time. Yeah, by the way, do you want to know why it was good that I didn't cover the shooting story instantly as some demanded? The local news affiliate that covered the story said that there were 5 deaths, and then they had to erase, they had to like literally go back on their initial coverage. So that's the reason why I don't immediately cover mass shootings. Okay, they had to rescind it.
In Maryland when he was put on that plane, despite a 2019 court order that he not be deported to his native country because he might face danger there. A mistake the administration previously acknowledged. In a unanimous ruling, the Supreme Court ordered the administration to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release. But the president, who is paying El Salvador $6 million to keep the migrants, says it's up to that country to send him back.
The entire purpose has been to bring Abrego Garcia home.
Visiting El Salvador, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen says he asked the country's vice president why they're keeping Abrego Garcia.
His answer was that
essentially the Trump administration is paying the government of El Salvador taxpayer money to keep this person here despite the court order.
The White House insists Abrego Garcia is a violent gang member, even though he has not been criminally convicted in the U.S. or El Salvador. In 2019, a confidential informant named him as a member of the MS-13 gang, but judges have found that evidence unconvincing. The White House now noting that in 2021, his wife obtained a temporary protective order against him, but no charges were ever filed, and that case was later closed. Now she's fighting for her husband's safe return, but the administration says that will never happen.
He is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story.
The White House is standing by their actions, and just days after Trump welcomed the president of El Salvador here to the White House, Trump saying he would send even more deportees to that notorious prison if they had room. ABC News now learning that President Bukele plans to double the size of that facility.
The prison in El Salvador, where Kilmar Abrego Garcia was sent, the Trump administration says by mistake, is...
A lot of people ask why there is no proof of life here, or why they refuse to entertain this, or they refuse to reverse the decision and make up for their mistakes. And a lot of the speculation, understandably, revolves around the notion that Abrego Garcia is most likely dead, killed in this COACHELLA facility. The reason why I don't entertain this without any proof whatsoever is because, one, I think it's an unproductive speculation to entertain, and two, because I think there is a different reason. I do. While I understand why people feel that that this is the worst outcome and it might have happened, the reason why I don't want to entertain it, aside from the fact that I think it's disrespectful to the victims, disrespectful to the family, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to cut away at like the idea that he is someone who can still be returned to U.S. soil. The other reason is because I think the government does not want to set a precedent where they admit to a mistake and then have to restore, have to basically go back on what their decision is, because it plays a role in their broader goal of using El Salvador and the COACHELLA facilities as a concentration camp you will never return from. Their goal is to use El Salvador and COACHELLA as a concentration camp that you cannot return from, as a death camp, functionally, the de facto death camp. The other reason is because it would offer direct voice to the cruelty inside of these facilities from someone who has been returned from these facilities. And I think that it would be too much for even the racist Americans to bear. That's why it would turn into Trump won with the deterrence policy that Trump won implemented quickly falling apart and even playing a role in Trump losing the election. The child deterrence policies were so horrible and so horrifying that it literally made Republicans go, okay, we don't want this. This is too much. Even racist Americans were like, all right, well, that's a bridge too far for me. They can't have that, especially because that would totally ruin their grand design here. That will totally ruin their greater goal, their greater cause. The ultimate goal of using this as a concentration camp or a death camp or a slave labor camp that is outside of the reach of America, even though it's not outside of the reach of America, obviously, but like to claim that it is outside of the reach of America.
Is one of the largest maximum security prisons in Latin America. In recent weeks, that prison has become a kind of photo op for members of the Trump administration and his Republican supporters in the U.S. Congress. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem toured the prison in March, posting an Abu Ghraib-style video and photos of herself in front of a crowded cell. This week, Republican Congressman Jason Smith of Missouri posted his own photo from inside the prison in El Salvador. So did Republican Congressman Riley Moore of West Virginia, who shared this photo, double thumbs up, in front of the cells of the prison. Today, another lawmaker arrived in El Salvador, this time a Democrat, and he's there for a very different reason. He is the senior senator from the state where Kilmar Abrego Garcia lived with his family until the Trump administration had him arrested and took him to this foreign prison in a move the administration, again, admitted was what they called an administrative error. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland landed in El Salvador today with the hope that he might see Mr. Abrego Garcia or be able to talk to him.
I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on.
Senator Van Hollen landing in El Salvador today, hoping for a chance to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia in that prison. Senator Van Hollen says the vice president of El Salvador told him he would not be able to do that when he met with him today. Joining us now for the interview is Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, who joins us from El Salvador. Senator, thank you so much for what you're doing and for being here with us tonight. I know it's been a very long day.
It has, Rachel, but as you said in the intro, I promised Kilmar's family that I would do everything I could to bring him home because, as you said, a court in the United States has determined that he was illegally abducted from the United States and landed in the most notorious prison in El Salvador. So that's why I raised these issues directly with the vice president of El Salvador. The president is not in the country now, so I met with the vice president to talk about these issues and ask for the opportunity to go visit Kilmar.
What's sort of the range of potential outcomes here that you think are possible? What are you hoping to accomplish on this trip? And how did those expectations match up with the experience that you had today meeting with the country's vice president and hearing what you did from him?
Well, my goal is to keep a spotlight on this issue until justice is done, until the 9-0 opinion by the Supreme Court is implemented by the Trump administration, which is ignoring entirely that order that they need to facilitate his return. I asked the folks at the embassy whether they'd been ordered by the administration to do anything to facilitate his return. The answer was no, so they're clearly not in compliance. And I said to the vice president of El Salvador, look, you've got somebody in your worst prison, the prison for terrorists, who the United States court has said has committed no crime. And so I asked him if he had any evidence that Kilmar.
The United States, much like many other countries, also has a non-extradition policy for prisons that are even worse somehow than American prison conditions, for the record. And that is for people who have done crimes on Salvadoran soil. So if an American citizen had done a crime on Salvadoran soil, the U.S. literally would not send the American citizen to El Salvador up until this administration that is entertaining people that have done crimes as Americans on American soil to be shipped off. This in the United States history has never happened. Okay? exile is not a thing that the United States government has ever done. Ironically enough, it is one of the fundamental principles that started this nation. This is a literal fucking prison colony because the British used to do this, and they kept sending more prisoners from England to the United States of America. This was literally part of the gripe that the founders had. It is perhaps one of the most unconstitutional acts of all time. Australia is the same as the United States of America. So there's never been a moment where the American government went, you are an American citizen, but we are going to ship your ass to a different country. With one exception, I believe, I was listening to an NPR piece on this. There were some Chinese Americans that came back from China after spending a period of time there, and I believe they were stopped at the border. Like, they were stopped from entering the country. I think that was like one of the only instances. That's still, in this circumstance, is like not an instance where like an American citizen has ever been fucking exiled from inside of U.S. soil. It happened to Mexicans in the 50s? Yes. The only other time where it took place was the Bracero, in the aftermath of the Bracero program, where Operation WB were, I'm just gonna say it, Operation Wetback, which was the official, it's racist, but the official name for it. When that took place, they actually took Mexican Americans, like Americans of Mexican descent, and other Latinos that were American citizens, and accidentally deported them as well in these dragnet operations. Interestingly enough, that is what Donald Trump has championed. Okay? Donald Trump has championed this policy. He's talked about this operation as a wonderful one that he wants to repeat when he was running for office. I explained it. Okay?
Was a member of MS-13 or had committed any crimes, and he said no. So I asked him why he was keeping Kilmar in prison here, and his answer was that essentially the Trump administration is paying the government of El Salvador taxpayer money to keep this person here despite the court orders. So my goal, Rachel, is to make sure that we keep the spotlight on this issue, because I think it's unsustainable. It's unsustainable to continue to keep a person who has not been convicted of a crime in the worst prison in El Salvador, when the Trump administration admitted itself to a judge that this was a mistake. But instead of fixing the mistake, they fired the Justice Department lawyer who admitted it was a mistake.
I just want to underscore what you just said there, that you were told by the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador that they have received no request from the White House or from the Justice Department, from any other entity in Washington, asking them to take any steps to obtain the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia. Presumably, it's the local U.S. officials at the embassy there who would be the relevant point of contact, the first point of contact for the U.S. government trying to attain that outcome, correct?
Well, that's exactly right. And it is pretty clear that the Trump administration has not lifted a finger to implement that court order. And so I think it's important that the courts know that, and they will know that. And again, denying his family an opportunity to even have a phone call with Kilmar is just a gross violation of basic human rights and human decency. And, you know, I asked the vice president if I came back next week, whether or not I could go visit Kilmar. And the answer was no, he couldn't guarantee that. I said, look, I may be the first member of Congress here, the first senator, but I can assure you more will be coming. And you cannot continue to keep this man locked up in this worst prison in El Salvador, and one of the worst in the hemisphere, when he hasn't committed a crime. And so we're going to keep at this. And I asked the vice president just to let him out the gate, because you may remember at the White House, the president of El Salvador said, well, you know, we can't smuggle Kilmar back into the United States. He said, you don't have to smuggle him back to the United States. We know you can't do that. Just open the prison door. And Attorney General Pam Bondi said the United States would send a plane down here. And if she doesn't, at least he would be free for now in El Salvador as we work to find a way to get him back into the court system and due process in the United States. Again, nothing.
You mentioned that other.
So,
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I think you.
There's other senators that are going, by the way. For those of you saying like bullshit, I don't think that other senators are going. No, even Cory Booker has like seen this as an opportunity to at least like do Cory Booker propaganda. But you know, it's great. You should do this.
I mean, this is of course about the family and making sure the family gets justice. But it's also, as you say, about the Trump administration trying to deprive individuals in the United States of their liberty without any due process, right? This is like taking away people's freedom. That does not sound like a conservative idea to me. That is something that, of course, authoritarian governments engage in, and it's a very fast road to tyranny if we don't all stand up against it.
You mentioned the possibility, and now it seems like the likelihood that other members of Congress are going to make their way to El Salvador. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey has expressed interest in going. Congressman Maxwell Frost, the young congressman from Florida, has formally requested a congressional delegation, a CODEL, to El Salvador. Given that a couple of
the media tour sadly reflects the values of the Democrats. I don't care, man. What are you talking about? Who gives a fuck? Yes. It's done for optics, but you're putting bodies on the line. It's fine. Why the fuck don't you run for office instead of just constantly shitting on every single Democrat in government all the time? This is literally me defending Democrats in government. What are you talking about? Are you all right? I'm currently defending the Democrat in office doing the right thing, and even defending him against chatters who are yelling at the congressperson for doing the right thing.
of Republican members of Congress who are supporters of what Trump has done using this prison have somehow gotten into the prison and been able to take photo ops there, given that the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, was able to get in and do a photo op there. I wonder what you make of the El Salvadoran government sort of opening the door to allow Trump administration officials and Republican supporters of President Trump in there to make essentially social media content while still denying you the opportunity to get inside.
Well, you're right. That's clearly what's happening. I mean, you have the government of El Salvador, the president of El Salvador, make this deal with the Trump administration. I think it's $15 million that the Trump administration is going to be paying El Salvador to essentially take these folks from the United States who have been denied due process in the case of Kilmar. And again, Republicans seem to be happy to take photo ops at this site and celebrate the fact that the President of the United States is ignoring court orders and that the government of El Salvador is keeping this guy locked up who's committed no crime at all. So I do think, though,
by the way, this will also perfectly demonstrate why I'm so resentful all the time of the idiotic notion presented by Nancy Pelosi time and time again, which is that we want a strong Republican Party. This is not normal. The Republican Party is not Trump, and Trump is not the Republican Party. There's a different Republican Party out there. No, there isn't. Shut the fuck up. You are a delusional monster at this point. If you go, oh, there's got to be a real Republican Party out there, a strong Republican Party. It's like, no, you don't want that. The Republicans never say we want a strong Democratic Party. They've never said that because they're not fucking stupid. Here it is, your strong Republican Party in full display. This is what the strong Republican Party does. You like it? I certainly don't. The idea that these fucking geriatric Nazis are going to behave any differently than they have so far is stupid. At least the Democrats, by design, are supposed to object to this sort of behavior. So some of them are wisening up to that reality, whether it's for their own personal political ambitions of reaching higher office or because they do truly care about their constituencies. Doesn't matter. They're doing something. The Republicans, on the other hand, this is what they're doing. This is what they were voted in to do.
As we continue to put the spotlight on this injustice, that they ultimately will have to let him go. I believe that will be the case because I believe people will keep pressing for justice.
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen joining us live tonight from El Salvador. Sir, thank you again for making time to be here and helping us understand this and explain it to our audience. Please keep us apprised. I know a lot of people are worried about you being there, given what's going on between our government and the government of El Salvador and the kind of language used by their president in talking about this standoff. So please be safe, keep us apprised, and we'll look forward to having you back on soon.
What's he gonna do?
Will do. Thank you, Rachel.
You're literally acting like a panican right now, loser. A panican about something that already took place? What are you talking about?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
But then there's also legitimate arguments on the other side. Like the other side is making a very legitimate argument about the right to due process if you get processed and shipped out of the country and put in a prison in El Salvador. You know, what is the quote? Was it Benjamin Franklin's quote about innocent and that it's better to allow 10 guilty people to go free than one innocent person arrested? You know, I'm on that side of things.
Yeah.
That's my, I mean, I think due process exists for a reason, and the reason is...
Told you. I told you. This is how it begins. There's only so much insanity that even the ape man and his supporters are gonna take. This is how the process begins. The process of discontent begins amongst the ranks, amongst those in the margins who go, maybe this wasn't the best decision. I still like Trump. I think he can restore order here and right this wrong.
It is horrific for someone to be accused of something they didn't do, be imprisoned for crimes they didn't commit, and then live in a cell, live in a cage with a bunch of
people who did commit shit.
Here it is, Benjamin Franklin. It's better 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. That is wisdom.
Yeah.
That has survived hundreds of years. It's incredibly accurate, and it is the foundation of freedom. Like, we have to make sure that these people are actually guilty, otherwise we become monsters. You can't, like, what is that, when you fight monsters, be careful that you don't become one?
Become one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very important. It's very important. You know, you can't do that. But also, you can't, also have to deal with the fact that the current administration is dealing with the past administration allowing known
bargaining. He's in the bargaining phase. I'm telling you. It's what you're watching is the bargaining phase of the process. He's like, oh, well, you know, all the previous lies that Trump told me that caused me to vote for him, I have to maintain are real and true, right? Otherwise, I have to recognize my mistake. Yeah, Yeah, he's going through it.
Own gang members and terrorists to go right through the border unchecked. That a lot of them they know got through. They don't know the exact numbers, but they know there's millions and millions of people illegally just walk through unchecked, and a bunch of them have to have criminal records. A bunch of them have to be dangerous, and we've seen crimes that have been committed. It doesn't help anybody on the progressive side to deny the fact that that's a real problem. And if it happens to your family, God forbid, I don't want it to happen to anybody's, but if it does, you will feel a sting of regret if you supported that, unlike anything you've ever experienced in your life. You'll be like, I mean, it's, you know, it's one of those things where
vibe shift is already beginning. The apolitical Trump dick riders are now souring on at least some of the aspects. Why did it happen? How do we get here? What did I fucking tell you? If there is enough counter messaging on the cruelty of these actions and the media starts covering it because Democrat leadership is making a big fuss about it, then people are going to be more aware of the actual impact, the actual consequences of these decisions. Americans are very malleable. This is why I was constantly fucking screaming from the rooftops. They're like, Democrats, do something. Say something. The fuck is wrong with you? And here it is. And this isn't like, there will be ups and downs. They're not regretful of their vote yet. And they might never be regretful of their vote. But there are people in Joe's audience that will look at this and go, yeah, maybe this isn't the best fucking idea. Because it's not. Because it's a genuinely dangerous precedent. It's genuinely terrifying. I'm glad that I'm at least vindicated for once in the right direction, where I said, if Democrats start making a big fuss about this and the media starts adequately covering the fucking cruelty of this deportation regime, then people are going to start souring on the mass deportation protocols. And lo and behold, that's what happened. That's exactly what's going on right now. This is just the beginning. It's going to get worse. No one from this point on is going to turn around and be like, no, actually, it's fine. It's actually cool. Yeah, it's really fucked up. There will be Republicans that say it's cruel, unusual punishment. It's Holocaust-style concentration camps, and I like it. But there are plenty of people in the margins that will not like this. And this isn't just about democracy or the democratic process or whether or not they'll ever vote for Trump again. I don't even know if there will be another fucking election at this point. But the only way to stop that from happening is if there is an alternative out there, an alternative that speaks to the anger and resentment that a lot of people are experiencing, and an alternative that actually speaks to the dangers of this administration with great focus on the individuals that are being harmed in this process, to generate stories that people can identify with. That's why I keep maintaining the position that although 90% of those who were unjustly deported to the COACHELLA facility have done nothing wrong and were along their process of getting either temporary protected status that they had already, or going through the court asylum application process, and they were falsely deported to this fucking torture slave labor camp. The one that everyone is talking about is Abrego Garcia. The reason why they're talking about this is because the administration fucked up and admitted to wrongdoing. I will take that anywhere I can get. I've explained to you already that these things take time, but public sentiment shifting in this dramatic of a way will either push the contradictions to its ultimate demise, where there's gonna be a moment where this breaks, okay? Either it will break and the admin, in an effort to retain a theoretical democratic process, will capitulate to the mob, or they will start a harder enforcement mechanism, a more fascist enforcement mechanism, which will cause people to fight back. That's why I'm talking about public perception here before you guys say, why does public perception matter? Of course it fucking matters. Public perception always matters. It matters in the short term, as we seemingly still have a democratic process, and it will matter in the long term as well. Let's say the admin says, fuck you, protesting is now illegal. People start getting fucking locked up for protesting. That's the breaking point. That is the breaking point. At that point, it's just like you're gonna see people taking matters in their own hands. Okay? What a lot of people don't understand is voting is a pressure valve. Okay? Theoretical democracy is a pressure valve. It is a way for people to feel like they have a say in the process. If there is no pressure valve, if there is no release, this shit will implode. That's it. You cannot maintain authoritarian control over 330 million people that are fucking gadded out the wazoo, okay? People say, oh, the military, they got drones or whatever, but ultimately, the military is people too. They're still part of the people. They got family members. They got their own personal opinions. That's how fucking coups happen.
To support one side of this, you have to deny some like basic human values. Either way, like to support just rounding people up and just assuming they're all gang members. I'm not saying they're doing that, but this is the worst case scenario, right? Yeah. They get a bunch of people in a room, they rope them all in, and one guy's just someone's cousin picking someone up to give him a ride home. That's possible.
And now you're back on the one innocent person with now you're right back.
And what if that dude is not doing anything wrong and he's got some stupid tattoos and they decide that this guy's a gang member, and now you're in a prison in El Salvador and you're not even from El Salvador. And now, you know, you were just a hairdresser or you were a tattoo artist,
family
or whatever
man.
you are.
Yeah.
You came over here and maybe you got a green card and maybe you don't. Maybe you were just given asylum, because a lot of people from Venezuela were given asylum in America.
Yeah.
And then you get shipped to El Salvador where you're not even from El Salvador. So that the fact that that exists scares the shit out of me. But also the fact that they were just letting terrorists and gang members flow freely into the country is fucking horrible. And when you talk about innocent people, what about the innocent people that got murdered by terrorists and well, not terrorists, that really hasn't happened, but gang members. And this Trender Wagwa that were taking over those apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and like that's scary shit, man. Armed with machine guns, taking over apartment buildings. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about? You're letting that happen? You're not sending in the troops to stop this?
Yeah, and you think that wouldn't, in your head, you're like, that can't happen in America, in Colorado.
Bro, they got a guy that had done that in California, and they refused to deport him because they said that California is a sanctuary state. They're like fighting to keep a known gang member free in America. The whole thing is bananas. It's like almost like you don't want to go full tinfoil hat, Sam Tripoli style, and just decide that they're trying to destroy America. But if I was going to try to destroy America, that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
I'd take over the political process, impart censorship on all the social media, like gaslight people to no end, consistently do it, AstroTurf stadiums filled with people pretending they support something, pay them to be there, manufacture a movement, and slowly but surely bring chaos to all the cities. Allow DAs to get elected that are the worst when it comes to protecting people and the best when it comes to freeing violent criminals. And that's really their goal. And they can do it. They can just use words like racial justice, like just send murderers back out into the streets. You just create chaos. Defund the police. Defund.
Dude, what? It's so funny because The underlying sentiment that Joe Rogan is demonstrating here is a hallmark of the Republican Party, which is to fucking lie about shit that isn't happening in an effort to get your ridiculous agenda across successfully. And it's not that he's close, because he's literally doing that right now in defense of the Republican Party. The idea that there is like this notion that like people are being sent home after doing like rapes and murders because they're undocumented migrants is so fucking stupid that if I heard someone say this to me in the wild, I would probably immediately call their family members and be like, your immediate family member is experiencing a stroke. He's got the John Fetterman brain disease. He's got a bad brain. You need to come down here. You need to pick him up because he can't drive a fucking vehicle, okay? He is a danger to himself and others. He is very obviously experiencing a fucking stroke. Like, it's so insane that this is the underlying basis for why the Republicans must be so aggressive with combating immigration. Because why? One, they're doing rapes and murders every day 100,000 times a year. Not true. It's just literally not true, okay? What a psychotic fucking thing that they're claiming. The only evidence that's out there that is readily available for all to see is the exact opposite of this. It's the evidence that shows that this is incorrect. There's no evidence for the statement whatsoever. Okay? And number two, the idea that like these guys are doing rapes and murders all the time, and then under the Biden leadership, our court system would look at a bloodthirsty rapist serial killer and go, oh my God, are you from El Salvador? Oops, can't deport you. You're free to go, sir. Please go out and rape and murder more Americans. Like, that's if this is genuinely what you believe, you are hallucinating. And previously, when someone said shit like this, they'd be on top of a soapbox outside of a goddamn subway station, and people would just be throwing coins their way to be like, all right, big guy, you know, I hope you can, you know, buy something fun with this. Now, you get to be fucking Joe Rogan and make $250 million a year entertaining these insane statements, and those insane statements are not even something that you came up with in a fucking paranoid schizophrenic attack, but instead it's you regurgitating what the administration has said while they were campaigning successfully for office and has continued saying since they assumed the role of the presidency. What the fuck is going on? No wonder so many people that we know that we exist with in our day-to-day existence are fucking psychotic at this point. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, ask anyone that you know. Ask anyone that you know that entertains these kinds of insanities. Are you telling me that the previous administration, under the Biden administration, you genuinely think when someone did a fucking rape or murder and they were found to be an undocumented migrant that they just released that person? Like, just think, close your eyes for a brief moment and try to imagine that world where they go, where some fucking judge, 75-year-old white dude is from, you know, appointed during the Reagan administration, goes, oh my God, you're Guatemalan? Well, that means you get multiple free rapes, like a fucking Subway punch card. Come back when you filled 10 rapes. Like, that's what you think is going on. They're just fucking letting rapists, drug dealer, fucking serial killers go free, roam free. And the cops are also a part of this, by the way. The brave, bold, beautiful piglets, the boys in the fucking blue, they also are powerless in the face of these woke judges who are letting fucking rapist murderers go free because they're undocumented. If you believe this, I can trick you into believing anything. I can trick you into eating dog shit, okay? You are the most easily tricked adult of all time. I could literally serve you dog shit. And you go, this is delicious. Ooh, scrumptious. Oh my God.
Now you have no police. Like, if I wanted to destroy America, I would do it this way.
I mean, what you just described sounds like a like a plan from another place. That's like, oh,
if you wanted to destroy America,
if we really wanted to, not with war, but let's just slowly let them kill themselves, type stuff.
And then have them at each other's back, at each other's throats, rather. You know, constantly have them fighting over political issues. Let's get rid of Roe v. Wade. They're a little too happy right now. Get rid of Roe v. Wade, and then the liberals are up in arms. How, you motherfucker? Which was, getting rid of Roe v. Wade was actually a good move if you were a Democrat, because then people get upset, and then they really want to vote. Like, you could probably ignite a lot of people. And that was like, there was some famous videos. There's one famous video of this lady celebrating that Kamala Harris was going to win. And she was like, reproductive freedom. Women came out to vote in unprecedented numbers. It was, I'm sure you've seen it. It's a video of this lady mocking this guy.
Yeah, white women to vote for Trump. White women voted on the same ballot measure where they were like, of course I want my fucking pussy protected, but not that much. I don't want my pussy to be protected from Donald Trump. He can grab my pussy all day. Literally on the same fucking ballot, white women were like, yes, I want my ovaries to be mine, unless it's Donald Trump taking them. In which case, I will literally strike down any sort of fucking abortion restrictions, but then turn around and vote for the guy who did it. Insane.
Working at a liquor store.
No.
Did you ever see it?
I didn't see this.
It's so good. It's so good because it's like this lady, and the way she's talking, like, you can't be a good person and talk to someone this way, or even about someone this way, and be happy in the way you're happy.
Yeah.
Like, it's like people like to be shitty to people and think that it's justifiable to be shitty if that person disagrees with you. So you could be shitty. Whereas the guy in this story is not being shitty to her at all, but she's being super shitty to this guy. And but she's talking about reproductive rights, because like that was like one of the big things that got people to come out and vote for the Democrats.
Yeah.
Like, if I was playing 4D chess and I was a Democrat, I was like, this is what we do.
Get rid of ourselves.
Get rid of ourselves. Get rid of ourselves, and then campaign on that. Okay, now we got all the women
pissed off
because women don't want men telling them what to do. Bitch, you can't get pregnant. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
Until you can get pregnant, shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah.
It's like this. So this lady, you got it, Jamie? You can find this video. It's so funny. This poor lady. But it's about reproductive rights. Like, she's saying that, and it was for a lot of people. But that was a big one. So like, you would do that. You would do that. You would get rid of that. You would try to get rid of the Second Amendment. Fuck the Second Amendment. We're gonna get rid of all guns. Oh, the fucking gun guys, get up for the Republicans. You know. And then, you know, you would say we need open borders because we need our society is population collapse, and they were starting to say things like that. And we need, you know, who's gonna pick cotton? They're essentially marketing it because they're saying Americans don't want these jobs, so we have to bring people in to pick our crops. Who's going to clean?
Right. It's time. It's time for Matt Christman's famous Zen fascism take. Nope. It's time. Because what Joe Rogan is demonstrating right here is exactly what Matt Christman famously identified on an acid trip to CPAC. Does anyone have the video? I'm gonna explain to you exactly what. Joe Rogan identifies the hypocrisies of the Democratic Party very clearly. And yet you would think he would directionally be against that and also against the Republican Party. No. In a way, Joe Rogan is more honest. Okay, he is, in a way, significantly more honest than the average liberal. This is true. Let's watch.
social event of CPAC, a Benny Johnson creation. This is his new job as Toilet Paper USA's creative director. Someone forwarded us the invite. It was called the America Fest.
America Fest.
And the actual email was just like a night of bourbon, beer, and bacon. I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. And it's signed off with Dilly Dilly.
Oh, and the icon was a dabbing astronaut.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
And it was at Cadillac Ranch, which is
a bar called Cadillac Ranch,
which is one of those fake-ass Western honky-tonk chain. It's got a fucking Cadillac on the roof. It's wacky.
It was like stepping into Benny Johnson's brain, and there was the drinks menu was just like build the wall, whiskey neat. Yeah. Mexico will pay for it, tequila sunrise, and then just the Kavanaugh, which is just a beer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they didn't even have any puns.
Again, and the only way it was done up to make you know that it was America Fest. This is like Benny Johnson's projection of what makes America YOLO and epic, and the answer is hunks. All throughout the bar were life-size cardboard cutouts of Chris Pratt, Tom Brady, Tim Tebow, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Drake.
Jackie Chan.
And there was one of Jackie.
Yeah, because he's gay. Because Benny Johnson is a homosexual. Literally. Benny Johnson is so gay that he is no longer allowed to go across the country on work trips without his wife being there. I know that for a fact. Benny Johnson is not allowed to travel without his wife anymore. It's not because of cruise sites. I'm talking about some other shit. We knew that Benny Johnson was gay when he tried to do the targeted ad thing, where he was like, why is this Veterans Affairs Office website showing me ads for a gay cruise? And everyone's like, yeah, dude, that's because of your cookies. That means because you're Googling gay cruises to fucking go on, dumbass. But that's not the only reason why I'm saying this. It's because he 100% is not allowed to go and travel for work without his wife being there, without his wife being present. Yeah, the advertising on the Military Times right now, the world's largest gay cruise, get on board. That was Jason Whitlock, but he's super gay too. No, Benny Johnson is not allowed either.
Was Marilyn Monroe.
No, Melania. Monica Lewinsky.
There was an AOC one that was just there to be yelled at and defaced.
And Charlie Kirk was there. DJ TJ showed up.
Don Jr.
Did an idiot knucklehead speech about how you guys have the balls to be assholes on college campuses, and I love you for it. Yeah, no, I felt like bone deep despair. I was feeling like Reverend Toller. No, I was on some like Maoist third worldish shit where I was just thinking like, oh, we're all on the same side. These guys aren't my enemy, really. I mean, we're all.
This is important. This is the point. This is, I think, an incredibly important point to understand.
No, I was on some like Maoist third worldish shit where I was just thinking like, oh, we're all on the same side. These guys aren't my enemy, really. I mean, we're all in the Imperial Core. We're all the exploiters. Like, we're the bad guys in this story. We need to be destroyed. Like, no disentangling me from them. We are all accountable for this. No, I felt deep despair. And I also finally got the concept of Zen fascism. These guys have embraced like a Buddhist concept of nihilism, where it's just, look, we found ourselves by total random fact of fate to have been born at the end of this imperial moment. We have access to this incredible bounty of exploitation, of the bounties of exploitation, and we're gonna fucking use it and have fun. You're also in the same boat as us. You were born in the same situation. You have access to this same bounty. Why don't you just enjoy it? Yeah, everything's gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. Sure, it's not sustainable, but we're gonna be the last to die. So why don't enjoy it? Why fight against it? And I actually finally got the point of all that hypocrisy mongering that Republicans do, where they say, "Oh, you drive a car. oh, you use a cell phone. It's not to try to get you in some petty hypocritical gotcha. It's to say, we're all in this together. We're all on the same side. Why don't you just enjoy it? Why are you torturing yourself? Why are you like,
oh, this is actually bad, and oh no, we're exploiting all these people.
Yeah, but that can't change it. You're in this situation. Just eat the fucking slider, drink the goddamn beer, and enjoy yourself. Trigger the libs, have fun. Because they always have that voice in their head, and that's why they need to trigger libs all the time. They need to push it out. They've embraced this nihilism, but they also know what they've done, and so it's never going to be actually fun. They're never going to really be able to be decadent. They're never really going to be able to be purely hedonistic. They need to have an enemy that they can smite at any.
Yeah, this is exactly what Asma's audience is. Yeah, 100%. Oh, it's literally your jalapeno popper take? No, that's another. My jalapeno popper take is one that, ironically, old heads will remember as the bread theory, the theory of bread, by Marxist-Leninist Murat Piker, or Chapo's very own Matt Christman's treat theory as well. I have a much more boring way of fucking explaining things, as I've always talked about, like the neoliberal abundance being an incredible tool to sedate the masses. One that no matter who, or no matter what form a socialist revolution takes, they should probably remember that treats should flow. Matt made one of the best observations. There are only two political positions in America. Don't be an asshole versus don't be a pussy. But yeah. But he's right. And this is still very much what's going on. The notion that these guys are just like, dude, why the fuck are you complaining about all this shit? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You're in it too. That's what Joe Rogan is doing here, where he's like, oh, you know, like, well, the Democrats are just like, they're salivating at the prospect of abortion rights being taken away so they can fundraise off of it. They can campaign off of it. Like, yeah, he gets it. He's not wrong. That's true. That's a true statement, right? But the problem is, he looks at that, he recognizes that reality, and then turns around and votes for Donald Trump and endorses Donald Trump, who's doing the exact same thing. Because he's like, yeah, might as well enjoy the show. Might as well enjoy the ride. It's yielded tremendous fucking bounty for me, Joe Rogan. $250 million a year in Spotify deals, you know, Porsche car collection, all of that. I got it all. What am I supposed to do? Shit talk this fucking system? Care about poor people? Why the fuck would I? They adore me. They are my fucking playthings. I walk down the street, I can't stop. People mob me. Wherever I go, I'm Joe Rogan. I'm the fucking richest comedian out there without a single fucking coherent or decent comedy special. He gets it. This attitude is why they think you're grifting too. Yeah, but the people that think I'm grifting think Joe Rogan is not. That's the irony. And it's also partially the reason why they like Donald Trump, because Donald Trump says it like it is, right? Donald Trump's like, yep, I don't care about anything. I love money, money. I love money in my pocket. And everyone's like, hell yeah, he's so honest. It's like Donald Trump could come out and be like, I'm fucking you over every day, you disgusting little monsters. I hate all of you. And they'd be like, yes, sir, I am your piglet. Keep giving me that steady flow of garbage. I think this is a person that has killed it and recognizes the tremendous bounty that he's gotten within the system, within the structure, and wants it to continue. And therefore, there's a semblance of honesty behind it. The dishonesty comes from people wanting to be like him. The dishonest nature of Joe Rogan is the notion that, like, he presents this veneer of success as, like, somehow attainable. I'm just like you. You know? So people look up to him and think if they embody Joe Rogan, they will be Joe Rogan one day. They will not be Joe Rogan. And people would rather be lied to than to be told the fucking cold hard truth. And that's why so many people get fucking mad at me and say I'm a goddamn grifter, when if I was doing what Joe Rogan has been doing this whole time, they'd fucking love it. The very same things that are markers, that are signifiers for success and attainable goals that people want, like a fucking nice car, turn into an opportunity to shit on someone like myself. Ha, you have a nice car, you fucking grifter. Stupid ass grifter. You have a house. You have a fucking house where you live with your family. The fuck's wrong with you, you goddamn grifter? That's it. They basically are like, no, why don't you? It's something that I've realized where, like, it's basically this idea where people constantly are coming up to me in the chat and saying, dude, why don't you say capitalism is good and that one day I can get exactly what you have gotten for yourself? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, they literally are just like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I truly don't like you. On the Spectrum 2005. I've had the same exact debate with the Zen fascists, but I didn't have a name for it. The guy had a computer science engineering degree and understood the climate crisis. He knew about the unjustifiable deeds of the state. He was an atheist. He said having to not eat meat, and that was all not worth it if the world was going to die anyway. He wanted to not be a sucker when the world was ending. Yeah, I mean, that's the David Shore argument, ironically enough. Remember David Shore? Mr. Popularism? The whiz kid, the data kid for the Democratic Party? Just do things that are popular and don't do things that are unpopular, except for Israel, in which case don't do the thing that's popular. I'm David Shore. Anyway, David Shore famously had a fucking tweet where it was like, you know, climate change, anthropogenic climate change, raising temperatures by 2 degrees centigrade year over year versus trying to reverse that and allowing China to dominate the world. I'll take my chances with climate change. He said, I would rather have the world collapse to anthropogenic climate change than allow China to fucking win. You know? Yes, I dislike you. Okay, man. I mean, I hope you get better one day. I don't understand why you literally have been in here with 952 messages for such a long time, since 2024, only to turn around and be like, you got mic issues a month ago, and then coming back 1 month later to be like, I actually fucking hate you, dog. You know, I hope it's okay. I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm fine. You're just awful. All right. Well, I'm sorry, chatter. Anyway, I'm sincerely curious, why haven't you aggressively pushed to get on JRE? No, Joe Rogan will never have me on. I've criticized him way too much. Oh no, I'm fine. You're just awful. I don't understand what this is. Like, what are you gonna say? Why you're saying these things, or it's just it's just a general vibe thing? Just everything about you, just awful. Okay, so it is a general vibe thing. Got it. Okay. Well, sorry.
In your toilets. People are openly saying that. Like, not realizing how racist
I remember that lady. The one white lady, she told him, she was like, who's going to clean your toilet if they get rid of all the Mexicans? It's like, what the fuck?
Who said that?
It was like one of those crazy
One of those view bitches?
One of them, or at least a show like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. hilarious. So there was that going on. If you wanted to like destroy society and make it worse, what would you do? You bring people in from a third world country, don't have them change anything, financially incentivize them to be there, give them free money while you're not helping the poor people in America. They were giving them debit cards, free housing, free food, putting them up in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Why, you old shit? If you wanted to destroy society, that's how you would do it. That's how you would do it.
I mean, that sounds...
Or you could give them proper processing and proper paperwork even after they were fucking unjustifiably kidnapped and human trafficked to these states with the deliberate effort of, with the express purpose of ruining the asylum process for them. Perhaps the best thing to do would have been to expedite their court hearings, give them an opportunity to look for gainful employment. You know, what I think. But no, the real criminal in this circumstance is not the Venezuelan on TPS, by the way, because a large majority of those guys were on TPS to begin with. Okay, the real criminal in this process is, number one, Governor Greg Abbott, Joe Rogan's favorite governor, his own governor. Number two, Ron DeSantis, Joe Rogan's second favorite governor, Governor Ron DeSantis, who participated in this human trafficking scheme. And the number three criminal in this process, still not the Venezuelan on TPS that had to fucking go to New York, is Joe Biden. It is Joe Brandon and Eric Adams and anyone and everyone that did not look at this and go, we are going to criminally prosecute you for doing this. Can you think if a governor, let's entertain for a brief moment, Donald Trump is president. We are nearing the end of the third month of the Burger Reich. Every single day is yet another cataclysmic, world-changing event. Now close your eyes and imagine for a brief moment if a governor said that they were going to do the reverse of what Greg Abbott has done, which is to basically go and in the process of I don't know, like ICE directing migrants out of the country, they overtake the buses and then bring them to the state of California. Okay, and then they offer them protection. What would Donald Trump do? What would Donald Trump do in that situation? He would kill Greg. Not Greg. Sorry. In this situation, it would be Gavin Newsom, right? In this hypothetical scenario. He would literally do the death penalty. He would do capital punishment. He would do drone strikes. What did Biden do? What did Joe Biden do when Governor Greg Abbott engaged in this human trafficking scheme specifically for political moves, specifically so that you get a political leg up? He did NATO. He didn't move funds into the federal court processes to ensure that the immigration judges would, in an expedient manner, process these people and allow them to get temporary work visas so they could go out and seek gainful employment, pay taxes, do all that shit, and to show the rest of the country that, of course, we have space for all of these migrants. What the fuck were the United States of America? He didn't do that, though. He did not do that. We have so many tools at our disposal. The American government is so fucking powerful. And yet, Democrats refuse to exercise that power. And when Republicans exercise that power, they do it for evil. It's so annoying. They could have flipped the script on this migrant shit right then and there, to be like, to do what the gracious people over at Martha's Vineyard did. Because this initially started with Martha's Vineyard when they fucking shipped a bunch of migrants to Martha's Vineyard. What did the locals do? They immediately tried to find housing for all of the people that were sent there. They could have done that. You know who was saying that? If only there was a political commentator who was saying exactly this. If you were to come in here and hear me say this now and go, well, Hasan, hindsight is 2020. Well, it was foresight back then, because I was saying it back then too. I was saying just this. I was saying Biden has a unique opportunity here to prove by example that America can, as a matter of fact, take care of these migrants. And they didn't do that. It wasn't even foresight, it was just sight, as I always say. Not foresight, just sight. What? Hasan, would you like a really sweet message? Want to say how much appreciate what you do. I have an essay for uni that I have to write about our personal role model. I've chosen you. I was just starting to get into progressive politics when I found you, and you've helped my worldview develop so much. To have someone like you with such a big platform constantly espouses leftist sentiment is so important, especially in times like these. A trans Jewish person of color, I have never felt more safe than in your community. Keep it up, Haas. Aw, thank you, chatter. W Glaze. It's easy why you are dealing with 50 migrants versus tens of thousands that flock to your state. Hey, dumbass. I live in fucking California. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you notice how Greg Abbott didn't ship migrants to California for some weird reason and instead did it to New York without telling them ahead of time, and Chicago without telling them ahead of time? The fuck do you mean? I live in the living, breathing example of dealing with migrants that are flocking in by tens of thousands. What are you talking about? Do you honestly think California is doing a good job? With respect to migrants, yes. It's like the one thing that it's doing a good job with. That and protecting reproductive health for women. Yes. Because California is run by an asshole for other reasons. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking glaze Gavin too hard. Non-Californians want us Californians to think that we live in an overrun shithole. I know. They're so fucking annoying and so goddamn stupid. It's like, bro, you live in Iowa. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're over there fantasizing about like a flood of Latino migrants coming in to fuck your daughter or some shit, okay? And being like, yeah, California is so fucked up. Shut up. You couldn't fucking exist without California, okay? Remember that, you goddamn donkey. I hate this shit. Eat a fucking taco for once. Bro, people like to tell me that crime is legal in California and that LA cops are liberals. Yeah. They live in fucking La La Land. That's why so many studies were conducted on this issue where they were like, well, you know, crime is not in my neighborhood, but it's somewhere. It's on the rise. It feels like there's a general vibe shift about crime being on the rise. It's not here. My neighborhood's fine, but it's at another neighborhood. It's terrifying. It's scary. Like, what are you talking about? There are chatters. Sometimes there will literally be chatters talking about straight up my backyard, okay? They'll be like, dude, aren't you terrified? There's so much crime happening in your neighborhood. Without realizing that they're talking about my fucking neighborhood, I'd be like, what are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? I spent a year in Cali and now I live in West Virginia. People act like I came back from Afghanistan. That's the hilarious part about this, is because like West Virginia closely resembles the material realities of Afghanistan, ironically enough. And I say this as someone who's been to West Virginia. Like, West Virginia versus California, what's closer to Afghanistan? A country that we destroyed, by the way, for the record. Yeah, motherfuckers living in Fallout New Vegas conditions talking about California being a shithole. It's like, bro, what are you saying right now? You need to have foreign NGOs drop ship medical aid into your fucking state because of the dire need. Like, you got dudes working in fucking Zimbabwe coming to goddamn West Virginia and being like, dude, the dental work necessary here is worse than the African countries that we have exploited that I went to go and work on. And these motherfuckers are like, you know what? California, that's the problem. That's the real problem. And this isn't to say that there aren't major issues in California, okay? There are. And it is directly a consequence of the right-wing attitude that liberal administrators have. Gavin Newsom being directly in the pocket of real estate developers and refusing to increase the housing supply, refusing to follow through, actually follow through on the ballot measures that Californians fucking vote on every goddamn election cycle. China preaches communism but then turns around and exploits African countries, arguably worse than USA does. Thoughts? Yes. California is engaging in 400 years of chattel slavery any day now. You are so correct. This is before we talk about the IMF, the World Bank, also controlling their currencies. We're going to talk about other Western nations and their relationship to Africa. They're doing all of that right now. Any moment now, they're going to start doing it. Oh, did I say California? I meant China. You are so wrong on this one. I am literally dating a Latina. They are invading us. Chad just wanted to fucking flex. And yes, I misspoke. When I said California, I meant China, but also obviously California is under Chinese protectorate. Gavin Newsom is trying to rip the 5th largest economy on the planet away from the treacherous nature of America and offer it on a silver platter to China. Okay, the Californian Autonomous Zone. Why are you always shitting in the Midwest and the people in the Midwest? How is that not counterproductive? How did that work out for the Dems? How is it working out? Maybe look at y'all's suburbs instead of my backyard. I mean, what is the take here? What are you saying? West Virginia ain't fucking the Midwest, is it? Yeah, I talk about the Midwest. I talk about West Virginia. I talk about the shithole that California is too at times, including right now. One of the major problems here, due to Gavin Newsom's ineptitude or refusal to address any of the fucking problems as I was talking about earlier, until you came in to defend Iowa of all fucking places. Okay, goddamn, dude. Midwesterners, like, stop fucking chirping for once. Holy moly. Anyway. I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about your fucking annoying neighbors that you hate. I'm talking about your fucking uncle that you despise and you come in here and complain about because you have to deal with him on Thanksgiving when he gets fucking drunk and starts running his goddamn mouth. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who are like, oh, California's a shithole. The ones you, what, me to fucking coddle? What? What? I don't fuck with my family. Okay, exactly. So you understand who I'm addressing here. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. I can't even get through shitting on fucking California because the Iowan in the chat is losing his mind. but that's probably because he's in Iowa, so of course he's drunk by midday already. Anyway, as I was saying, we have a massive housing crisis in this fucking state. That housing crisis has caused homelessness to skyrocket, to explode. That creates an attitude around crime. That creates crime panic. It makes people think, oh my God, there's so much crime happening all the time, nonstop, because you see fucking homeless people on the streets. You are mixing up Iowa and Wisconsin. Don't act like motherfuckers in Iowa are also not day drunk. Like, it's also the most Midwestern trait to be like, nah, that's just Wisconsin, that's not us. Okay, what about Ohio? Anyway. New poll from the Fire Org, which is like a right-wing org, by the way. They're not a good organization, but even they are, even when push comes to shove, even they are like, come on, this is ridiculous. Americans oppose deporting student visa holders for expressing pro-Palestinian views by a 2 to 1 margin, 52 to 26%. Not based. Where's Asmongold? Where are the Asmongoldians who thought, based? Americans also oppose deporting green card holders for pro-Palestinian views, 54 to 23%. Perhaps a competent opposition party would take notice of this and make a much larger fuss about it instead of quietly being like, well, you know, some of these fucking anti-Semites deserve it. Well, well, well. I'm shocked. I'm shocked to find out that the average American isn't such a fucking bloodthirsty sociopath. Well, I don't get it. It's an 80-20 issue. This is why people like Scott Jennings on CNN constantly say Dems are taking 20 side on an 80-20 issue is so wrong. They're projecting their fringe beliefs on the majority, not realizing Twitter is a cesspool of right-wing thought right now. Most Americans aren't on Twitter, though. Oh. It's funny because you just said, but we just looked at a poll that said Trump voters are perfectly fine with them. This is all pretty confusing. No, dude. It's only confusing if you think that there is a coherent through line in American politics, and it's not the median voter is not just a collection of a bunch of different issues that are oftentimes diametrically opposed to one another. This is another thing that I always repeat all the time. If you try to make sense of the median voter in America, you will go fucking insane. People do not know what the fuck they're voting for, oftentimes until it's far too late, and they start seeing the consequences of their actions. The consequences of what the administration voted for are doing to them. And also, these polls are not just on voters, but instead on people who don't vote as well. And a fuck ton of people don't vote. I'll give you a great example of the inconsistency in the mind of the average American psycho. Okay? QAnon supporters and the like. The anti-vaxxer movement. Okay? It was one of the first grassroots initiatives that the Republican Party grabbed onto. Okay? Oftentimes they astroturf that shit. This one was just there for the picking. They grabbed onto it quick. If you ever talk to an anti-vaxxer, half of the shit that they say is some of the most like anti-capitalist thought you've ever heard from the average suburban Hitlerite, where they're like, we need to facilitate the execution of all the big pharma CEOs for constantly selling us poison in the form of cures. Like they should be, we got to get money out of big pharma. And then they turn around and they vote for Donald Trump. They turn around and they advocate for deregulation of big pharma. How is that even remotely consistent? It's not, because they're fucking insane, and partially because they don't have someone guiding them in the right direction. They are sheep without a shepherd, or rather, the only shepherd they have is a fucking wolf. Anyway, that's it. Yeah, defund public health, privatize the NIH. Hell yeah.
You would just keep
like it's
doing
working.
Like it's going in that direction.
Yeah.
So the problem with things that are going in a radical direction, and then there's an overcorrection. So the overcorrection is lack of due process. The overcorrection is like round them all up, ship them to jail. Like that's like some things that you say when you're not thinking things through. Like, what do you do about all the criminals? Take them all, fucking send them to El Salvador.
Yeah.
What about due process? No, fuck that. Well, here's the problem with fuck that. What if you are an enemy of, let's not say any current president. Let's pretend we got a new president, totally new guy in 2028. And this is a common practice now of just rounding up gang members with no due process and shipping them to El Salvador. You're a gang member. No, I'm not. Prove it. What? I gotta go to court. No, no due process.
That's dangerous, Joe.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. We got to be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. But then again, you got to find these motherfuckers that are here that have terrorist cells and that are ready to fucking blow up malls in Dallas and do crazy shit, which definitely they've thwarted before.
Yeah.
So like this is the best argument for intelligence agencies, is that there's real threats. You know, like for someone to say fuck all the CIA, fuck the FBI. What, are you crazy? Who's going to investigate real threats? Like the real world exists. As much as you want to pretend that that we can all go kumbaya tomorrow if we all just lay down our arms. No, there's people that are 48 years old and dedicated to crime. They've been dedicated to crime in Guatemala, and now they're here. You know,
Yeah,
and now they're
dude.
selling fentanyl, and they're not going to stop. Okay?
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and they're on EBT cards where you're getting money from the government for free every month because you're in a sanctuary city, and you get free food, and you're a criminal. And then one of them, like two of them, assaulted cops in New York City and then got out, got free. No cash bail. No cash bail. You just get out. They assaulted cops, and then they're on the street giving the Tupac to the camera. You ever see that?
No, Joe.
Bro, it's
What?
crazy. First of all, we got to show you the Kamala Harris lady. You got the Kamala Harris lady? You can't find it? They probably scrubbed it from the internet. She's being shamed.
You're what to look for, but you're putting the tinfoil hat on my head right now. Like that's how I'm feeling.
We don't have to show it. It's because we've already showed it a bunch of times. It's how you would do it if you wanted to destroy America. I'm not saying. So the question becomes like, how much of it is our own folly? How much of it is just natural human behavior? How much of it is like the right wants law and order, so we don't want law and order. The right wants to punish prisoners. We want to. No, it's racist. Racism. You know, it's like, what is it?
But that's just teams fighting. That's
Titans,
so
yeah. But also, I feel like it's manipulated as well, and maybe more so than anything else. I feel.
Every single dumb fuck that's come into my chat over the past couple of weeks, where I tried to explain to them why you must have due process, hopefully will understand it now that Joe Rogan has explained it with virtually the same exact example.
Feel like it's manipulated. And again, if you wanted to turn us into China, And what I mean by that is a country that's facial recognition everywhere, social credit score system that's attached.
We have that, Joe. We have that. And we're also doing the thing that you're complaining about right now. As a matter of fact, the guy who's doing it is a guy that you hugged 2 days ago. You hugged the guy doing it 2 days ago. We have credit scores. We have mass surveillance. You used to know these things. We used to glaze Alex Jones for being prophetic, being a prophetic voice that recognized the surveillance state before anyone else did. That was the reason why you liked Alex Jones. Wait, this is a 6-month-old clip? It's from today. Why do you think Joe Rogan would be against due process 6 months ago?
To all of your banking, your ability to travel, everything you do. If you make anything online that's against the government, you could be disappeared, you could be locked up, you could be made a political prisoner. You know, this is fun.
It felt like we were heading that way.
This is good. I'm glad that he's fucking recognizing this, because this is what conservatives would constantly complain about. This is their suspicion as to what the Democrats were up to, you know? They'd always fucking turn around and be like, this is what the Democrats want to do, the demon rats. They want to fucking put us in FEMA camps. They want to put us in fucking FEMA facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't put an end to this right now, it's going to a scary path. And it's like, well, dude, Trump is actually doing it and saying he's doing it, and also constantly saying, what the fuck are you going to do about it? And it took him this long to recognize the impact.
Yeah, I think this is something that, I think it was Metzger that said this. No, it was Duncan that said this about Ukraine and Russia. He was like, do you realize, like, the Ukrainians that we're killing, or that rather the Russians that we're killing by sending over arms and money to fund the Ukrainians? Not saying that we shouldn't do this, but he's saying that a lot of those guys are being forced to go to the front line, and a lot of those guys are prisoners who get released in order to fight. So what if you're a prisoner because you wrote a bad tweet against Putin, and they lock you up, and then all of a sudden Ukrainians are killing you with American weapons because you tweeted bad against Putin? So it's Putin's way of, like, eliminating any dissent from, like, and they don't.
It's weird. He's getting there. There's a semblance of humanity here. Weird that it's still. He's not wrong. It's just arriving at the correct point while taking the weirdest route possible. I don't know.
Don't even arrest that many people online.
Megaphonic said, I can't believe it, but Joe Rogan is showing more introspection than my dad. Don't worry, because if Joe Rogan is showing this introspection, your dad will inevitably also show it. Because even if your dad is not listening to Joe Rogan, he's listening to someone else that listens to Joe Rogan. He's listening to a podcast. Okay? I assume somewhere along the line there is at least one kind of right-wing podcast or right-wing media person that your dad is listening to that he really trusts, and that person is probably going to say similar things. Whatever you say, you do not know our dads. Okay, we'll see. If your dad only listens to Fox News, you're fucked. He's not going to change. There's no introspection coming for your dad. But many people do listen to Joe Rogan, so him having this wake-up moment is good. It's not a bad thing. My dad is gone. His guy is Mark Levin. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, your dads are fucked, dude. Your dad's brains are mush. I'm sorry. I feel bad for you, but yes, there is no salvaging any of that shit. Your dads are all fucked. If they are exclusively getting their notes from Fox News, then they're cooked.
In comparison to, or for doing things online, in comparison to the UK. The UK is getting in on it full steam ahead. The UK is arresting people for anything that makes people uncomfortable online. They show up at your house and just fucking arrest you. They've arrested, like, how many people have been arrested in the UK for social media posts in the last year.
Please, you have to tie this back to America, right? Please, you're an American. Also, I think it's like 1 or something. And that's not because they had social media posts, but because they had like a minor fine and they wanted to make a political statement about not paying said fine, for the record. Like that's how this usually goes. It's not like, oh, you're black bagged and you're black bagged and it's over. It's like you played a role in the race riots that took place in the UK, and then they wanted to fine you for it or something, or they wanted to jail you for a short period of time, specifically because you actively were, getting people to go out and try to stab random Muslims or burn fucking mosques and shit. Like, straightforwardly a hate crime that you agitated for. Whereas in America, you say, hey, I don't think our tax dollars should go to the baby murder machine that is Israel, and you get fucking black bagged in the middle of the night. Or a bunch of plainclothes officers, and we don't even know if they're fucking ICE agents, as a matter of fact, because one of the stories I'm going to cover today is that there was this one guy who isn't a fucking ICE agent at all. He's just a right-wing militia guy that has been deputized by ICE to go and fucking nab people. Which is crazy. But in any case, you got people in plain clothes like kidnapping people in broad daylight for what? Writing a fucking article in the student newspaper. Writing an article in the student newspaper that doesn't like offer unconditional support to Hamas or whatever. Doesn't do, doesn't even go half the distance that I go to when talking about these issues. Just simply says like, I think it's fucked up that Israel's doing a genocide. That's all. That's all it takes for this administration to be like, nope, done, kidnapped.
It's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna blow your mind. This is just posts on social media like, we need to send these illegal immigrants back, saying shit like that.
Yeah,
you get arrested. That's not hate
true.
crimes.
Even if I'm joking, even if I'm just fucking having
there's no jokes.
Wow.
No
Oh my god, here we are back to fucking pure fantasy. Oh my lord.
jokes online anymore, not in the UK. Not only that, but the guy who's the head of the UK, they're saying now that they could potentially arrest Americans who have posted things online when they visit the UK. Yeah, I was reading a post about this. Like, this law could potentially be used in this way. That if you are a person in America and you're posting horrible shit about the UK government or the immigrant problem or whatever they have, context behind available information, exact figures 2025, not fully comprehended. 2023, 12,183 arrests were made across 37 police forces in the UK under Section 127 of the Communications Act 2003 and Section 1 of the Malicious Communications Act in 1988, equating to about 33 arrests per day. Laws cover sending grossly offensive, indecent, obscene, or menacing messages via electronic communication networks, which includes social media posts and also DMs. DMs. So people that are arrested for horrible DMs that nobody gets to see other than the friend that you're sending it to, supposedly.
You have no idea what the context is. That's crazy.
Into this one time.
We're so busted. We're so cooked. Is this grok? Is this a grok summarization? How did we devolve to such an insane degree that we can't even fucking do a Google search. Like, there are people out there, I don't understand it, dude. We're so fucking cooked. The next generation is not literate. I'm gonna tell you right now, no critical thinking skills whatsoever. They have just basically become servants to a fucking machine that actively lies to you. We call it hallucinations. And we've become so fucking lazy that we can't even use Google. And not the AI. No, don't say Google is also AI. There's Google AI too, but you can still use the search engine function and apply critical thinking to the resources that are immediately available to you. Oh my God. We're done. We're so done. Oh my God, we're so fucking done. We are so goddamn done. It's over. Like, dude, it's basic shit. Just look it up yourself. You need fucking AI. You're so lazy. You need AI to summarize search results. I'm teaching college kids that don't know how to use Excel or PowerPoint, man. It's so done. My boss says ChatGPT did that real quick, as if it's a flex. Do you work for Ethan Klein? .75% of Americans read it below a 6th grade level.
Recently, it said that a lot of people may have been arrested, but many of them were not prosecuted and were released.
But it's still right. Okay, that's cute. It's still horrifying because what you're doing is scaring people into compliance. They don't want to be arrested again, and they certainly don't want to risk being prosecuted. But they're forcing people to censor themselves.
This is correct. This is government enforcement against speech. In countries within the European Union and in Canada, and as a matter of fact, most other countries, free speech still exists. It's just the boundaries are not as expansive as the United States of America. Okay? That's it. These countries have hate speech laws. We have some laws around it. We have some laws where hate speech can be, especially in the process of a crime, can elevate the crime itself to a hate crime. Except this current administration is literally going against that right now. And not even doing it in a way where it's like, yeah, maybe we should like cut this Nazi stuff out. Maybe we should make this Nazi shit illegal. They're doing it by saying, if you criticize the foreign nation state of Israel, then you are going to have your citizenship revoked. You are going to have your legal permanent residency revoked. If there are boundaries, can it still really be considered free? I don't know, dog. Do you think that child pornography should exist and freely be distributed? Answer my question very carefully. Do you? No, but that's not speech. Free expression. What are you talking about? The fuck? It's a artistic expression, technically. The reason why you're looking for a way out of this argument without admitting what we both know is because speech and expression are two different things. Oh my God. Dude, you can just say, no, that's a reasonable boundary. I was wrong, actually. Okay? We both know that that is the answer to this question. It wasn't a serious question unless you want to come out as a pedophile in this chat right now. Canadians, y'all ain't slick. I'm not watching the fucking Canadian debate, okay? It's not happening.
The jump. I read it said that they were breaking the law. I don't know.
Bro thinks freedom of speech just means words. Yeah. Unless you type it, in which case it's a different kind of speech. Or unless you do an artistic expression, which is also a different kind of speech. But for the sake of this argument, he doesn't want to see it as speech. Speech is an expression. How do you express your thoughts? Freedom of speech is freedom of expression. That was a wonderful little example of how hard people will go to not admit that they might have been wrong, okay? Just so you understand. Like, that person knows the answer to that question, but he doesn't want to admit it, so he's going to try to dance around it.
Which law?
Right. Yeah, go tell the judge that you were just you were just speaking. Okay? It's different. Your Honor, the CSAM collection that you found is actually speech only. Can I take a swing at that one to get your thoughts? What do you mean? Yeah, that's also funny because that's literally what fucking libertarians do. Yeah, I wasn't driving, I was traveling. Wait, what? Oh, this guy. Oh my God. No, this guy's volunteering to defend CSAM. No, don't take a swing at that. Don't do it.
Well, no, they do have a law.
Oh my God, no.
They don't have freedom of speech the way we have in America.
Hello, everyone.
Where is it? Where's there's more here? Taylor Lorenz spars with Hannity? What the fuck?
All right, former Washington Post columnist, technology reporter for the New York Times, Daily Beast, and Business Insider, Taylor Lorenz made a lot of headlines Sunday with her comments about the alleged United Healthcare CEO assassin, Luigi Mangione. Take a look.
Where was it? Someone said, I don't really understand how you're watching this, thinking Joe Rogan is having a moment of clarity. If we were keeping scores, he said way more negative shit about terrorist gang members and the fascist Siberian people. Yeah, that's the starting point. It doesn't end there. That was simply my point. This is an entry into the vibe shift that is inevitably going to take place. Part of that is because things will not get better under Donald Trump, and they will only get worse. People will start recognizing, as they did under the first Trump administration, oh my God, maybe we got duped again, fell for it again award, oh my God. It's not like my money goes a long way now. As a matter of fact, it goes an even shorter way than it did under the Brandon administration. You will have the apolitical Andes storming the streets, demanding that gay people return to positions of power, that every white man is fired immediately from their positions, unless they have sucked a penis, unless they're in a polyamorous relationship, unless they have some neurodivergency that puts them under the DEI bracket. Do you understand? Take away people's treats and they will start screaming DEI or die. Bring back woke. The internet has become increasingly more right-wing in the past decade, I would say, especially with the 4chanification of Twitter, okay? And these guys get all their notes from this isolated echo chamber of Nazi sentiment. But over the course of you know, months, if not years, they start thinking that this is genuinely positive, like that you can get away with doing these like horrible things. And if you also don't fix the underlying material inefficiencies, inequalities, the underlying material problems that people are fucking facing, people are still going to be resentful, and they're going to go, okay, well, we tried this anti-woke shit and it didn't fucking work. The hell? I thought if we just like made it illegal for trans women to compete in high school athletics, I thought that I would magically have more money in my pocket. I didn't really think about it. I'm just a fucking dumbass, and it turns out I don't have more money in my pocket. I have less money in my pocket. What the fuck is going on? I'm hosting a show on PDX. I want to speak out against Israel publicly. Is this a risk for me as a natural-born U.S. citizen? I don't know. You're talking to a natural-born U.S. citizen who hosts a fucking show every day shitting on Israel. So the answer is no. At least not right now. And even if the answer was yes, it still doesn't matter. What are you going to do? Fucking give in to the government? What are you, crazy? You'll be barred from PDX.
Supreme Court agreed to hear oral arguments in the case about ending birthright citizenship. How confident are you that the court will rule in your favor and allow that order to end birthright citizenship to go forward?
Well, you're just telling me that for the first time. I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood. That case, birthright citizenship, is about slavery. If you look at the details of it, the signings of it, everything else, that case is all about slavery. And if you view it from that standpoint, people understand it. But for some reason, lawyers don't talk about it, the news doesn't talk about it. That's not about tourists coming in and touching a piece of sand and all of a sudden they're a citizenship. You know, they're a citizen. That is all about slavery. And even look at the dates on which it was signed. It was right at that era, right after the Civil War. And if you look at it that way, the case is an easy case to win. And I hope the lawyers talk about birthright, citizenship, and slavery.
for some time.
Number one, the 14th Amendment is very questionable as to whether or not somebody can come over, have a baby, and immediately that baby is a citizen.
And he hasn't been the only one to feel that way. Today, 40% of Americans think that the children of undocumented immigrants should not be given birthright citizenship. The meaning of the 14th Amendment didn't just come up for debate this year. It's actually an argument we've been having with ourselves as a country going way back. And a lot of that debate has been around this idea of who is supposed to get citizenship and who isn't. Like, for example,
the 14th Amendment meant to give citizenship to freed slaves. It was never meant to give citizenship to foreign aliens.
So, okay, is that true? What does the law actually say about birthright citizenship? And why have Americans been arguing over it for almost 200 years? So in this video, we're going to look at the 3 moments that made us a country where everyone born here is a citizen. We're going to start with, actually with none of these. First, we're going to start quickly here at the original U.S. Constitution, which said nothing about who is and is not a citizen. The idea that you're a citizen if you're born here, that existed, but it was more of a legal assumption at the time, inherited from English common law.
Was just simply understood if you were born in the realm, you were subject of the king.
Which itself came from this old Roman idea of jus soli, or the right of soil, as opposed to the right of blood, where citizenship is passed down from your parents. But because jus soli is more of a principle than a law, for the first 70-ish years of the U.S., there aren't really specific rules on who is and isn't born an American citizen. Until 1857, just a few years before the Civil War, a time when the U.S. looks like this. Some states where slavery is legal, some where it isn't. And around this time, an enslaved man is taken by his enslaver from a slave state into free territory, and he eventually files a lawsuit saying that entering free territory should have made him a free man. His case eventually goes to the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., and it will come to be known as the Dred Scott decision. That's his name. And what the court says is neither Scott nor his family are free. And they add that he's also not a citizen. And in fact, they say that as a rule, a person of the African race cannot be a U.S. citizen by birth or otherwise.
Wait, the United States had slavery? Yeah. Kind of fucked up, right? Just found out. I'm as shocked as you are, really.
Supreme Court ultimately concludes that they weren't considered to be the part of the people of the United States, part of the citizenry of the United States.
At this time, there are many free black people in the free states of the U.S., but this court decision officially says that the country now has 2 classes of people. Those who are citizens or who can become citizens or whose children can be citizens, and those for whom none of that applies. And within a few years, ideas like that have literally torn the U.S. apart. These states secede, and these states go to war against them, partly to eliminate slavery and that 2-tiered system. And they win. So now the Civil War is over, and the victorious North decides to undo the Dred Scott case by passing the first American law to say that people born here are citizens, the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Problem number 1. The president at the time has some objections to this, and in a letter to Congress, he complains that in addition to African Americans, birthright citizenship is also going to make gypsies and Chinese people citizens. But Congress actually has enough votes to pass it over the president's objections.
That's how you know we were more Euro-minded back then. Like, we were so close in our association to the European continent, even at that point. You know, basically 100 years after we had left. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. Because the anti like Romani, anti-Roma people attitude is just European. Most Americans don't even know what that is. Okay, they think gypsy. What do you mean, Gypsy Rose? Do you mean Gypsy Kings? The guys that sing, they do like, it seems like it's like a mariachi thing, you know? That's literally, Americans don't know that that's a thing.
And it becomes law. But problem number 2.
There would always be the risk that the civil rights laws could be modified by a subsequent Congress.
A future Congress could theoretically repeal the law. So to make birthright citizenship a more permanent part of the law, they also decide to write it into a constitutional amendment, what will become the 14th Amendment. And it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. This is the language that will put birthright citizenship into the U.S. Constitution. But it will also eventually be the source of some debate because of this line, the qualifier, subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. For example, let's say an immigrant comes to the U.S. and then has a child. Are they subject to the U.S.'s jurisdiction? The amendment itself doesn't elaborate on this. But before Congress passes the 14th Amendment, as they debate it, they actually keep pretty good records of their conversations. For example, one senator asks the rest of the Senate, won't this give citizenship to the children of...
Is it common that some people from your country do not know that you had slavery? No, that chatter was joking. Come on, man. Americans are stupid, but I think not that stupid. You know what I mean? Maybe in like, give it a decade, you know? We will abolish the Department of Education. Who knows? Who knows what happens after that? Oh my God, what a fantastic sidestep here. Breaking news, the FDA is planning to end most of its routine food safety inspections according to CBS News. The FDA is reportedly planning to outsource their oversight to state and local authorities. This guy responded, ultimately, market works. Inspectors easily duped. And if the product is bad or harmful, the business is sued and few buy its products. Oh my God. We deserve what's coming. We deserve it. Like, that guy is going to die from trichinosis, okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Fuck microplastics. Time for macroplastics. Oh, you think it was the generations that come after us, if we make it that long, will look back and go, dude, remember how good it was when did you know that the average American citizen was eating one credit card worth of plastics a year? Think about how wonderful times were back then. That's what people are going to be saying. Yeah, they'll be reading on, I guess they won't be reading because there won't be any reading whatsoever, but like some AI machine will, in a sea of hallucinations, sometimes arrive at the correct historical assessment, where the AI machine will spit out information like, there was a time and place when Americans did not eat direct arsenic in their food supply. Okay? And they'll be like, there's no why. Arsenic make me strong. That's how I envision the median voter a couple decades into the future. Grok, tell me the arsenic in food is wrong. Grok spits out a bunch of hallucinations. Ay, we're so fucking cooked.
Of Chinese people, another senator says, yes, the child of an Asian is as much a citizen as the child of a European.
The debates over
woke. The law makes no such distinction, and the child of an Asiatic is just as much a citizen as the child of a European. Woke. Trumbull, more like woke bull, dude. What? Why did it fucking mute?
They understood that children of immigrants would become citizens at birth under this rule.
So it's with that understanding that birthright citizenship enters the Constitution. A big majority of Congress votes for it, but not everyone. For example, this guy, the one that was concerned about Chinese people becoming citizens, he does not vote for it.
Shock.
And that is actually important. The 14th Amendment becoming law doesn't necessarily mean that everyone likes it. Remember that. It's going to come back.
Yeah. There was, guys, shocked to find out there were racists in Congress in the 19th century.
After a quick break, we're going to talk about where that debate goes next and how it creates the 14th Amendment's first big test. I promise this will be fast. Hi, I'm Adam. I produced this video. If you're finding it at all interesting, okay, so far in the story, it sounds like support to. You can do that at vox.com/memberships. That's it. Thanks. Okay, so far in the story, we've seen both a president and a senator voice kind of the same concern about specifically Chinese people becoming American citizens, and this is actually pretty emblematic of this time period.
Well, nobody said nothing about Mexicans or Indians. They just said the Chinese. It's fine if the Chinese becomes a part of America, but I didn't hear nothing about Indonesian Chinese.
When there are a growing number of Chinese laborers in the U.S., along with a growing sentiment from some that they don't belong here. And in 1882, Congress passes the Chinese Exclusion Act. It says, among other things, Chinese immigrants can't become citizens. Though
this is also a historic smoke that we had for China.
It doesn't say anything about their children. And this is only meant to last 10 years, but it ends up being the first of several Chinese Exclusion Acts that remain in effect until 1943. And it's in that context that a few years after the Chinese Exclusion Act, a guy from San Francisco goes to visit his family in China.
This is what I was talking about earlier.
He comes back and is denied entry to the U.S. He says, but I was born here. I'm a citizen. And his case eventually goes to the Supreme Court. The guy's name is Wong Kim Ark. He's around 25, works as a cook, has a wife and child back in China, and his case is kind of the perfect test for the 14th Amendment, which, remember, says you're a citizen if you're born here and if you're subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. So, here's the question. When Wong was born here to his Chinese immigrant parents who were not U.S. citizens, was he under the jurisdiction of and thus a citizen of the place he was born? Or was he a citizen of the place his parents were from? In 1898, the court makes their decision. Wong Kim Ark is a citizen. The court says there's 3 types of people in the U.S. who are not subject to the country's jurisdiction: diplomats, certain Native Americans, and invading forces occupying territory. Their children are not citizens at birth. But other than that, partly because of what is written down in those congressional debate records, the court rules that...
Don't tell Donald Trump that, because he will say that every Mexican is actually a foreign invader, and therefore every child born to at least one undocumented parent is no longer considered a citizen. That's how they tackle birthright.
Partly because of what is written down in those congressional debate records, the court rules that subject to the jurisdiction was intended to mean pretty much everyone here, including immigrants and their children. Everyone in the U.S. is subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., and thus everyone born here is a citizen. And that basically remains the legal consensus to this day.
For more than a century, officials have acted in concert. It is the repeated recognition.
So if an American has a baby in another country, is it an American citizen? Yes. That's why, unfortunately, Ted Cruz is an American citizen. That's why, unfortunately, Mitt Romney is an American citizen. Natural and considered natural born too. That's why, unfortunately, Dan Crenshaw is an American citizen. Bernie Moreno, Tammy Duckworth, Chris Van Hollen, Ted Cruz, Mazuki Hirono, Michael Bennett was born in India? Michael Bennett? No! That's so funny. Mel Martinez, Cuba. John McCain, Panama Canal Zone. Yeah, Chris Van Hollen on that I will sacrifice my life for Pakistan shit. And that's just the senators. There's hella representatives. Were any of the politicians born in Turkey? We almost had one. Well, I guess Eric Adams, technically. Not born in Turkey, but honorary Turk.
Should apply to everyone, even though, to be clear, a majority of Americans think it should. And once again, it seems like the final call will be up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which for more than 100 years has recognized again and again that birthright citizenship is the law. We'll see what happens this time.
Yeah, military bases are considered U.S. soil. Technically. All right. Trump administration just ordered social media vetting of all visa applicants who have been to the Gaza Strip for any length of time since 2007, per diplomatic cable leaked to me. Bro, that is crazy. That is, oh my God. No, he's just, dude, he will burn this country into the ground for Israel. I swear to fucking God. All right, let's watch something fun. One night with Steiny. I did the podcast with Steiny, and I think it was good.
Saturday is the best day of the week. I don't know. You're one for the drama.
I am unfamiliar with the drama that you guys were getting into. He's one of the Nelk boys.
He is.
Okay.
But you're one that's always in drama.
Yeah, I am. I don't try to be. I mean, I talk about politics for the most part,
Yeah.
but drama always seems to find its way.
I don't
my
like
way.
it, bro.
I don't like it either.
I don't know how you guys. I was actually.
I hate it.
You're. I don't know if he's your arch nemesis or your op, but H3. You guys go at it daily. Or maybe he goes at you. I don't know.
I think is a little bit slanted in the opposite direction, where I think he goes after me quite a bit. I don't have any ill intent towards him. Like, I wish him well. I hope he's doing all right. It is what it, you know. Yeah.
And I don't even know this, but you guys said you had a podcast.
We did, yeah. We had a podcast called Leftovers. It was like, well, it ended right after October 7th. Like, it ended like a month after October 7th, basically. But we had a podcast where we would talk about politics, called Leftovers. And we did that for like 2 years, I think.
It probably did pretty well, right?
It did pretty well,
live?
yeah.
Damn. You've talked about us before, right?
The Nelk, of course. The Nelk boys.
Probably. I can't imagine how positive.
Oh, definitely not very positive.
Yeah, tell me. Refresh my memory, please.
I think I've probably said a million things. I mean, I love Bradley, for the record. Bradley Martin.
Don't know. That's great.
Okay, but
relevant, sir.
But as far as the Nelk brand goes, oh buddy.
What's your beef, dude?
What do you mean? What's my beef? You guys, first of all, you guys love Donald Trump. We're gonna go there. We can go there.
We could go a little bit there. I feel like.
How much you liking Donald Trump right now?
I mean, I'm losing a lot of money. I lost a lot of money these past.
It's for the greater good, though, right? That's what he said.
That happens. No, I mean, the market's gonna correct itself. Like, it'll all come back. Do you not agree with that? I guarantee you, he'll figure this out, and it'll be all right for everybody right now who's suffering from this.
I'm not suffering from this.
Like me, and you? Are you?
I mean, I don't really have any stocks.
You got crypto?
No, I don't have any crypto.
Really?
I don't crypto at all.
Wow, I took you for a crypto guy.
No.
I feel like every streamer has a lot of crypto.
No, that's because every streamer does deals
Gambling?
with the crypto casino a stake. That's why they all have crypto.
Got it.
I don't do that either.
Is that just?
I do gamble. I mean, I like gambling. I don't have an issue
like
with
just
it.
when you're in Vegas.
Yeah, I just don't like. I don't like promoting it for the most
And
part.
I'm sure, have you been offered big deals before?
I'm not directly through stake. I mean, I've been offered crazy deals. I was offered like $500,000 for a poker tournament one time. I turned that down.
For one tournament?
Yeah,
Just
I
to
was.
play?
Yeah, I was offered.
Wait. Whoa. Why? How do you turn that down?
What do you mean? I don't gamble like that.
To play, get $500,000 for free?
Yeah, to play poker too. But I also don't know how to play poker. That's another thing.
Yeah,
But even
that's
then,
why you like Brad. I feel like 'cause you guys got that like ego thing where it's like you don't want to. You'd rather save $500K and not risk embarrassing yourself in poker.
Oh no, I embarrass myself all the time. I don't give a shit about that. I was thinking about it ethically, where I just don't like the promotion of gambling in general. I think it should be like heavily regulated. But even then, I just thought that's not for me. There was a crypto. Remember that like online. His main producer is also a massive Hasanabi head, by the way, which kind of shocked me to my core. I forgot to mention that. Like, he was stoked. He was like, dude, I've been watching you for years. I'm a huge fan. Yeah. Jewish Hasanabi heads rise up. Literally. It was shocking. Crypto prediction thing. His name? Megaphonics. That's right. Y'all were wondering what wife guy Megaphonics does when he's not in the chat. That's it. I met him. At Steiny's podcast. Megaphonics is Magaphonics. Producer for Steiny. Thing that got like raided by the FBI. What was it?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. What was that?
Yeah, Polymarket.
Yeah, they're still active right now.
Yeah, they offered me $1 million as a starting point just for the election day coverage. I said no to that. For just sponsored the election coverage. I said no to that.
I mean, I gotta respect that, bro. At least you're doing what you believe in. See, the difference between us is I drink, I gamble.
I mean, I do all those things too.
I have sex, so Rose Sparks promoted them as well.
I mean, I don't have any issues like promoting, I don't know, sex.
Yeah. Well, so what's your other biggest issue with us besides our support for Trump? Is there anything else, or is that mainly what you attend?
Well, it's not just about Trump. I think it's more so about the presentation of a lifestyle that I feel like revolves around a lot of right-wing attitudes, when in fact, like, I do also come from that background myself. You know, are you also Canadian? Because I heard that the Nelk boys are Canadian.
Very proud American.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they brought you on. They were like, we have Americans with us.
Well, Steve's American too.
Okay.
Kyle and Jesse are the Canadians.
All right, so some of them are Canadians. I just remember thinking like these are. Did they go to college? Did you go to college?
I did.
So you went to college? Did they? Yeah, I did.
Where'd you go?
I went to Rutgers. I went to University of Miami and then Rutgers. And the thing is, like, I lived this, you know, the frat lifestyle or whatever. And a lot of people say I'm too bro-y to begin with, but for me, I feel like the political signifiers associated with that doesn't have to be like, I don't know, on trans people, on marginalized identities, things of that nature. And I feel like there's a lot of that.
I think
from what I've seen of the Nelk boys.
I mean, the transgenders for Trump, they did like a prank like that. I think that was.
Did they? I didn't even see that. I'm just associated with the overall vibes.
Sure, I understand that, but it's all in like. It's meant to be very harmless.
Yeah.
So I mean, like.
What happened to the fucking chat? Is chat broke?
Yeah, but I mean, at least he's a genuine person.
To your stock portfolio.
Come back, Hasan. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna be richer than I've ever been. During
chat, bro. Look, it might. What is going on? What the hell? What the helly? Uh-oh. I feel like Twitch just hit the shitter. Oh no. I don't even know if you guys are watching right now. It says I got 0 viewers and 0 followers. Uh-oh. Did the entire website break? What the hell? All right, I guess we just keep going. We just keep rolling. Oh, it's back. It's back. Okay. I don't know what that was. That was weird, huh? I got scared, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I got scared. I got scared as... It was a scary moment. I don't like that. I felt like I was, I felt like I lost you guys for a moment. You know, I missed you. That was messed up. The whole site was down except for a VTuber, it seems. Special event. I didn't even see that.
It might. It's just I'm not even saying it won't. I don't really care about the stock market in terms of like I don't think the stock market is a healthy assessment of the economy.
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of the stuff that he's doing beyond the stock market is pretty bad.
Okay, so let me ask you something. How long you lived in LA for?
10 plus years at this point, like 12 years.
Okay, so my biggest issue, and I think what has made me push me more to the conservative side, is after living here, state income tax is crazy. It's very leftist, like especially with Biden president. It was almost like the woke mindset was pushed heavily in LA.
What do you mean by that?
It just seemed like there was too much like that wasn't necessary.
Like what?
Just like the LGBTQ was just very pushed upon you, and it was like almost disingenuous.
Well, first of all, let me just start out by saying I'm not a Brandon supporter. I would not consider Gavin Newsom to be a leftist either.
He's actually talked about how he's starting to go more towards the middle.
Yeah, I mean, all those guys do.
You have to now.
I don't think you have to. As a matter of fact, I think they should actually go to the left instead of aesthetically presenting themselves as like woke people and then drop all of that and look like hypocrites. That was one of my big criticisms of Kamala Harris and also Biden too, which was this idea that they called Trump racist and Trump supporters racist for the border wall. And then by the time the election came around, they were like, actually, we want to build the border wall. I was like, the f are you doing?
Of course, yeah.
You look like a goddamn hypocrite.
But that's because it became a huge problem.
But the reason why it became a huge problem wasn't necessarily because it actually was a huge problem. It was because it was dominating the media landscape.
Yeah.
So I think you'll agree with me on the assessment that like the media, oftentimes mainstream news, will lie to you and has the capacity to change people's perception, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And I think that on the issue of immigration, on the issue of crime, the media greatly overemphasized this narrative that undocumented migrants were doing crimes left and right, when in fact, when you look at the actual data itself, they are doing less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are, like significantly less. Trump would go on the campaign trail and would say, undocumented migrants are doing 100,000 murders a year. Hundreds of thousands of people are being killed, right? You look at the actual data, how many undocumented, like non-citizen, documented and undocumented as a matter of fact, murder charges, and murder convictions took place in the fiscal year 2024?
I have no idea.
If I were to ask you. But like Trump is saying hundreds of thousands. Give me a ballpark.
How many murders are happening in the U.S.?
How many convictions has taken place for a non-citizen, both documented and undocumented, in the fiscal year of 2020?
Convictions.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it way more difficult.
Yeah, for sure.
20,000.
I think the last time I checked, it was 24. Not 24,000. 24.
There's no way.
How?
Oh, then yeah.
Yeah.
I think that doesn't matter though.
Wait, what do you mean?
Bro, there's a lot of murders that happen in places like Detroit, Chicago, that you get away with murder. I think.
You think there's a lot of unsolved murders that the undocumented migrants are doing?
No, I thought we were talking about documented too.
Yeah, and documented as well.
You're trying to say in a whole year there's only 24 murders.
24 murder convictions in the fiscal year. Yeah, murder in the fiscal year 2024.
See, I don't know, bro. I'll go on X. You ever go on X late at night and see like the dark side of X?
I feel like all sides. I've seen six guys die in one drive-by.
I swear, that's like what I've
they're
seen.
Undocumented.
Huh?
How do you know they're undocumented?
It seems like they get away with it in the video.
That's well, okay.
I'll send you the link.
But
and
you don't.
tell me
But you
if
don't
think
know
it's
they're
24 with
undocumented.
the I'm watching at night.
You don't know they're undocumented. You don't know if they actually get caught later down the line.
24 size.
There's a lot of unsolved murders. My point was there's a lot of solved murders as well, right? There's a lot of charges for murder and convictions for murder, and you got to adjust. You got to look at the disparity. You have to look at what percentage of the convicted murders were documented U.S. citizens versus undocumented, and then extrapolate from that data.
Okay, OJ.
There's no
OJ not convicted, so that would make it 25. So there's one, right?
Oh, well, OJ is documented citizen,
But he's not convicted.
That's true.
So there's 25.
Well,
so you just missed one.
He's also very, very wealthy, you know. So I think being wealthy and being a celebrity probably helps in that regard. When you
I think
want
the timing of that helped it.
The timing of that definitely played a role too. It became a political issue as well.
Yeah.
But overall, what I'm trying to say is the idea, the disparity between like what Trump is saying about undocumented migrants versus like what the reality is.
Why'd you talk to this guy? Because he has an audience. What do you mean? His audience are the people that need to hear this more than you, dumbass. What the fuck? What kind of question is this, dude? What do you mean? I talked to him because you have no way of talking to him or his fans. I do. That's why I do this.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
They do crimes, and there's, of course, everybody has the capability of doing crime, right? They're not like a hive mind. They're not a monolith. You got from Guatemala at the age of like 35 coming in, and you got dudes from China coming in as well.
Sure. Yeah.
Totally different demographics. They're not all collectively like a hive mind, even though we try to make it seem as though they're all operating on the same ideals, where they're coming into America to be like, I'm going to do crimes. I can't wait to do
So where
murder.
do you get all your information from? Because you're clearly passionate and educated on this, but where do you get?
Everywhere.
You got to get your information from somewhere, right?
Everywhere. I look at it, over the course of my stream. I stream on Twitch for 8 to 10 hours every single day, 7 days a week.
7 days a week?
Yeah, 7 days a week. Over the course of my broadcast, I will look at every outlet. I probably watch more Fox News and right-wing outlets than I do liberal ones.
You got to watch Fox. Fox News is better than CNN.
I mean, better how? More entertaining.
More entertaining. Better-looking women.
I don't really care. I don't.
But I'm just saying.
I don't pay attention to that because like
smart. It's a smart.
either. You know
no,
what
but
I mean?
It's a smart marketing tactic that they will do.
I guess if you say so. I don't want to my newscasters. I want them to tell me the truth.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm talking about. But if and I know you know what I'm talking about. But every single day, are you only talking politics, or do you talk about other stuff?
I talk about other stuff too. I usually do like the first 4 to 5 hours is like heavy politics, and then after that I move on to other stuff like culture stuff. I play video games. I do all of it.
Are you involved, or do you do anything with any other streamers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I collaborate with streamers.
I know, because I saw you've had beefs with streamers before, right?
I have had beefs with streamers.
I think Aiden and Neon, or maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the Neon one I think was more so like a one-sided beef on his end. I didn't really have beef with him. I didn't know because I only found out when he came up and apologized to me at the.
I saw that. That's what I'm talking about.
I was at. Yeah, he was like, "I'm so sorry that I I came after you pretty hard. I was talking to you." He's like, "You're Muslim. I'm Muslim." I was like, I don't. Okay, but with Aiden, the Aiden one is crazy because like. I was pretty friendly with Aiden before the Andrew Tate stuff.
Yeah. So okay. So that's what.
I think that's what like started the spiral. I would say I was like trying to help him out. I was like, listen, don't do this, don't do that, do this instead.
So you were telling him, don't collab with Tate at all?
No, I was trying to guide him down like a more reasonable path, because I always look to people like Kai and look to people like Speed as like great examples of how to manage your media career and do what you want to do, still have fun, be as honest as you want to be, but don't become like a toxic brand or a toxic person in general. And this was, of course, we're talking Aiden before Andrew Tate, so I don't know how many years ago this is.
Probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, 3 or 4 years ago. Like, I would talk to him all the time. We've collabed together before. And I tried to tell him, like, don't do this. Don't lean into this, like, right-wing It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for your brand. It's not going to be good for your your mental space. It's just going to be bad for you overall. And he just went fully off the deep end on that front. I mean, the smelling Andrew Tate's seed and all this
yeah. The smelling the seed's such low hanging fruit. Anytime someone does that, I'm like, bro, come on. You know what
I mean, he was memeing.
But I will say, it does seem like things didn't go so bad for him. Like, I feel like Aiden's doing really well right now.
I guess.
He did, like, you could say whatever you want, whether you like Trump or not. Doing a stream with the future president of the United States is pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of my friends have interviewed Trump.
And the majority of people in the country supported him.
So. Yeah, I mean, I still despise the guy. I don't even like Kamala Harris, too.
Yeah.
So, to be fair, but, I mean, he is zesty. He's very telegenic. I will say that.
What do you think about
There's
they had that
note for him?
What?
I'm saying that's one W for Trump.
Is what, he's zesty?
Yeah.
Trump is zesty?
You don't think he's zesty?
No, I haven't seen that.
Has more powder on his face than...
He just wants to look good. What's wrong with looking good, bro?
No, it's
you got
not
product
just
in your
that.
hair right now?
I don't.
Yeah, there's no way that's not.
No, I just have minoxidil. I put Rogaine
for
so my hair.
Nice.
Yeah, but it looks like I got product.
No,
But no, that's not the only reason why he's zesty. He's a New York guy. He loves Broadway. You ever heard him talk about?
He appreciates artwork and good
that's what I mean. He's zesty.
You don't appreciate good acting.
No, I do too, but I'm also zesty. But Donald Trump is like, he presents himself as this like.
But you could be zesty and still love chicks. I had a photo of
I think Donald Trump is a bisexual
dude.
Bisexual aromantic. That's what I think.
Okay, I don't know what aromantic means. Like
he's just like he just doesn't aromantic. Like he doesn't have romantic relationships. He just like doesn't really he f***s for power. But he is I think
my boy wants to get his steak at a dinner at a steakhouse, and then he wants to get laid after.
The way he walks around. I mean, I like that aspect of Trump, by the way. So
you only like the zesty part about him.
Yeah, I think he's a drama queen. It's so funny. He talks about Graydon Carter, and he's like Vanity Fair parties. They're so they used to be so much
He's
better.
a Hollywood guy. He's on The Apprentice.
That's what I mean. That's exactly.
Yeah, but so I mean.
So you're seeing what I'm saying. You're picking up what I'm putting down.
No, I think his history, like, as you've seen, how's your zesty, just being in LA, Hollywood, whatever.
No.
Maybe it makes you a little more zesty. Naturally.
Sure. Are you You're around Hollywood?
Yeah, I mean, there's a fake photo of me on a billboard. I don't know. We can't even pull it up. And I actually have a photo of you, bro.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that I got sent.
Show me my photo.
And I don't know. I thought this was sketch with a AI face.
Okay.
So this is what I saw.
Oh, that's real. Yeah.
Is this real?
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to see it. Without showing it, is there anyone you show me where you're?
The judge, show him my zesty photo, and don't send it to him because you might want to keep that one. I look good.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Can you explain yours?
This photo is crazy.
Whose house were you cleaning?
I went to Japan.
Were you cleaning someone's house?
We were in I was a maid in a maid cafe. Okay. For one of the streams that we did, we literally went to a maid cafe, and all the maids there taught us like how to be a maid.
And they made you dress up and...
Yeah, we dressed up.
Genuinely, you hold your own so well in this, dude. Respect. Yeah, because unlike many people in this audience, unfortunately, I'm a normal person who knows how to have normal conversations with normal people without immediately fucking turning the conversation into a back and forth political battle. Like, why would I be weird to this guy? Okay? It's not everything is a debate, chatters. I'm just being a normal guy. He is also lightly jabbing here to be like, see, look at you in this maid outfit. But the reality is, like, he thinks that's an embarrassing moment for me, where it's like, no, I put that shit on myself. I film myself doing it. I don't have any issues with that. I look good as fuck. Do you see what I mean? Like, I am confident in my sexuality. I'm confident in my masculinity. That's the difference.
I made myself dress up.
Damn, bro.
I'm a 33-year-old adult man.
I mean, you're comfortable, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could show some.
I look good as hell, dude.
Yeah, I look better in my zesty photo.
Let me see.
Guaranteed I'll be your zesty photo.
See, and he got confident in that moment.
What the?
Yeah, this is the photo. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen, by the way. This photo is literally This photo is so much gayer than the maid outfit. Because not all of us can be calm and charitable when someone is saying sexist, transphobic shit. You have insane patience that most of us don't have. No, it's called I'm a straight white guy. That's what it is. And also, I urge you, regardless of your background, regardless of your gender, regardless of your identity, to also try to, you know, unlock that zen inside of you, no matter what kind of adversity you're facing. Because, and I know it's difficult, I know it's emotional labor, but it is very successful. This is a grinder pick, Lamau? Yeah.
Okay, take your phone back.
Hey, yo!
Take your phone back. Take your phone back.
Bro, you can show this.
It's already on the internet, unfortunately.
Hell, you took this photo? Who was this for? Who was this for?
Okay, so bro, like, do you ever just get bored at night when you're at the house by yourself?
That is.
Okay.
I've never taken a photo like that. Yo, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you.
All right.
That is way gayer than me dressing up in a maid outfit. What the?
All right. So basically, I actually said it to him because I knew, like, yo, he's definitely awake right now. Like, I'm just gonna have him be like, what the? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just wanted him to be like, dude, what the?
You want to be pretty for a moment.
I look good, dude.
You look.
You can admit I had clear skin. Like, I look kind of toned. No. You're in a maid outfit in Japan, bro, with cat ears on. What happened after that?
I did.
After that, I went to bed on that photo.
I've dressed up like that before. We went and we walked around. We went to a capybara cafe like that.
Really?
In the maid outfit, yeah.
And this was for IRL?
Yeah, we did an IRL stream like that.
Who's we?
Me and a couple of my buddies.
Okay, they were in the maid outfit too?
Yeah.
So you did that with I was solo when I took my photo.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit more.
That makes it way more straight.
Yeah. Oh, that makes it way more straight.
Yes.
I was gonna say the exact opposite. I feel
Actually, I don't know.
By the way, I mean, I don't care if you're doing.
Why don't you remake it?
What?
You should remake it for a stream.
I mean, I post way more risque photos than that one.
Yeah.
Like.
No, I almost canceled this interview. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, why?
Dude, I was telling my girl I'm not doing. I said no, I'm going to do this podcast with Hasan, and she's like, "Oh, Hasan, what's your Twitch name? Hasanabi?"
Hasanabi, yeah.
Yeah, she's like, "Hasanabi." I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh, he's really attractive."
Oh.
Yeah, I kicked her out of my house.
I thought I was gonna go to a totally separate.
No, I kicked her out of my house.
You kicked her out of your house?
Yeah. I said, "Yo, I'm going to battle with this guy. He does not f us. Talk about us on the internet, and you're gonna show him love like that. So we're no longer seeing each other." She got kicked out of the house today.
You broke up with her over this?
Yeah, we're in a fight right now.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think you should do that.
No, I showed her the maid photo, and then I told her that you were gay, so we're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's
so we're back together.
She probably knows I'm not.
No, I don't know. I really want to know, bro, about... Oh, you have ball knowledge, too, apparently. Do you watch the NBA a lot?
No.
What?
No, not at all.
But you hoop a lot.
I do hoop a lot. I play a lot of basketball, but
you don't watch
I don't
any
really
NBA?
watch any NBA, no.
Why?
I just watch mostly anime, and I watch movies and TV shows.
I have a Dragon Ball Z shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
But because are you in the gym?
What?
Are you in the gym?
I am in the gym, yeah.
So I like the Trend Twins a lot. Are you
I
familiar
love
with
the
them?
Trend. Yeah, I
bro,
love
my
the Trend
favorite
Twins.
guys ever.
Yeah.
And they always wear anime tees. So
I'm more of a Sam Sulek fan myself, but I mean, look,
Sam's a little too like chill for me. Like the Trend Twins, I like the bro, get me fired up. I want to take steroids. I want to take steroids because they take steroids.
Bro, how do you hang out with Bradley Martin and not take steroids?
He like makes them not look fun.
Wait,
you
why?
only see like the anger. I want to get like rage to lift, not rage to fight. You know?
Okay.
So I see the rage to fight side of him.
I feel like he's a teddy bear. Does he get angry? I've only seen him
He gets angry with me, bro. He's choked me a couple times.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
You want to talk about it?
No, I'll talk about it. I don't care.
Like how does that happen? Did you deserve it?
I told like 5 people outside that they could get a free day pass.
Uh-huh.
And he came outside like Bart Simpson choking me. He was like, "Don't you ever do that again." And I had to Venmo him $300 a couple of food. Yeah, so I had that experience with him, but other than that, he's done nothing but nice to me. Me and Brad are good friends.
Yeah,
we have a great relationship.
I've never had like a weird.
Well, he's not gonna you, bro. You're big too.
But
he doesn't pick on people his own size.
He's way bigger than me though. He's
maybe you guys might be close in the same height, but he's stronger.
He's so much stronger than me.
Yeah.
It's crazy. We lifted together one time when I had a New Yorker magazine journalist like following me around to write a profile, and he was going crazy. He was just putting up like it's nothing. He was putting up like 4 plays, 5 plays on the deadlift. I was like, I'm done.
Oh
I'm out.
yeah. Well, he's a strong,
very strong dude.
I want to know what's Elon's daughter's name, son, not daughter, Vivian.
Vivian, yeah.
How did that collab come about? That was the last thing I saw you do.
She was
because she exposed Elon for not being this Diablo player, right?
Yeah, but everybody,
You stole my look.
I thought he was number 1.
Shut up.
I thought he was number 1.
Did
bro.
not think his
okay
was unironically, quote unquote, running 8 companies or whatever, and also constantly grinding in Diablo. Like,
no, but that'd be gangster if he did.
No, there's not enough physical time in the day.
Okay, you're right.
And also, I don't even think he does too much for like running the companies or whatever. But like, he wants to be liked, and everybody wants to be liked. It's understandable. But like, he is so rich that he'll just pay someone much better than him to play his characters so that he can.
So
present
that's what you think
himself.
happened.
That's
it's
what
like
I
he paid
know
someone to play with his tag.
Oh, that is like you can get as much.
First of all, you're
you can
looking
get
at the glass half empty, bro. That is the sickest job of all time.
Yeah.
To get paid by Elon to play Diablo as Elon. So you're wrong there. Maybe it is a facade, but
to
I
be fair,
respect
you
that.
got to grind pretty hard. Like you're literally playing the video game so much that you're most likely playing it at a professional level anyway. That like at that point it's no longer fun. It's just a job.
Sure.
You know.
Well, so what's yours and Vivian's relationship then?
I
just one
said
collab?
because Elon was talking about
To
me
you?
on Twitter, yeah, and I was like, listen, I'll have you on the broadcast if you're like, man to man, because he has not been a fan of mine for quite some time because I had his baby mama Grimes on a couple years ago on the show, and ever since then,
I'll be honest, I can see now why someone who never watches you or knows any better can think you're just a grifter when watching this convo. What have I said in this conversation that isn't literally the same message that I repeat everywhere, just adjusted slightly to the audience because I'm not a fucking weirdo and I'm gonna talk about like the labor theory of value with Steiny. I know I'm trying to understand what you were trying to say here, but like it's just a normal conversation being had with a normal person in the real world. Normal, not because like Steiny is I mean, he's not a normal dude. Obviously, he's fucking part of the Nelk Boys. He's very wealthy. But normal in the sense that he represents the average American's political opinions a lot closer than you. I think I know what that chatter means. I think because you're not a personification of the SJW stereotype, they think you're putting up a fake character. Yeah, but the point here is that like you can be chill and have fun and be a normal, cool guy and still maintain your values. Because if you noticed in this conversation, there are moments where I am gently and in a humorous way explaining my positions. Exactly what the other person said. Yeah, the issue on the other hand is that a lot of people only hyper focus on the aesthetics. And they can't comprehend that like you can be this way. I want more people to be like me. I want more people to be like me. I want people to have their own personal interests and be able to navigate through conversations that might otherwise become difficult. Also, the severity with which you talk about leftist topics to a community of leftists versus toned down version you portray to non-leftists could make people think you're softening up. I don't think you're softening up. I'm just saying it could come across that way to people who aren't as familiar. Yeah, that's what fucking Ethan Klein tried to say was me lying to people and manipulating people. No, that's just called being a normal human being. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's just, that's just a lot of people, I think, unironically are antisocial and have lost touch with how to react and have a normal conversation with human beings. Does that make sense? You realize we fail where you win with normal people, i.e. racists and homophobes? No, that's also not true. That's also not true. That's why I always say the greatest antidote to transphobia is a chill trans coworker. Okay? That's it. Like a chill trans coworker who just works every single day at the job and talks to coworkers about their shared interests is perhaps the greatest antidote that you can ever have to people having transphobic opinions. Straight up. And the trans people in this chat will reconfirm that. How many people gave you, if you're a trans Hasanabi head, when you first start, I don't know if someone suspected you were trans or whatever. I'm sure that that's always top of mind, right? I don't know. I don't have any personal experience with this, but like, I'm sure that that's like a worry that you have, right? A worry, understandably, that you have, that like your coworkers are gonna look at you differently, think about you differently, and then you broach the subject not on the virtue of trans issues or whatever, but instead you just like have a normal conversation with them, and you slowly start recognizing that your coworkers are initially your coworkers that initially might have treated you differently are like, oh damn, like you're just like us. You know what I mean? You're not an alien. That's it. That's it. It's true. I was transphobic for a long time. My trans coworker was a jerk, but I realized that was just her personality. Nice, dude. It's like that one TikTok sound sample that lists like 30 things a person is, but it's a caricature of the most annoying liberals. Yeah. You as a trans person have a secret weapon. Just being normal and around other human beings. If you can crack a couple jokes on top of that, and not like weird autism jokes, okay? But like shit that some random coworker could also find funny, it's over. It's a wrap. You have eradicated transphobia one person at a time. Asking anyone in your community is a big ass dog, says conservative dad one. It's hilarious that you're saying that because it's so untrue. Because as far as Twitch streamer audiences goes, demonstrably, my audience is very much online and also have jobs. That much you see from the fucking rallies that we go to, and that much I experience from being outside all the goddamn time and meeting you outside randomly. So, you know. And he's not been a big fan.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, to say the least. And
were you afraid when you do something like that? There's no like.
Afraid?
Not even afraid, but like.
No.
You like bros before thing.
He's not my bro.
No, but like I'm not going to nobody's baby mama and having them on.
Oh no, I don't.
You don't give a.
No.
Okay.
Especially not Elon, and you know.
Okay, so go ahead.
But basically, there was already apparently some animosity on that front. I've never really been a fan of his to begin with, but after he talked to Twitter,
as trans women, I'm very chill and open about my gender, but being chill doesn't help truly bigoted people. It's not that case. It's not that case, unfortunately. I've gone through a fair bit, and plenty of other dolls have done the same. I think the best way to be is chill and firm. I need to assert my boundaries in a normal tone. I think it's a bit more complicated than that. Yes, I'm not saying this is like the... Don't take what I say literally. It's not literally an antidote to the poison of transphobia, okay? Yes, of course. There are still going to be incredibly bigoted people. Burgles!
Calling me
Thank you for the 50 bones.
R word. I refuse to say it. It's lame now. It's lame to say.
Why?
Because, like, hedge fund managers are saying it.
So what? So are you and me off camera, probably.
No, I don't even say it off camera. This is the first time
I don't say
dropped it.
Just to be clear, Hassan said it. I don't even say the
But I just think it's when you got 65-year-old hedge fund managers trying to be edgy, like you got Elon Musk saying it.
I haven't seen them. Have they said that publicly?
He said that to me. Call me a R word.
He tweeted that?
Yeah. It's like, bro, you're a 60-year-old man. You're the richest person on the planet. What the f are you doing?
I did not know that he said that.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's like, he blocked because I had blocked him.
Yeah.
And he was like, he's afraid of me. You know, that's why he blocked me. I was like, no, dumbass, it's because you f***ing post a million times a day and you boost the algorithm so we see your 9gag memes.
But no parties like, yo, this is pretty cool that I'm going at it with the Elon Musk. Do you even look at it like that at this point?
No.
It's just whatever.
It's just I don't really think about it like that.
Okay, but look, there's two ways to go about it. Being annoying and a woke scold, and being like, well, this is ableist language, it's problematic. How dare you do this? How dare you engage in this? Or you say, hey, it's lame as fuck. It's dork behavior. Which is true. Both of these statements are true. Which one you use will vary greatly. Your success will depend on which one you go with when you have these conversations. Important lessons here for a lot of you to learn and take home with you and to demonstrate in the real world. Okay? It is the same thing that I always do when I talk about trans issues as well. And I think we get into like trans women in sports at a certain point. And I think it's important to also learn a lesson there as well.
So in your savage ways, you went straight to his.
So I said, if you don't
that he lost the woke mind virus.
If you don't want to come on, then I'm gonna have Grimes on again. I'm gonna have your daughter on, and she saw it and she was like, oh yeah, I'd love to come on the stream.
Damn, bro.
So I had her on the stream. It was great.
Why are you always dunking on autism? Autistic autistic F. Don't disclose the work and don't go undetected. But the constant dogging on neurodiversity is hurtful to hear from someone I look up to. It's because I'm ableist, chatter. That's why. Okay? Because I'm fucking ableist. This is the most autistic community on the internet. Okay? Talk to me about your rad score. The chat is exhausting. I know. It is pretty funny. I heard you say autistics don't pay taxes. Oh, I talked about this on the Fear M podcast as well. Dude, RFK Jr. is so fucking funny. RFK Jr. is the most insane person on the planet. I talked about it on the fucking Fear M podcast. I forgot about that. Where is it? RFK feels like a Metal Gear Solid character. I agree. Hold on. What did he say?
This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're
some environmental exposure to autism.
2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing.
That's so funny, dude. Well, I don't know what he thinks autism is, bro. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what he's describing. Like what could he be describing? What the fuck is he talking about, dude? Yeah, I say, is Elon Musk the only autistic person this moron has been around? How? What is like? He's talking about autism like it's not a spectrum, and instead like cerebral palsy at its end stage. You know what I mean? Like it's a massive spectrum, and even if you're talking about like, and I know this is the outdated language here, but like low functioning, right? What is the, or high needs? Is that the new way to say it? I don't know. Back when I used to work with autistic boys, it was called high functioning, low functioning, but I think it's like something different now. High support needs versus low support needs. Yeah. So he's talking about like not just high support needs, but like the highest level of support needs. And even then it's not just, well, I guess, yeah, you're right. I still work with autistic boys, but it's full blown dumbass. Yeah. The newest meta is to just say that you have full blown autism. Is tier 1, 2, and 3 now? That's how you know all this like autism diagnosis shit is also being done by autistic people, because y'all have changed the fucking designation basically every week, dude. Who's keeping up with this? You have to make autism your hyperfixation to be able to keep up with what the new meta is. It's all the same shit. God damn. We went from like obviously problematic shit, right? Understandable, like Asperger's or fucking I don't know, the notion that like there must be a cure for autism, to, you know, changing that stuff is all right and understandable, right? Because you're diving into like eugenics territory. To high functioning is no longer appropriate. You now have to say high special needs, and then you're like, well, you know what? You can't say high special needs. Now it's tiers. It's like, I don't know, man. It changes too fast. I don't want to be mean. Anyway, RFK, not sure what he's talking about here, but I can tell you it's not autism. What an insane statement. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get back to Steiny.
It was a great conversation. She is way funnier, way more charismatic than Elon ever could be. Elon's all
okay, but what is she like? Because my question is,
What's
does she her father publicly?
Yeah.
Like, what's her financial situation? Is she cut off financially? Does she have a black Tesla car?
She probably gets like, I don't know. I didn't ask her that, but she
That's
probably.
interesting though, right?
Yeah, no. I would assume that she probably gets like some kind of child support, like the benefits of that for sure. I mean, he's just a person on the planet. He better be paying the out of that.
It'd be really difficult to see my kid with someone that hates me, talking shit about me, and then having to fund their lifestyle.
Well, sucks to suck, you know?
I mean, I guess.
What are you going to do? I mean, he's already done so much awful shit. I feel like conservatives that talk about like family values and whatever, they look at someone like Elon Musk, who has like a weird pregnancy fetish, it feels like, where he's getting like he has like 14 children.
He has 14 kids.
Yeah, he has 4. You don't know? Haven't you hung out with him?
Yeah, but bro,
what the?
I don't talk about his personal stuff.
Bro, it's not. It's
we
like
talk about
out
real
in-
life. We talk about colonizing Mars, dude.
Yeah, that's real life shit.
And me to. And we talk about changing the world. We don't
Yeah,
talk about
he's like-
how's the ex baby mama, how's this kid.
Elon Musk, Nelk Boys collab. We're like, we're gonna do.
We're like, yo, what's up, bro? You want
Mars.
some chocolate? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
But going back to what we were talking about, what was I saying? I'm forgetting.
You were talking about, is it Vivian?
Yeah, we were talking
Just
about
the whole
Vivian.
collab and like her getting paid, or how he has 14 kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He has 14 kids. So conservatives talk about how like you know they care about family values, and he has 14 kids, and he disowned his child. Like I think that's really talking about how she's dead because of the woke mind. Where it's like, you have some respect for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like that's pretty weird. Like maybe it's because I'm Turkish, but like it would take so much for me to publicly disown a family member. Like they'd have to be you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they would have to be like,
dude, that's such a
someone
and I'm
who's
sorry.
done like crazy amounts of crimes for me to be like, yeah, he's not the best guy. You know what I mean?
You would agree that's a tough situation, but I will tell you, like,
especially as a dad,
who I
like, you
think
have
about
more
right away
responsibility.
and who gets a lot of is Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
Because his
Yeah, he's a great dad.
and he's super supportive.
Yeah.
So
That's
I
what
don't-
you're supposed to
It's
do.
so difficult. I don't know. I mean, I understand and I see where you're coming from, and I think as a father, you have that obligation to. I mean, a guy who can't spend time with their family isn't a man, according to Michael Corleone. So.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
But that's
Michael
true.
Corleone was 100% right.
That's why that's one of the greatest movies of all time, because it
Godfather's a great
preaches the
movie.
best morals. So,
Yeah.
I do see what you're saying there. What do you think about? You came in here you got the exclusive red robe from Kanye. So I just want to see what you think about his.
The red robe? What do you mean?
Like you saw his black robe.
Uh huh.
Okay, you don't get the joke.
Oh, I misunderstood. My bad. Oh, you were.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I should have.
God, dude,
gone
what
with
the
it.
is wrong?
I should have
bro?
gone
Aren't
with
you
it.
I thought
God
you were
damn
quick
it.
on your feet.
I should have went bit for bit.
Yeah, dude.
I was confused. I was like, what is?
Would you prefer to wear the black one or the red one?
Would I prefer to wear either of the Kanye robes?
You have to pick the
no,
black or
but
red.
if I have to wear one, I'd probably go with the black one because the red one is literally also a Klan's robe.
Yeah.
At least I don't think the Klan has a. They probably have a black robe too.
I haven't seen that one, even in movies.
Yeah.
Even like Harold and Kumar. Have you seen Harold and Kumar?
Yeah, yeah.
That, you know that scene I'm talking about? Where
I don't remember, but I mean, I've seen the Klan robe.
Wait,
many
bro, you know what I'm talking about?
I see the Klan robe many times when we go to the meetings, like me and Kanye.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen it.
What do you think about his whole rant?
Too late.
He actually.
Too late for me to pick up on the bit now.
I mean, he's a bad guy.
Oh, I thought you were about to say he's a friend of the show.
No, no.
Nelk Boys
I mean,
Kanye collab.
nah, bro,
you
we're
know.
not. You know, I mean, that guy's talked even the last couple days about supporting Diddy or Kelly.
No, he's lost. I mean, it's obvious he's lost his mind. Like it's just.
He did. I don't agree with anything he has said, but he did say one thing today.
Oh,
that
I thought you were about
I
to say
actually
he
agreed.
did graduation.
No, he did do graduation.
Have you considered graduation?
But he tweeted, "Why am I need a purse when I'm the bag?" And that actually had me thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Because all these chicks that have Birkin bags and Chanel bags, they never actually have money in there. They're
Do
always
they
with the
not?
guy that has the money, right?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's rich women out there that probably have money in there.
But
Maybe.
from where?
I don't know. From working.
What are they doing?
Who knows? They could be doing anything. They could be an accountant.
I want to find a chick that has a Birkin bag.
He's trying to get me to be misogynistic so bad, and I'm just not giving it to him at all. I'm like, oh no.
Or a Chanel bag that doesn't do OnlyFans or something like that.
I feel like you have a sampling bias here.
Okay,
'Cause
why?
I'm around sex workers all the time, but like that's not the only women that I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think I'm a little bit too trapped in that right now. But that's not the only women I know.
I feel I see that a lot with like those podcasts where they just like will hire women off of like sugar baby websites to like berate them.
I don't
you know
do
what I'm
that
talking
shit.
about? No, I'm not saying you do that, but those guys. Like a Fresh and Fit, right? Or there's another podcast I can't remember the.
Ever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
the
asked me
one.
to go on.
Exactly. They will like hire women off these websites.
I don't like that.
And then they're like, "Oh, you're for speaking back to me, you," and I'm like, "Who watches this?"
You know what's
It's
actually
so
funny about
lame.
that though?
What?
Is I don't know why I just thought of this, but I've had Dean Withers on a couple times. You and him would probably hang out.
Yeah, I mean, I know him. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was actually just so ironic because he's definitely would have your stance and be like, yo, I don't support the Fresh and Fit or whatever else with this podcast. And I had this girl on, and they were going back and forth. And he just stops and he goes, can you name all the continents? And just started saying that they would say to girls. And I was just like, bro, like,
damn,
it's kind of weird. Like, that's why.
Could she name all the continents?
I didn't know how to answer because we're not gonna support that kind of behavior on this show.
Oh, you're like, I'm a feminist. You came out and you were like,
well,
Dean,
she's bad, and I'm gonna say, you know what? You don't answer that.
she's
we don't need
bad.
to do that. Yeah.
If
But
she wasn't bad, you'd be like, you'd be
then you
cooking
answer
her
that
too.
fucking question. Yeah. No, but I think.
I love that he went, she's bad, so I defended her. It's so funny.
I just think too that what I've noticed with having liberals, conservatives, and being like around both, you just kind of get, whether you agree with them or not, you at least get more genuine, and you know what you're getting. Like what you see is what you get with the conservative side.
Oh, with conservatives.
Yeah, I think a lot of the
Do you
times,
think
like,
liberals are faking it?
I think Gavin Newsom and me could have a great time, hit a bar, go have a good time, and act the same way that you would expect the conservatives to act. You know, have that kind of bro talk. And I think that a lot of the liberals really play into their audience.
I guess maybe some liberals do. I'm not one of those people. I mean, I'm very
genuine too. But I even think like,
but off camera and on camera, like the way I'm talking to you right now is not any different than it would be off camera.
Yeah.
I can't fake it. I'm live 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
would you agree with that assessment though, that it seems more like, because I did hang out with some of these guys off camera, and I don't think that they actually believe all they say, but they know like you can really get this on the internet. You can really get this loyal cult fan base if you were super leftist or you were really far left that buy into everything you say, and you got to double down and you got to stick with that, or they will turn on you. I think there's a lot more pressure on the left side of things than the right side.
yes and no. I think there's less infighting on the right, if that's what you mean. But I mean, the Israel stuff is a major point of contention now on the right too. There's like a lot of drama there. But I think there's disingenuous grifters on the right. There's disingenuous grifters on the left as well. I maintain the position that it's like, for the reasons that you just mentioned, it's a lot harder to grift to the left because everybody's constantly up here. Like your own allies are constantly up being like, you're not sufficiently woke, or on this issue or that issue. That's actually one of my, I think, big distinctions with like a lot of other people, is that whenever someone does that to me, I'm like, shut the f up. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Bro, I was liberal my entire life. I'm from Denver, Colorado. I went to
But I'm not a liberal. That's the difference. Like, I'm not. I think I have a different worldview than liberals in general.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, because I've gotten backlash for supporting Trump, obviously. Certain people from back home don't talk to me anymore. My own mother didn't talk to me for 6 months. So, like, there are people that have that kind of hatred that if you support this guy, I'm not going to affiliate with you at all.
For family, it's a little different, but I understand why people.
My mom Elon me for 6 months, bro.
But I mean, I understand why people, your friends, would get mad at you over that for sure. Because like, supporting Trump is one thing, but then you also like, you had him on the show and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like you're offering your platform to him, but you can't really platform the president. He's platforming you technically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so I get that argument as well.
He did a great. You got to admit his strategy. In the campaign. I mean,
for sure. But no one else can do that anyway. Like JD Vance was on your pod. I remember watching that, and he sucks. Like he is so.
I think he's actually the smartest one.
Yeah, smart doesn't mean telegenic or charismatic though.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He's just such a whiny little baby. When I hear him talk, I'm like, ugh, shut the dude.
Why? I mean, do you have a specific example?
Yeah, many, as a matter of fact. He's always. First of all, he has the vibes of a person that's just like desperately trying to get you to like him. Yeah. But from the perspective of an intelligent guy, for sure.
Yeah.
He is an intelligent dude. But he just comes across as so fake. I don't know. I think
he's pretty.
He has the fake politician vibes down pat. He just says that you agree with. That's why you don't read it, in my opinion. Like Kamala Harris is obviously a very inauthentic person.
Oh,
like
for sure, bro.
Yeah,
But I also don't think, like, I don't know why it was always in my head, but I always just pictured, this is why, one of the reasons why I actually do appreciate Trump more.
I was thinking of have you said thank you yet, but I didn't mention that. I should have mentioned that as an example, because that's like such a great example. Another thing that he did yesterday is a great example of this, where he's like trying to do this mealy-mouthed, squishy liberal apologia for eroding due process, which is just straightforward fascism, where he's just like, oh, but we've been invaded by so many migrants. My parents built this country. How can you expect us to go to due process for 20 million peoples? And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just say it with your goddamn chest, you fucking pussy. I hate you so much. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It's like so stupid. What a fucking gross way to operate. I hate this smug, self-assured bullshit. I know I'm right, and people must be dumb or immoral to disagree with me. It's an easy way to go through life. Where is the due process thing? This is the real... The due process response that I saw was so fucking annoying. I was gonna tweet about it. I got so mad. I got so mad that I couldn't fucking tweet about it. That's how mad I got. I can't stand this fucking asshole. In a lengthy post published Tuesday, Vance wrote, here, this is it. Considering that Joe Biden allowed 20 million illegal aliens into our country, this places extraordinary burdens on our country. Our schools, hospitals, housing, and essential services were overwhelmed. On top of that, many of these illegal aliens committed violent crimes, facilitated fentanyl and sex trafficking. That's the situation we inherited. The American people elected Trump to solve this problem. The president successfully stopped the inflow of illegal aliens. To say the administration must observe due process is to beg the question. What process is due is a function of our resources, the public interest. He's like, sorry, we can't have due process because it's just too hard. Like, why are you effort posting about the erosion of a fundamental right for all people, citizen and non-citizen alike? Just say it with your fucking chest, pussy. Say it. Be like, I'm a fascist and I don't like due process because that means I can't deport everybody. Because I'm scared. You know what I mean? Oh. Yeah. Have you said thank you? Have you said thank you once for the death camps that we're putting up for you?
Being around him with the cameras off, is he is the one that's making the decisions. He's calling the shots. I picture Kamala just like 5 people around her telling her what to do, her getting frustrated, she doesn't know what to do. Like, she was kind of just like...
I mean, I think, for the record, I think when it comes to being the president, it's probably good to listen to advisors.
No, I agree with you.
know?
I agree.
I don't know
It's good
if
to
we should
listen,
let Trump
but...
make all the decisions.
And I agree with that, but I'm saying he, at the end of the day, is going to go with what he believes in, like, and he's going to tell you exactly what he believes. Like, everything he says he's going to do, he's probably going to do. Or at least attempt to do.
That's crazy. That's what I mean. That's why your stock portfolio is looking red right now.
Nah, but it's okay. We're still good.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I didn't pull up in the whip
dude,
like you, but we're doing good.
Wait.
Well,
no, here's the thing. Like, I don't agree with any of his policies, and we can talk about that as well, if you would like. But
you're the one that's making all the bread, streaming 7 days a week, 8 hours a day.
I'm definitely breaded up for sure.
Yeah. And how long have you been doing this now?
I've been doing it for how many years? I've been doing it. I started streaming part-time from 2018 to 2020. Went full-time in 2020. So I've been doing it full-time for 5 years now.
But what do you average? Because I think I saw your number 4 or 5 on Twitch.
Yeah, I right now I get around 30 to 40,000, 50 to 60 if something big is happening, or like it could go all the way up to 300. I had 314,000 on election day.
Wow.
Yeah, but you brought up that I was breaded up, but it's like that's part of the reason why I can say no to a crypto gambling website being like, hey, can we sponsor you for $1 million? I'm like, no. I'm good.
You don't need it.
I can't. Yeah, I don't need it. I'm not bought and sold in that way. If I take an advertisement If I take an advertising thing, like it's just because
Yeah, and also, guys, if you play one lineup for $5 on Prize Picks, you will get a free $50. Go download Prize Picks. It is the best app.
Jesus.
We are hot right now with NBA. Was that your biggest stream of all time?
What was the
Election Day? 314,000.
That was my biggest. Yeah.
What was there? What's second?
Hit me
to
in the
that?
face with a fucking ad.
I think it was January 6th or the election the year the last election.
Do you ever do anything that's not like politics driven?
Yeah.
Something I noticed about you and H3 is and I asked H3 this. I went on a show last week, and I was like, bro, do you guys ever like talk about anything positive? Like, is there ever on here?
No, of course.
Well, I haven't noticed that.
No, I mean because we're on a podcast. You want to if you're asking me questions about politics, I'm going to be political.
What do you think about the fact that someone released the Mount Rushmore of streamers? Did you see that photo?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it was Aiden, Kai, Speed,
and Rice Gum. Yeah, I thought that was crazy.
You didn't agree with that?
No, I mean I'm not saying I would be on it.
You at?
No. I wouldn't.
Okay, so what was crazy about that?
I think.
Just be honest. You should be replaced with who?
If I'm being honest, like I think Speed and Kai are deserving of that for sure. I guess like it's hard because.
How do you not think Aiden is deserving of that?
No, that's what I was gonna say. I think it's hard because on the one hand, like I understand because Aiden is in some ways responsible for at least the beginning stages of like Kai and Speed as well. Like he was as a content creator. I'm not talking about his politics. I'm not talking about what he does now. But as a content creator, I think he played a big role in that. Right? He brought a lot of the W&L community up.
So here's what I'm going to say.
On Twitch streaming and on the content sphere in general. And I think that was really good. But overall, if you're looking at like the accurate history of it all, if you dive a little bit further than that, like I would say, I don't really agree with the guy either, but Ninja probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like
that's a very fair argument.
Yeah, I think Ninja, I would say, probably deserves to be up there.
Here's what I think, and I thought you were bigger because you poop all the time. You'd be a bigger NBA guy.
No,
okay,
I'm not.
but I've been like they talk about. Do you know who Nikola Jokic is?
Of course.
Okay, so they talk about how him and Curry aren't like top 10 players of all time, which is the dumbest thing ever. ESPN, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves. You're all dumb. But they're in a sense people, especially Steph, that completely changed the NBA forever.
Yeah.
And I kind of look at Aiden as that guy. Like, I didn't really see anybody doing these like streams where they would just kick it, have these rappers on, shoot it, treat it more as like an interview and just hanging out. I think he really kind of revolutionized that, and he changed the game a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in that space. It's not for a lack of trying. It's just like he was the first to be able to get access to these types of people.
So he changed kind of the streaming game.
In that regard, yeah, I think that he was pivotal. That's why I said like he is. It's hard to say like Kai and Speed are formative and important, but then say that Aiden is not.
Yeah.
In that regard, for sure. Like I'm not undermining that as a content creator in and of itself.
You talked about Speed recently.
I love Speed.
I do too. He's a superstar, bro. Like,
no, he
might be one of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
When I saw him
internationally, he definitely is.
I think he was at some spot in China and he was eating and he was like, I'm gonna go see what the crowd is outside, and it looked like fucking Beatles or the Stones were in town.
Yeah.
In the States.
Because he's also been getting like crazy coverage from Chinese news as well. Everywhere he goes, like they're writing about like how awesome it is that like this young influencer, the young American influencer, is like showing China in a different light to a lot of people, to Americans especially.
Bro, China probably loves him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
China looks. I want to go there after watching his stuff there.
Yeah, that's so crazy because like I've been wanting to go to China so bad, and
so when you gone?
He went before me. I was like, damn.
Oh, you would IRL there?
Yeah. That's what I do when I travel. I do a lot of IRLs.
Well, why don't you go now? Now that you know it's cool. And
I will. I have a set schedule of stuff that I have to do all the time, interviews, things of that nature. So I'm setting it up as we speak.
To go to China.
Cuba. Yeah.
Why Cuba?
Why Cuba?
Well, just because people have done Cuba before, right?
No one.
No one's done Cuba?
No one has live streamed Cuba, I don't think.
Ooh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Bro, they're under a full.
Kilmar Brager Garcia miraculously risen from the death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hall in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. Yeah, they brought him out of the prison. Bro, he does not look good. He does not look like he's doing great. But I'm glad. And I also told you motherfuckers to stop assuming that he's dead. Did I not? Shut the fuck up. This is good. This is a good first step. God damn. Thank fucking Christ, dude. Holy shit. These pictures barely show his face. It doesn't matter. Van Hollen got to meet him, and that's important. I'm so happy about being wrong. He's probably there under duress. I don't know who that third person is. Could be his lawyer, maybe? I don't know. Why was there so much defiance and resistance to return him? You can see why people jumped on him for being dead. Am I nothing to you? Am I chopped liver to you, 56-month subscriber? I keep explaining to you why they don't want to fucking return him. God damn. Why do I do commentary for fucking 8 hours every day when it just goes over everybody's head? That's his wife's lawyer. He been on Van Hollen's live streams. Okay, yeah. I told you motherfuckers, the reasons as to why they don't want to release him is because the reason as to why they don't want to release him is not because, I mean, it could have been that he got murdered. I'm not saying that that wasn't the case. I wasn't willing to entertain that notion for numerous reasons. One, because it's unproductive. Two, because it's fucking traumatic. But last but not least, I think there was other reasons as to why they didn't want to release him at all or say nothing about his whereabouts at all. Partially because the administration does not want to even entertain a notion of bringing him back and admitting wrongdoing and have him speak on the conditions in the prison. And now he's going to most likely get to speak on the conditions of the prison to Van Hollen. Has Van Hollen himself confirmed this image isn't fake? What are you, crazy? You think this is AI, bro? They fucking Photoshop Van Hollen into this? Okay, some of y'all are going blue and on territory. I don't like it. The administration has goals. Part of the fucking goals is to use El Salvador as a place where you get disappeared. If you don't get disappeared, if you don't get fucking disappeared, then all of a sudden it loses its purpose. Why do you think they let him meet Van Hollen after saying no, blocking him from entering just hours ago? I think they realized the story isn't going away. More Dems are coming, and they need their votes to keep the money flowing. Yeah, I think so. I think it's the public pressure. I wonder what changed. They were so adamant about not letting Van Hollen talk to him. Donald Trump reads the fucking room. You got motherfuckers like Joe Rogan talking about, oh, I don't know, this like no due process stuff seems pretty crazy. That means vibe shift, okay? And by the way, make no mistake, vibe shift is going to continue because once you actually succumb to that public pressure, people are going to gain confidence that their actions actually are meaningful, that they can enact some kind of change. Why aren't you watching the Canadian leaders debate? Because I'm scared. Do you understand? You are 100% right. This was one of what will be many inflection points if they could send you there and you don't come back, and they would keep doing that and escalating the groups they were sending. Also, this was going to open the floodgate in media. Yes, and it still will open the floodgates in the media. This story just this story is going to be a story that continues now, because now there's more information. Do you understand? It's good. Oops. God, that fucking camera is so blown out. It's terrible. That shows your discontent that Democrat being a principled stance. As I've said, they want to make where dissidents disappear due process. This is the first Old man, can you type slower? Shut the fuck up. I was pooping. Did they let him go? I only saw the pig briefly. No, I don't think they've let him go yet, but it's good that this is like the first step. This is the first step. This is the first step. I said a pivotal moment that shows your anger and protests do matter. The Democrats taking a principled stance matters. As I've said, they want to make COACHELLA the place where dissidents disappear without due process. We cannot let this happen. This is the first small battle in a larger fight. What's your WPM, dog? Guys, I'm fucking thinking out loud while trying to stay under the fucking character limit. It's not the same as just typing out whatever the fuck you're saying, okay? Calm down. Why do I have to have this conversation every fucking time I type? Yes, I type slow to begin with, but yes, I type even slower when I'm fucking thinking and trying to craft a tweet under the character limit. Shut up. God damn. You fucking Zoomers don't even know how to read or write. Shut up. You're illiterate. You're illiterate. You're illiterate. You're fucking illiterate. Go watch the fucking Minecraft movie again and scream chicken jockey. God damn. Worst of all, some of you motherfuckers aren't even Zoomers. You're older than me and you're making fun of my typing speed. Guy's not a keyboard warrior arguing online all day long, so he's not used to typing as fast. Thank you. Exactly. Did you say chicken jockey? Check this out, Hasan. What the fuck is this? What the hell is this? I'm done with y'all. Let's get back to
embargo. You can go there, but you got to get a special visa. It's technically illegal.
Okay. And you got that special treatment?
Well, I think I haven't figured it out, but I think you either get if you get a tourism visa or you can get.
East community are saying your Bankai sword has a swastika. Yeah, because I'm a fucking secret Nazi, and not that it's a fucking bleach sword. It's a sword from Bleach.
Get a journalist visa. I don't even think you can get a tourism visa right now because the American government technically designates them as a state sponsor of terror.
You got it. The silver bullet. This entire time, I was fucking duking it out with Nazis online, teaching people what the fucking common dog whistles are, so I could be a neo-Nazi on expert difficulty mode. You know? Wow. It's a Zompukto? Yeah. Dude, that is such a funny... That is so sad. What a fucking sad and pathetic fucking... What a sad display of recognizing that you have lost the battle, you have lost the war, you have lost the argument, that you're like, actually, we got him, boys. God damn, his community is so fucking stupid, dude. Jesus Christ. How I can't understand how so many dummies can just like get together in one space and tune each other up to get even angrier about random shit. Man, goalpost moved all the way to the 1 yard line. Yeah. Let's keep going.
Insane. It's gross.
Yeah. Okay.
That they're doing that, but yeah, I want to go and
maybe I'll go to China with you.
Yeah.
Would you invite me or not?
Would you want to come to China with me?
I want to go to Shanghai. I want to go to Beijing. I want to go do the stairs that Speed did.
The love.
Did he do a
stairs or
backflip
whatever?
on that or no? Am I tripping?
I
got a little bit of
I don't think
anxiety.
he
I don't think
did.
I'd go up there.
I don't think he did. There's a net underneath it.
There is a net?
Yeah, they don't
Oh,
show.
see that?
Yeah, they don't show it.
Oh, he got my.
There's also that smooth part too. I'm like,
That was weird. I don't
Yeah,
think that's
why
like
did they have
asking you.
that?
Did you ever watch that show like XMZ or something where it was like
No.
an Asian show and they had to. It was like Ninja Warrior and they would always get rocked on stuff.
Yeah.
You never saw that?
No, but I get the concept. It's just weird that they put that smooth area.
They're
right
asking
there.
someone to fall into the net.
Yeah.
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 I did not like that.
I think maybe it's because like if you take it from a certain angle, it looks like it's a part of the space or something. Like
Yeah.
it looks like you're floating. Maybe I don't know. I couldn't comprehend it. I thought it was crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this now.
All right, let's do it.
Men in women's sports.
Men in women's sports.
Trans
women in women's sports.
Is it trans men in women's sports? Like
Well,
Lisa Thomas?
trans men would be
Women, right?
assigned. A trans man would be someone who's usually assigned female at birth, and then
You
does
gotta
gender
explain to me the
confirmation.
thing. I'm talking about a guy that becomes a chick that now is in
Yeah.
women's sports. Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking
Okay. So trans
We gotta
women.
dumb it down a little bit.
Trans women in women's sports.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Who cares?
Have you seen recently like the fencing and like the frisbee golf?
Frisbee golf?
Yeah,
Do
you didn't see frisbee golf?
Do you hear yourself?
No, I think they should act.
I gotta run it back. Okay, so trans
gotta
women.
dumb it down a little bit.
Trans women in women's sports.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Who cares?
Have you seen recently like the fencing and like the frisbee golf?
Frisbee golf?
Yeah,
Do
you didn't see frisbee golf?
Do you hear yourself?
No, I think they should absolutely be able to compete in that. There's no edge there, right?
Like,
but they're putting that on the internet. I'm like, dude.
Also, fencing is really funny because it's literally a co-ed sport. So who the cares?
You didn't see the lady take a knee?
Yeah, I saw, but it's a co-ed sport. What do you mean? You're just like, offense against a man,
yeah,
offense against a woman, but not a trans woman. Like, what do you mean? It doesn't even
I
make
think there's
sense.
certain sports like where it should be allowed.
I think it should be allowed in all sports. I don't care.
When it comes to like gymnastics or like swimming, where like
gymnastics is where women would have the edge, though. So they wouldn't
Did
even.
you see? Do you know who Caitlin Clark is?
Caitlin Clark. Yeah.
You know they've released a tape and she had 22 points
on the
2 minutes.
on the men's team. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I gotta show her love really quick. That was absolutely insane.
She was dumping buckets on him.
Yeah, but if if you transitioned, you could play in the WNBA. Because you are a hooper.
Maybe.
Like coming off the bench. Maybe.
Nah. Don't call trans people it, Hasan. What? The fuck are you saying?
I don't think so.
No?
I think they still cook me.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's the thing. Like, it also depends, right?
They're hosting an open tryout in April 12th. For men's to practice against the LA women's team.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna go for 30. I don't know what I'm gonna get.
destroy.
Okay, you never seen me play. I mean,
I'm looking
don't
at
say-
you right now. I
Bro,
can tell.
I'm strong, bro. I'm strong, and I can shoot out.
I would love to see that.
All right, well, you can
I can't wait.
Dude, me and you could run the pick and roll all day, and we would actually go crazy.
No, we wouldn't.
Yes, we would. Well, let's try it.
You think these are
What are you
some-
doing on April 12th?
You are.
No, but I know I'm confident in my game.
I'd be down, but we're gonna get embarrassed. Like I don't
No,
want
pick
to
and run the pick and roll.
Bro.
Here's what you gotta do.
You
Get
think
the-
these are like?
You would not be in the WNBA, dude. The worst WNBA player to ever would fucking cook your ass. You are not. I know. That's what I'm saying. I was thinking like maybe like a really tiny guard that's like a bench warmer. I could get like a couple shots off, but yeah, of course I would fucking lose. That's my point. This is the classic dumb guy argument where people are just like, classic dumb guy argument where it's like, no, these professional basketball players, we could destroy them because they're women. It's like, are you kidding me? That's their whole life, dude.
Like dainty. You think these are like your mom or your sister or something? Like these are professional athletes.
Okay, here's what you gotta do. You can do this.
I have played against women. They're
and they're good, but get the rebound and pass me the ball, and we will win the game. I promise you, right there.
It's not that easy.
Get the rebound and give me the rock, and we will be in there. And we will win.
They would cook us.
It's,
like,
let's go, bro. It's an open tryout.
If we're talking like
Kaylin, yes.
If we're
Kaylin-
talking like an
I don't wanna play
NCAA Division I athlete, like a male who's a NCAA Division I athlete basketball playing against the women's team, there's definitely an athletic advantage for a cisgender man for sure.
Now I'm
even
starting to
then,
get the
there's
vibes.
even then there's a wide range. You
I'm
know what
starting
I
to
mean?
get the vibes. You're like the big man that only shoots threes. Like you're afraid. To
I
play
do shoot a lot of threes. but I
Yeah,
play
see,
big.
you gotta play your size.
I know how to play big.
Okay, because
Yeah, I know.
you're giving me that vibe though.
I
You know
can
what I'm
put-
talking about? The guy you play pickup with that like only shoots threes is the biggest guy.
As long as you
won't go in the
make
paint.
it. Hey, who cares? Three's bigger than two.
No, your
We
role,
just talked about how Steph Curry redefined the game.
You're not. You can't
What,
shoot
you
off
got
the
issues
dribble like
with
that.
Wemby?
You can't shoot off the. No, Wemby. I think if he stays healthy, he'll be the best player ever.
I think so too, but we'll see. He needs to put some beef on them bones. He's
Wow,
trying.
it's probably hard to gain weight when you're that fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alien.
Are you a fan of the UFC?
I like the UFC.
Okay.
Khabib.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The Eagle. I'll rock with McGregor. You
Yeah,
rock
the,
with.
yeah, the Dagestanis, they clean house out there. It's crazy.
Well, because they have no distractions, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't compete a biological man with a woman. That is the stupid shit. Like they shown in South Park. Bro pulled up South Park as a reference to why something in the real world could not work. That's amazing, dude. Like you didn't even go live action with it. You went fucking South Park, dude. What the fuck? Why would you demonstrate how intellectually stunted you are like this? Works cited South Park. God damn.
Yeah, exactly.
They get rich and then they just have money. Like they don't.
Yeah.
They don't
That's what you
experience a lot
need,
of the
though.
other stuff. I agree with you, but I'm saying when you live in a place like Dagestan, you don't have access to the type of things that you do in Brazil, Ireland, America.
Those
like-
guys still go to like Dubai, though. They travel, you know. They just got discipline. That's what it is. That's what their development is. That's what their upbringing is. It's just different.
Have you ever watched McGregor? Like, I don't know if you scroll on TikTok, but you could see a lot of his like motivational stuff from years ago.
I wonder if he kept what I said here. This is the part that I was interested about because I was just straight up like Conor McGregor is a rapist. I was like, nope, because he was trying to like say how much Conor McGregor's like trajectory meant to him, and I just straight up was like, nope.
Coming up when he was broke.
I think I've seen some of it because I've seen compilations of like how he changed as a person after getting into the UFC and how like that kind of ruined his entire personality.
I wanted to actually tell everybody this too, and this is just something that I witnessed, but I've been a huge, like he's an inspiration to me, even when he was just starting in the UFC because he was so confident.
I wonder if he did. He might have cut this. He might have cut my response.
He said in the beginning, he was like, I'm only fighting to get rich, to take care of my family, to take care of my kids' kids, and I don't give a about anything else. Let me say
I don't really fuck with him.
This is, sorry to cut you off. This is what Kanye's been tweeting about too. And I think he said Kanye.
Oh, Kanye.
He said something about like.
Oh yeah, I think he did. Yeah. I said I don't really fuck with him, and then I just straight up laid into Conor McGregor. I was like, no, dog, he's a rapist. I literally was like, nope. He's a rapist, dude. Like, and not even like a he said, she said type situation. I was like, no, that motherfucker is a convicted rapist. I think I also then started railing into the admin too. I was like, it's like rapist Wakanda. I can't remember exactly what it was. Blame Megaphonics. Yeah, Megaphonics. Why'd you cut that, dude? That's fucked up. Megaphonics is his producer. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it's fine. Whatever. I don't care.
Every CEO should leverage their power to get something crazy like that.
That's weird. Why don't you just be a nice person?
And I agree with you, but what I'm saying is that, like, what going off what you're saying is these people get into that position of power.
Yeah.
And then they just use that. Was that what you're going after?
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say people that get into a position of power with like profound privilege, and then from that platform, they just start shitting on people that have less than them. I think they're losers, dude.
Who does that?
That's what it is. Like all these guys like Conor McGregor being like immigrants are ruining Ireland. It's like, bro, like these are people that are just trying to survive. You know what I mean? Like that's just the way I see it. Like, I don't think some random Guatemalan dude or Salvadoran dude that like trekked 2,000 fucking miles to come here is a bad dude. Like,
I don't disagree with you, but you have to do things the right way, and there are people that try and do things the right way.
No, but here's the problem. In terms of doing things the right way, of course, you think those guys wouldn't want to come in through the legal process, and they're just like adventurists, and they just think like, oh, it's so much more cool if I go through the desert. No. The right way is inaccessible. So when you make certain things inaccessible, people that are desperate are going to go through the wrong way. No, I don't think that's how it has to be.
You can't just let everybody in here.
I think it'd be better if we processed every single person that's like making a legal asylum claim expeditiously and allow them to become tax-paying citizens, which they already do pay taxes, but even pay more taxes, and participate in the American economy in even more meaningful ways. That's my assessment of the situation. But also, I think Connor was literally talking about like documented immigrants anyway, because it's Ireland. Ireland doesn't have like a big undocumented immigrant issue. No, but I'm planning on going soon.
Bro, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Dublin's sick.
Ireland is dope. It's very fucking cool. Their politics are very good.
Well, how do you feel about like the Bonnie Blue and like the Lily Phillips? Because they took the internet by storm.
Are those the two ladies that are
1,000 guys in a day?
Dudes? Yo, I have so much respect for them.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's so impressive.
What is impressive about that?
What do you mean? Can you 1,000 women in one day?
If I had the substances around me,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think I could do 200.
I feel like the.
What's the most you could do?
Could
you do more than 20?
No.
Yeah, yours has to be all like.
I don't think.
You got to have that physical connection, emotional connection to do it.
That, but also like, no, I mean, I'm a dude at the end of the day. I'm just still gonna, but yeah. Like, I just think that I would not have the stamina to be able to do that. So I do.
You don't think there's anything about that?
There's
that's
like something that's
physically.
Though? There's something that's physically impressive about that, undeniably so.
Okay, so what do you think is more impressive? Braun playing in back-to-backs at 40 or Bonnie Blue taking 1,000 in one day?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I think it's hard. I'm a big LeBron glazer, so I'm gonna go.
Me too.
I think LeBron James.
Yeah.
But,
okay. Good.
But yeah, at the age of 40,
He hit me in my fucking soft spot. He hit me. He ulted. You compare anything that LeBron James does to anyone else, I'm gonna say LeBron James. Very few exceptions. You know what I mean?
Goddamn. What an icon. What a fucking icon.
Who's your Mount Rushmore of NBA guys?
Mount Rushmore of NBA guys? I mean,
4 people, bro.
It's just generational. So
no,
I think it's
pick 4.
Like across the board.
Yeah, bro. You can't.
I mean, it's LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and you know what? I'm gonna do a sleeper pick, Tim Duncan. Which is not even a sleeper pick.
But that's how I know you know the NBA.
But that's not even a sleeper pick. But like, that's not someone I think that would.
He's probably the best 4 of all time.
Yeah, I don't think he would get the respect he deserves in that regard in that situation.
He's incredible. I'll give you that. I think Steph should be on there. But yes.
I think Steph Curry is a great player.
I had to do an unk pick, dude. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you got so many. It's the NBA, chat. I know. Kobe, Shaq. Yes, I know. But like, even maybe Dirk.
For sure. And it is undeniable that he has changed the game.
100%.
Some might even say for the worse.
Yeah.
But
No, I mean, yeah, it's definitely made the game not as physical and like
yeah,
a little bit.
Listen, 3 is bigger than 2.
That's true.
That's
we
what
can
it
both
is.
do math here.
Yeah, that's what it is. If you can have the same consistency with your 3-point shot as you would with a 2-point shot, ain't nobody's taking those long range middies like Kevin Garnett anymore.
No, they're
that's
not.
done.
I miss KG. Do you ever watch? I love Jeff Teague. Do you ever watch him?
Who?
Jeff Teague. He played point guard for a while. He just talks NBA stories.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you know who Lou Williams is?
No.
You don't know?
No, I don't know who Lou Williams
Okay, I'm
is.
just gonna tell you real quick. He's one of the best scorers. 6 man.
Okay.
And he literally told the story. He was like, "Yeah, I showed up to the Atlanta. He played for the Hawks. He was like, yeah, I went to Magic City until 8 or 9 a.m. Blacked out. Played the Knicks at noon. And he was like, bro, I had no choice. Went and told Doc Rivers, I can't play. I'm blacked out right now. and he said, Doc made me play the entire second quarter so I could sweat it out. And then he had 25 in the fourth quarter. Hammered.
That's crazy.
Crazy, bro. This is like, the NBA's not like that anymore.
That's the athlete. What? Harden.
These guys definitely
Harden.
Yeah, Harden does that. I mean, like, that was just a story to tell. But, all right, last thing I want to leave you with is, can I fix the beef between you and H3?
I mean, look, it's not on my end. Well, first of all, we do have significant disagreement.
You retweeted AI pics of Garcia and that Democrat guy? What? AI pics? What are you saying? Did Senator Chris Van Hollen also tweet AI pigs? Bro, what is going on, dude? Yo! Blue one on chatters. Stop. Fucking stop, dude. God damn. Everything's computer. I know, okay? I love Tesla. Everything's computer, but you gotta stop. Oh my God, Zoomers are done. Motherfuckers are seeing AI everywhere, dude. Trump is imposing martial law on April 20th. Everyone's dead, including Kilmar. He's dead. This is an AI pic. What the fuck is happening? Not their reasoning being this. I can't find it in the news. Elderly lady. Aw. Sorry, couldn't find any article about it. Yeah, because it just happened. I didn't realize your name was Elderly Lady. Now I feel bad. I'm sorry for yelling. Yes, it's not. I like that you have... I like that you and only you, if your username is Elderly Lady, it's good that you are thinking that everything is AI pics. Because I would rather have elderly ladies think everything is AI pics than fall for AI pics in general. So that's good. That's a healthy, skeptical approach that you have. But for everybody else that's not an elderly lady, don't fucking do this. Okay? It's good. It's a healthy default position to have. If you are an elderly lady, I want my mom to have this position as well, because I constantly catch her watching AI videos of dogs and stuff on Instagram, and I suspect that once you watch one AI video, Instagram only serves you AI videos, and that's scary. It's so scary. So it's good that you have that approach. It's healthy skepticism. Don't let anybody take you away from that. Okay? It's crazy because I'll be like, Mom, you're watching AI videos. And she goes, but it's cute. And I have no answer to that. Like, she knows it's AI. And I'm just scared. I'm scared. When I see that, I get scared because I'm like, oh, God, what if you believe this? You know? Did you cover Dark Woke Blue Anon's new theory that JD Vance is a serial child molester that was a scourge to Ohio Valley? Oh yeah, I did. Saturday, big reveal. Are you kidding me? Andrew, hashtag I am the resistance, follows me, by the way, which is awesome. I didn't know he followed me. I didn't know someone so significant in the Blue Anosphere was following me. He said, you changed your name 3 times because you kept getting caught raping children in the Ohio Valley. And I have witnesses who can and will testify against you on this. I cannot wait to put you in prison for the rest of your life. You sick fuck. And then he posted the Midas Touch Conservatives or Pedophiles compilation, which I unironically do love this compilation. It's very good. And he said, this all starts to make sense when you zoom out. And then said hashtag GOP pedo ring. Now, I want to mention something. Okay. I want to mention something here. This is good. It's good. It's Blue Anon engagement bait. Libs are going crazy a little bit, but it's good that they're going crazy in the same way that QAnon went crazy, where they're like, turns out all the fucking, it's not the liberals that were all pedophiles, it's the conservatives that were all pedophiles, which, by the way, there's a lot more evidence for prominent conservatives being pedophiles, let's be real, as the Midas Touch video shows. But, you know, I'm so happy this blew up, which is not something I would be saying if I was making it up. That's not giving me a lot of confidence. These people are fucking gross and have been covering their tracks very well, but it's all a stack of cards that's about to fall. Please check out my most recent space where I talk about it. It's pinned to the top of my page, but I'll link it here as well. You guys understand that at this point, everything they accuse us is a confession of what they do. With that in mind, I present to you this QAnon thread. Keep in mind what they claim Democrats are doing and what Trump will expose and bring down. Oh my God, he flipped the script. Oh my God, he literally is saying it's not QAnon, it's Blue Anon. I feel like I materialized this. I joked a little bit too much about Living On and and Blue Anon, and now they're doing it. They're like actually doing it. It makes me kind of happy that Dark Woke is real. Fuck it, you know, fight fire with fire. They got their army of schizophrenics, so do we, you know? That's like, you know, that's just what you got to do sometimes. I was about to break this news, in parentheses, tweet on Monday, but I was afraid to get cooked. Good. That's good. So you're proving that it's good that I sometimes make fun of chatters who come to me with this information, and that causes you to, at the very least, like, maintain a level of skepticism over shit that you see on your timeline that you want to bring to me, like a dog would bring a dead squirrel as a gift. This is good. Good that you know that to not do that. Oh man, this is great. W Hasanabi collab.
Many people have been asking me how do I feel about being on Hasan's live stream. I mean, it was really cool. It seemed like he wanted me on it. Like, maybe it's just me. He seemed a little nervous to come up to me. But it's really cool that us two influencers were able to collaborate like this. Like, honestly, it was such an honor. We're basically best friends now. I love you. Many people have been asking.
Yeah, I like this. I fucking hate TikTok desktop. It's so ass. I hope you bring receipts because Vance seems like the type of dude that will strike back in this. He can sue me, but he won't because that would invite the process of discovery. Isn't that right, JD Vance? Or do you prefer James Donald Bowman or James David Hamill? He got him. Fucking got him, dude. Let's go.
On a fairly important.
Okay, outside of Israel and Palestine,
yeah,
what else are your major disagreements?
I don't care about anything else in terms of like what his output is. Like I defended him for a year after our podcast ended. And I was like, I don't care about what he's saying, because people will constantly come in and try to make drama and be like, oh, he's saying this or that. And I was like, look, I don't really care. Like there's a genocide going on. I care about that. I care about covering that more than I care about what, like, you know, Ethan is saying. And it feels like somewhere along the way he just like lost it, you know, where he made so
like
many,
lost it in what way though? Because he's in great shape now. Lost a lot of weight.
Ironically enough,
changed his life.
Yeah, ironically enough, he's supposed to be the happiest he's ever been. But if you look at him, or at least when I see him on stream and whatnot, he just looks so unhappy in comparison to how much happier he was when he was fat. And
because he was eating good, bro.
Probably. That's probably part of what it is. But he's tried to deplatform me multiple times. Like, he's talked about like suing random anonymous Redditors to get their information.
Stay off that,
dude. That's what I said. I was like, bro, just stick to the fucking goofs and gaffs. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you trying to do this politics? Especially because, like, ironically enough, he stopped doing the podcast together because he was like, oh, I can't do this podcasting on the politics front because people will get very mad. Sometimes they misconstrue what I'm saying. Sometimes they have disagreements, you know, and people get really vicious. And this space that I'm in is very vicious. Politics is very vicious, especially on the progressive side. And, you know, I feel like if he just like stuck to, you know, drama, comedy, goofs and gaffs, like he probably would be in a way happier mental space. But he just literally cannot stop talking about everyone that's pro-Palestine. And it's interesting because there are people out there who say that they're pro-Palestine, but let's be real, they hate Jews, right?
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of...
Hey, listen,
There
you wanna get popping again on, if your engagement's down, start hating on the Jews. And
oh, for sure.
Again,
that's what I'm saying. And there are very prominent people who do this, right? So for him to, like, constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and, like, partnering with, like, the ADL and
I think that he maybe looked at your relationship as a friendship too.
Yeah,
so maybe he thinks that you're not looking at his perspective. Where he comes from.
I think that's precisely that plays a big role in it for sure.
Yeah.
But I think it's also a little bit of narcissism. We're all narcissists to a certain degree. We're on camera. We want to be liked.
So he didn't push back against your anti-Semitism? Yeah. Yeah. He's compromised.
We want to have our opinions validated, and I feel like there was a disconnect with his own audience that he had cultivated. Many progressive people that were like, seems like you're maybe defensive over Israel a little bit. And then he was like, oh, you're saying that because I'm a Jewish person. Like, and no, lo and behold.
I mean,
like,
I will say this. There is a lot of hate out there.
No, for sure.
This is something I actually despise about this entire industry is you don't think you could ever just reach out to him off camera and just give him a phone call?
By the way, E yesterday said that he never said that you are anti-Semitic, but you spread propaganda around anti-Semitism, Lamau. Dog, he's literally called me a fucking terrorist supporter and an anti-Semite numerous times. That's so crazy.
And be like, hey, bro, like, what's going on? We can't just...
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Because, like, the last text message I sent him literally was, like, after he had done these, like, call-out posts being like, you love terrorists. Like, this... Come on, dude. He was talking to a civil litigator, like an injury lawyer the other day, and he's like, can we get this guy charged with, like, domestic terrorism? And, like, on the one hand, he's joking, but on the other hand, dudes are getting kidnapped off the street by ICE agents for literally doing anti-Israel pro.
The crew told E to never say never. Wait, someone... He played the semantics card. He literally said he shouldn't completely forget the next day. I think he just has an unlimited faucet of calling whoever he is branded an enemy. Virtually every smear under the sun. His sub says they want to deport you to El Salvador. Please send me that link. That's really funny. There ain't no fucking way. Yeah, he said that, and then he unpaused the video from iDubbbz, and in the video, iDubbbz showed him a clip of you calling him... No. Okay, send me the link to this. I gotta see this. He said that, and then he unpaused the video from iDubbbz, and then the video iDubbbz showed a clip of him calling you an anti-Semite. That's hilarious. Dude, what are we doing? He's like a 40-year-old man with multiple children that is just the most childish person you've ever met. Like, no self-control, no self-restraint whatsoever. Well, because he's rich, he's like surrounded by other adults who constantly have to fucking nanny him. Is this?
I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist.
That's not what I accused you of, but go on. Keep straw manning what I said. Co-signed by Ian.
I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most of
didn't call you a vicious anti-Semite.
Well, never say never.
Well, I think he's. I think he's.
You definitely called him an anti-Semite many times.
Vicious is different. I think.
Dude! Hey, yo! That's crazy. You're on fucking crack cocaine if you can get away with saying that. Oh my God!
I think he propagates anti-Semitism. I don't think he does it intentionally.
I'm just saying.
What?
I think you said raging.
Yeah.
Raging.
I don't remember.
You maybe even never used vicious specific.
I don't think I've ever said, like, I don't think he consciously hates Jewish people. I think he propagates anti-Semitism. I don't even, but I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't think I am, but it doesn't really
That'll end up being the next clip that plays.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. It's fine.
I'm just saying. Just never say never.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been.
Why? What? Are we actually doing this frat bro thing? This is the fucking cutting. This is the cutting.
Dude, he just backtracked on the numerous times he's actually called me anti-Semitic, recognizing that it's a fucking false statement in this very moment when he's getting called out for it. Then went, what? Are we doing this rapo shit? Dude, Ethan Klein loves talking about people's looks. That's like his #1 thing that he loves to do. He calls everybody ugly and fat all the time in the most Mean Girls way possible. And I can't fucking shit on him too much for that. I do it too sometimes. You know, I call a succulent, porky looking cop a pig. You know, I'll fat shame a fat cop sometimes. You know, I've done my fair share of this. Or when Marco Rubio's earlobes fucking have their own gravitational pull, right? Having said that, however, the reason why I specifically said, Ethan, you are more handsome than me, both mentally and physically, is a joke, which is, again, I know for Ethan that's weird because he thinks a joke is when he just falsely smears someone as a pedophile or like a neo-Nazi. That's what he thinks a joke is. When he goes on like a vicious smear campaign, that's the only thing that he thinks is a joke. Everything else is like, I don't understand. But the reason why I made that joke is because he constantly talks about the way I look. It's weird as fuck. Why you lie to Ethan Law? That's why. That's the joke. The joke is Ethan is right about every fucking statement he's made.
Cutting edge criticism that Hasan's hotter than me? Are we actually doing this?
Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been.
What? You can say you're smarter than me. I don't care about that. But like, why are you doing the like I'm hot and you're not? Like, what is this?
I don't think he got it.
What is this? Holy shit, bro. By the way, he still hasn't watched the content, Nuke. I'm guaranteed it. The content puke.
Been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that.
Okay,
That's not even in the content, Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know?
Okay. There you go. You fucking debunked.
I think he's referencing the post of him in the tub, because in that post you talked about his glasses. I was wondering if that's what
I think he told me at one point. I mean, he might have both. But no, I'm 100% sure that.
I told him that my glasses were fake? Bro, what is this man doing? Dude, please just stop lying for like 1 second, dude. There's no fucking way. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude.
One time he came on Leftovers and he was wearing unprescription glasses.
That's
100%. So I mean, like he might have both, or maybe his vision.
I just remember the last
worsened since then,
episode.
I don't know.
I remember the last episode. He said he didn't have his on him. Maybe that's what you're referring to. He said he couldn't see the screen the last episode of.
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to something else. But I mean, fine. You got me on the glasses thing. Fucking owned, I guess.
Well, everything. How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
This intro goes kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie, especially when the music kicks in. Like this, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I felt like this intro, like Ian cooked on this.
Wakey,
wakey, Ethan. Like it gets real corny, but this part is hard.
Bro, what? I cannot believe what I'm saying. This is
oh
just,
no, they
I
like
can't,
it.
I can't
Oh no, the crew likes it.
do it.
I'm to be away.
Did you tell him to say he's hotter than me? Was that your line? I think it probably was. Okay.
Ethan,
wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream.
Denims, who, once again, aligning himself with.
Sean didn't say there's more footage, at least the bloopers I did. Dude, yeah, that was a one-take Jake, by the way. I did the wake up Ethan. One shot at it, dude. The boy could be an actor, you know what I mean?
Denims, who literally calls my wife a baby killer, amongst other insane, terrible things.
All right, he's just like, dude, this is such a funny way to react to this. Like, yeah, I pause a lot, okay? When I react to shit, I pause a lot, but goddamn, dude, this motherfucker literally took 3 hours, it seems, to go through 10 minutes of the fucking 10 minutes. E-fans went full circle. Keem gets it. Couldn't have said it any better myself. 2,000 upvotes. They've changed their stance on calling it a genocide too.
Not defending what Israel did in Gaza since October 7th. Like the way they handled that has just been awful.
Yeah.
I don't even have words, you know? We've never...
Well, there is one word, genocide. That's a good word for it.
Or once defended what happened there.
I mean, I've even been
Still
like, yeah, I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be. You know, it depends on. I don't need to keep continually.
Wait, what?
One sec. Yeah, it's fine. We're just having a side combo, but it's fine. One sec.
Ethan Quag is awkwardly silenced when his wife, Hila Klein, the reader of Ramallah, DMs him to correct him on the use of the word genocide to describe what Israel's doing to Palestinians. What the fuck is happening on this? What is happening on this podcast? No, there's no way. You guys don't know if he's DMing Hila or not. No, you don't know. You don't know what this message is about. You don't know what the.
Anyway, I'm not talking about Gaza, right? I'm talking about Tel Aviv.
No, you guys have no idea. I mean, it's weird, but you have no idea what who is having a conversation with what. Look at the wide shot. There's no way. We've literally been right about literally everything almost 2 years, and you've been wrong. No, that's fair. But I just don't know, and neither do you. You skipped over the best part. You need to go back to the beginning of when he saw you pop up. I'm being so real. What is it? 1:3:52.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and
It's a
MDs.
cloudy day in Los Angeles.
That's my line.
Wait. I'm a fantastic one.
Wait, is this live?
By the way, Hassan literally goes and talks about how I'm obsessed with him and I can't talk about him, and I can't stop talking about him. And this is what he's working on in the meet while he's complaining about that.
He disliked it. Dude, when did you record this? Keep going. He loses it when he sees Frogan. Bro, I can't watch it because he just like keeps pausing, dude. He keeps pausing. Also, the reaction to Frogan by everyone, including XQC, is so fucking gross, dude. Straight up. You're fucking gross. That's all it is. Everybody acts like Frogan is the fucking Antichrist, okay? And it's so transparent what these fucking losers are doing. Like, you can have disagreements with Frogan if you want, but god damn, everyone is immediately, like, their reaction is so visceral. It's so goddamn visceral. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. This shit is so fucking normalized. Like, Asmongold, XQC, I saw some of them go fucking viral too. It's like, yeah, bro, she's hijabi, I know. And don't even fucking for a moment act like that does not contribute to this. They will say, oh, it's because we hate her opinions. Like, no, you reacted that way specifically for a very specific purpose, bro. I hate this. I hate this shit so much. But it's not necessarily that I hate the reaction, and I think it's more so that it's so normalized to behave this way. It really grosses me out. And I know people will try to fucking do the, wow, you're so ruthless for calling out the Islamophobia here and calling out the racism here. I wasn't being racist, and then fucking fight tooth and nail. But it's gross as fuck. Okay? That wasn't the part I was talking about, bro. Keep watching until you bring up the content nuke to see his reaction. I don't care about fucking Ethan's reaction. I don't even want to see it anymore. I'm so pissed off. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? How are we so goddamn cruel? You know what I mean? How is that allowed? How do other people in the community don't fucking check these people? You know what I mean? Why is that appropriate? Why is that in any way, shape, or form appropriate? Like, that's a fucking peer, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry she doesn't have fucking 30,000 live concurrent viewers. Maybe then you would suck up to her and respect her. Gross. Fucking gross, dude. Not only is that gross, but I know how vicious people get. She's a woman, she's loud, she loves drama, and she's a hijabi, and she's Muslim. Yeah, she's a Muslim and also visibly Muslim. Just like the quintuple Monty. One of the most upvoted comments is calling it a token hijabi. Yeah. Wonder why there aren't that many prominent hijabi content creators, especially in this space, given how fucking gross and vicious we are to anyone who's like visibly Muslim. Jesus Christ. That's why I get stoked on people like Agent. Like, I love that Agent is unashamed and uncompromising and is just himself, and he'll bust out the fucking prayer rug and talk about it and doesn't have an issue with it, and nobody can talk shit. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of representation does go a long way, especially when the market is flooded with people who are just so shamelessly and so fucking unapologetically gross to Muslim people, especially Muslim women. They're gross to women in general, but holy fuck, especially as a Muslim woman, this shit pisses me off so much. Gross. Yeah, I mean, look, if you told me 10 years ago I'd agree with Keemstar, I'd laugh. Keem's reaction to the intro is everything. Keem gets it. Top of show, Ethan expressed sympathy for his enemy. Keem's tragic loss, instantly betrayed by his old friend. You know it's gotten to a point where Keem is calling out Ian's bullshit. Yeah, you'll never understand what point you've gotten to, because even this is not a wake-up call for you. Even if, like, the very fact that every single Keemstar orbiter, drama, slop, tuber, commentary, fucking, I'm actually a centrist, but deep down inside I just love saying slurs, ass, dude on YouTube is in defense and taking Ethan's side on this. And these guys think that they're fucking progressive. And they're just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is it like that every single person that Ethan used to dunk on, for being right-wing, reactionary, silly, dumb, problematic, whatever, is now on board with this? I wonder if there's a reason. Anyway. Honestly, Frogan is like really cool, and it's weird the H3 community girly pops who technically have more in common with her than most people on the internet engage with this shit is so fucking weird. I know. I don't know how the fuck they lost their minds so goddamn hard. A lot of people talk about Muslim women oppressed when they have insanely disgusting to... And when they are insanely disgusting to non-Muslim women, but even more to Muslim women. Exactly. I think the right-wing reaction to hijab is the most trigger snowflake behavior of all time. Yeah. I look, it's something that really fucking pisses me off. So I can't even entertain it in that way. I should be able to just like deflect. But it just, God, it's more so how normalized it is. Like how normalized it is. Also, apparently, what is this? Keemstar allegedly solicited news from his former employee while she was drunk. Fantastic ally that they fucking have. I don't know what happened here. Keemstar worried about the call leaking and having shit get exposed. Apparently, Hasan Piker's been at P. Diddy parties. What the fuck? Submitted an hour ago, 102 comments? What is going on? No, I've never been to a fucking P. Diddy party. What the fuck are these losers saying? The fuck? By the way, not brigaded by Destiny's community once again. It's even more insane than you think. I don't know. I don't even want to know, to be honest. Jesus Christ. What is this? Feels so silly. A 20-year-old thought Diddy was cool in 2012. This is an outrage. Hey, Hasan the Hun, we appreciate you pursing our software to delete these tweets, but we really would prefer if you just don't exploit women instead. We're going to go ahead and refund you. What? I would love to hang in Diddy's Ciroc entourage and trickle down bang anything thrown in his way. 20th of December, 2012. JK, Hasan is too cheap to buy our software. He must have manually deleted that the second the Diddy news hit Lamau. What? Isn't this Redact the fucking company that is owned by Dan Saltman, who literally got investments from P. Diddy, and then his initial software company, Tiny Chat, was indicted by the FBI and investigated by the FBI for being a network for child pornography? What? Also, there's so many aspects of this that I'm so confused by. First of all, I don't even remember fucking tweeting this, let alone deleting it. It's from 2012. I was like 20. You think I was going to fucking Diddy parties in New Jersey? Are you that fucking stupid? Like, P. Diddy was like calling me up and being like, hey man, I know you're on the come up one day. Not only that, but also, why would you literally turn around and be like, hey, I love Israel so much that I, a person who has direct associations with P. Diddy, am going to burn my company that works as a software tool that mass deletes your posts. I'm going to burn my software company's reputation by saying falsely, because this didn't even fucking happen. I never hired these services. I love Israel so much as a Diddy associate who loves Israel so much that I'm willing to burn the reputation of my company by faking that I will hold on to clients' former content that we technically delete to hold as blackmail. What was this? What? Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think. What the fuck? This tweet doesn't even say what you think it says, if that's what you think. It's ironic because I broke up with someone over going to a Diddy party, but even then, I didn't know. I didn't even fucking know that was what do you call it? A thing that was happening back then, and that was even later. That was like, I don't know. Wait, oh yeah, here it is. This is why is Keemstar's drama alert not addressing Dan working with Diddy, alleged pedophile? What are they trying to hide? New York's Tiny Chat raises $1.5 million from P. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher. Rumors swirl that Diddy and Ashton Kutcher used Tiny Chat to flirt with underage girls. He literally is the founder. That's crazy. What an incredible self-own. Clarify that it wasn't you that went to the Diddy party. No, my ex-girlfriend wanted to go to a Diddy party, and I was like, that's why we broke up. It's a funny story, but it doesn't matter. What the fuck? Dan even said that he had logs of all people and used to joke about what's happening in chats he 100% knew. Hold on. Someone said, wait, Hasan is not gay. Yeah. This is what you want out of your privacy software. Vindictively holding onto your personal information to put you on blast on behalf of Israel. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. Do you disavow Diddy parties? Yes. Easiest disavowal of my life. Hold on. I need to fucking fire back at this. This is too crazy not to, right? Am I crazy? Hold on. What is this? Is this the FBI article? Undercover chatting with child sex offenders from FBI.gov. Wasn't there a court case that directly came after Tiny Chat? Am I crazy? This is textbook defamation, actual malice. What? This is all fun and games, but let's be clear. Hasan knew in his own words there was weird, creepy shit going on at these parties involving children. Hasan Baby Old Piker chose to say nothing and let the rapes continue for years. Wait, what? Does he actually claim? Is he actually claiming that I went to a Diddy party? What? Is he okay? Bro, this is... Bro, he is... Wait, no, there's no way. This is from April 18th, 2:35 a.m. This is like tomorrow. Look at the date. This is fake, right? Yeah, this was this the Tiny Chat one? Trafficking minors, right? On yeah, Tiny Chat. UK time? Oh. The other tweet was real, but don't want to bring it up because of a horrible Photoshop of you and Frogan. You honestly need to see him. He's only doing it because you'll always say you would not sue. I mean, it is textbook defamation. It is. I mean, what am I going to do, man? He's fucking mentally ill. Like, what do you want me to do? You know, he's the mentally ill person. And nobody takes him seriously other than also equally mentally ill losers online. So who gives a fuck? Whatever. Like that right there is tarnishing the reputation of your company and fucking up your own bag by just lying about the dumbest shit on the, like, it quite literally is the, it quite literally is a what do you call it? Wait, what? Beg to be invited to a Diddy party? What? Bonerchelli has 2 snippets of you talking about Diddy shit and they're going full court press with it? What the fuck? Are they okay? Asmund Fold reacted to the content cop? Yeah. Let me guess. Did he agree with Ian? Why is it surprising that a 20-year-old liked Diddy 15 years ago? Yeah, it's so stupid. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, Nezaman? Okay. Have you considered putting out a line of Hasanabi action figures? Hey man, you should sue at this point? No, I'm not going to do that. Oh man, they are really doing full court press. Oh god, I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. It's fine. This is all fucking nonsense. It doesn't matter. Diddy was on It's Always Sunny as a guest star the month before he tweeted that. I replied to Dan and said he should cancel Danny DeVito too. Yeah. Stop spreading their lies and ignore. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I can't believe it. 2012. I thought Diddy was cool. My mistake, boys. Yeah, in 2012. I think the biggest self own here is that, one, this motherfucker is directly involved with P. Diddy. Two, the website that he created that P. Diddy gave money to quite literally was named in FBI investigations where people were facilitating sex trafficking on TinyChat. Okay, that's number two. Number three, for the diddler, okay, he lied about me using his services and did it in the dumbest way possible, where he basically fucking found like an old tweet that I don't even remember tweeting and deleted probably a decade ago. And he used that to burn the reputation of his own fucking company by acting like his own company will hold on to blackmail instead of deleting old tweets, when the entire point of his dumbass company is to say like, oh, we're deleting all your tweets. That's so stupid. You just destroyed your own company for no reason. Yeah. Hey, guess what, dude? I shit my fucking diapers as a baby as well. You know what I mean? You want to go back far enough. Go back far enough, you can make fun of me for that too. Oh, that's hilarious. H3 sub wanting you to be deported. Fuck that shit. Let ICE.gov know Hasan is brainwashing the minds of young Americans with terrorist propaganda with tens of thousands of concurrent viewers with impunity on Twitch. Hold on, I'm calling it right now. I want Hasan deported, low-key, for real, for real. High-key, too. He's a danger to America. More so than some random student who co-wrote some paper a year ago in school paper, and Trump is willing to take heavy measures to get rid of the filth corrupting our youth. Spread the word if you share the sentiment or don't. I already have. Hasan is unironically evil, and evil begets evil. My patience is gone. With all the crazy stuff Trump is doing, wouldn't it be crazy if it targets Hasan for deportation? It would be against all my principles, and I would be a hypocrite if I supported that, but I'm not perfect. If Hasan got deported instead of someone else, it would make me smile a bit. Homie's about to get a free vacation to El Salvador. Fantastic stuff coming from the community of my former podcast co-host, dude. Incredible. Oh, shit. Hold on. I think this is the right place. Hold on that. Oh yeah, okay. It's the right place. All right. I called it. It's probably gonna take like 2 minutes. Ethan's hobby of alt accounts going bonkers. I didn't know the state of Israel could break so many brains. I mean, it makes sense. Basically, the
Hey, I have something to show you. I cannot be interrupted. There's a new content cop.
What?
A new content cop.
What?
Content cop. I haven't heard that name in almost 10 years.
Well, iDubbbz did a content cop on H3.
Is this like when Gen X gets excited they're doing a Goonies remake?
You're excited about this?
I thought iDubbbz quit YouTube.
No, he just stopped saying slurs.
Exactly. I thought he quit YouTube.
Look, a lot has changed on YouTube since 2015. Drama videos are now usually 5.5 hours long. iDubbbz is woke.
So much has changed. I got married. I have 7 kids now.
That's a weird amount of kids in a relatively short amount of time.
I switched political ideologies, gosh, probably 7 times.
Those kids really messed you up, huh?
I was a different person back then. I'm so much better off now.
I'm glad that era of YouTube is over. Do you want to watch it?
Okay.
That's good. YouTube content was so better 10 years ago. I didn't even make videos back then. This is good. It's a good take. All right. I'm done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, I will be live from Coachella. We're gonna do some crazy shit. Hopefully, we'll be able to stream the festival, and I'm very excited about that. As you guys know, Kneecap, the boys, the lads, they invited me to participate. It's a great honor. I'll be screaming Chucky Allah over and over again. And wear the Gucci shirt. I might wear the Gucci. I might burn the Gucci shirt. I'm gonna bring it and then burn it. Making sure you can see this, but you are a 5 out of 10 Turkish otter. I have seen better dudes outside of Dionys on a Thursday night. What the fuck is Dionys? Also otter. Thank you for saying I'm an otter, which means I'm skinny. Coachella, please. It's iconic. Don't burn the Gucci shirt. Who knows? I probably won't burn the Gucci shirt. Anyway, all right. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow from Coachella, and hopefully I'll be able to stream it. So we'll see. I got T-Pain helping me out a little bit as well on figuring out the logistics of it all. So it's gonna be fun. We're gonna have fun. And you know, be a little political as well. All right. What? Wait, hold on. I have to. If you suspected Diddy was going to doing weird stuff with kids at the time, why didn't you tell the police? And why did you say the child was supposedly attractive? I like you, Hasan, but I think that's kind of weird, bro. You should address it, in my opinion. Coachella Diddy party? Wait, what is this person saying? Oh my God. Dan literally makes the most insane racist statements on the podcast every single week. If you want to take him down, you could. He has really good legal connections. I don't think suing is a good idea. What is this is he okay? Dude, this is devolved. It's what Keem clipped. That's why they said Coachella Diddy. It's what Keem clipped. What did Keemstar clip? What is going on? Oh my God. I did. I went to a Coachella after party. Oh my God. Oh, that's right. I just realized. Yo. I remember. Holy fuck, my mind just unlocked. I thought it was weird as fuck. Oh, Kaya. Kaya is literally fucking lowering the TV. Dude. That chatter is not wrong. This is, oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. It's not even me humoring an online schizo. No, this is real. That's right. We went to a fucking after party. It was like, I think it was like me and Will. And we were on legal substances. And I remember sitting in the back in a tent, and they were beaming footage in the top of the tent. And it was like the first ever reveal of a fucking AI footage. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Because it was like a little girl and a little boy, and they were opening up a Christmas present. And I thought it was strange as fuck. I literally said, Alex Jones might be right, which is ironic because I thought it was the bad vibes then. What do you mean? Like, I don't know what they fucking clipped in that clip, but I very clearly was talking about how I thought it was a bizarre moment. You revealed this information yourself. It was not uncovered somewhere. I know. What the fuck, bruh? Stop talking. Stop talking or explaining it. Fully, dog. No one knows what you're saying. We'll cover this tomorrow. Wait, you're not joking? No, we did. We went. I think it was Will. I think it was Will and I. Yeah, I talked about it. I talked about it on stream. Oh my God, you unlocked a fucking memory. Yeah, unban the schizo chatter. The schizo chatter is vindicated, to be fair. That's true. How are we going to cover it live from Coachella? I'm going to cover it live directly at the party. All right, anyway, love you guys. And I'm glad that I saw what the fuck that person was saying, because I was like, the fuck is he talking about? Bro, you have to explain it now before it gets clipped badly? What do you mean? I literally explain it in the clip that they're clipping. What? You need to understand something very important. None of these people give a shit about the truth. They will literally clip something not out of context and still go, see? Anyway, let's keep going. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow from Coachella, not from a Diddy party, because he's in jail. All right. Bye-bye.